Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'd better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Well, Space Fam, it's beautiful to see all of you here on this Wednesday evening. Much to talk about here tonight, but first, some shoutouts. Randy Terpstra, mowing up Sweet Chewy123 in the YouTube chat, Hermit Horologist to close forth, Young Chris, also here, HBX, Obey, Big Jerry, Howard Fine Duck. What else we got? People on the Twitch. Ian Leal. Lucy Rossi. Cali Cat. Yes, indeed, Space Fams, it's beautiful to see here on this midweek report Wednesday evening. So much to talk about. Boy, oh boy. Including big news at the White House. Karoline Levitt. Out. 2 years we have been having to listen to Karoline go on and on and on over there at the Ministry of Truth. Head propagandist. And now she's heading out. Oh, gonna have a Karoline retrospective moment. Talk about the elections. From this week, last week, and the week upcoming. Of course, the climate is also collapsing. Not good. Fires across the western US and Canada. Europe drying out again. Second heat wave. Third, fifth, another heat wave hitting Europe. Including the heat wave in the election. Regarding little space heat coming down to Earth, Count Binface standing in the Clacton by-election against, almost called him Count Farage, Nigel Farage. We got some other things to talk about too. All right, Space Hands. Well, we're gonna start in the United States. America, where we still can't, for some reason, year 2026, we still can't figure out who won the election in 2020. Totally normal democracy stuff.
We have more judicial nominees who they're sort of like an arms race here, where there's a couple of folks on the Judiciary Committee who are getting more savvy about how to ask the question, who won the 2020 election? I mean, it's sort of insane that we have to even like talk about this. And because all these judicial nominees refuse to say that Joe Biden won the 2020 election, which is really honestly the functional equivalent of like, what day is today? August 7th, 2026. Is it a Friday? Is it Friday?
You're a moron.
These nominees have now come up with a more sophisticated way of avoiding this question, which is really the functional equivalent of like, well, the calendar says it's Friday, and everybody seems to think it's Friday.
You
Therefore,
have a mental health problem.
It probably is. Go ahead, play this clip.
Mr. Cook, in 2008, Barack Obama ran against John McCain. Who won that election?
I believe President Obama was sworn into office, so I'm certain he won, Senator.
And John McCain lost that election?
Yes, Senator.
I love how he struggles right off the bat. Right off the bat. Like, he's been given a script, clearly. Everybody, as you'll see here, everybody's playing by the same script. But this guy, he's raring to go. He's got his cake mold hair and glasses, little lapel pin. He's ready. He's got this. And then he can't even get the answer right the first time. Then, somehow, ask the question again. I'm sure he's going to get it right the second time.
4 years later, Barack Obama ran against Mitt Romney. Who won that election?
President Obama was sworn into office, so I'm certain he was elected as a matter of law, Senator.
Office?
And
how does he do that twice? Like, first off, this whole thing is ridiculous, right? But the fact this guy can't even get the lie right. Twice in a row. He was sworn into office. You know, it's confusing. It's complicated. How do you even? How does one even quantify an election exactly? It's very strange.
Romney lose the election?
That's the natural, logical converse of that. Yes.
Okay.
In 2016, Donald Trump ran against Hillary Clinton. Who won that election?
Call it crack.
I thought you said pause it. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, good.
In 2016, Donald Trump ran against Hillary Clinton. Who won that election?
He was sworn into office, so as a matter of law, he was elected to that office, Senator.
So Donald Trump won that election?
That would be the natural assumption, yes, Senator.
Isn't it really an assumption you have to
Why
make?
do we have to
Did Donald Trump
assume?
defeat Hillary Clinton?
In the electoral.
Oh my god. These semantics games being, the like high school level semantics games being played here right now. As someone who like unwittingly engaged in some amount of debate in school, like, this is so stupid. It's like the natural, what are you talking about natural? Why do we need a natural assumption? Wait, why are we doing assuming? I mean, we have the results. Why can't you just say yes? What's so hard about the word yes right now? You're dancing around a very clear and easy answer. We all know why he's doing it. Because if he says the wrong thing, Trump will see it. And then his nomination will get rescinded before he can actually get approved. It's a game. It's a dance, right? It's a dance that they're all playing with the facts. But that is indeed, of course, the problem here, right? Because if you have a bunch of judicial nominees who like to play games, dance around with the facts, before they even get into their positions, maybe it's a good time to pause, to pump the brakes and go, hey, buddy, are you sure that you're engaging with reality the same way the rest of us are? Or are you perhaps a fucking lunatic?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
He did, yes, Senator.
Do you have some uncertainty about whether he won that election?
No, I'm trying to be precise about what I'm saying. Yes, he won in the Electoral College because...
And Joe Biden in in the 2020 election, who won between Donald Trump and Joe Biden?
Well, Joe Biden was certified by joint session of Congress, and so as a matter of law, he was the elected president.
But as a matter of fact, who won that election?
He was. We implement the 12th Amendment, and under that, he was elected.
As a matter of fact, who won that election? Just as a simple matter of fact. Somebody asked you out on the street, who won the election in 2020? What would your answer be? Who won? And who lost?
I would say, as a matter of law, he was elected, Senator.
And as a matter of fact,
that
you're somehow separating the law and facts.
I love the thought of this guy being asked randomly on the street, first off, who won the 2020 election, and then him going, as a matter of law. Like, what? It's a matter of law. Really? Just to some rando on the street, you're going to go, as a matter of law, Joe Biden was certified the president of the United States.
As a matter of actual fact, who won the election in 2020?
It's a fact that the electoral
I just
college
wish I could be there for
vote
that,
was
right?
more for Joe Biden.
It sounds like pure comedy. I want to be there and witness that moment. I know it's never actually going to happen organically. No one's ever going to randomly walk up to this guy on the street and go, hey, Judge Fuckface, who won the 2020 election? And I'm never going to get to be there for that moment. I want to be. I want to be there for the moment where he goes, as a matter of law, and that person punches him in the face for being unbearable.
You seem to have real difficulty with that question. In 2024, Donald Trump ran against Kamala Harris, who won that election.
So true.
President Trump had more electoral college votes, and so the joint session of Congress certified him as the winner.
So Donald Trump won that election.
As a matter of law, he was elected, Senator.
And Kamala Harris lost that election.
That was the converse, yes, Senator.
And Mr. Kandeb, in 2016, when Donald Trump ran against Hillary Clinton, who won that election?
Donald Trump was certified as winner by the United States Congress.
It is crazy to watch a bunch of not just grown men. Like, these dudes are in like their 60s, like late 50s, early 60s. I don't know how old they all look old as fuck. This guy's got like 6 hairs left. He's got like 6 hairs left. They're all gray. I don't know what age she might. I'm assuming somewhere between 55 and like 70. It's hard to tell. But to watch a group of grown men struggle with just identifying simple facts, who are supposed to be, remember, judges, federal judges. These guys are going to preside over criminal proceedings, perhaps ones that if you get on the wrong side of the law, will be presiding over. It disturbs me to think that guys like this might have that kind of power.
Did he in fact win?
He was certified as winner.
Did he in fact win?
He was certified as winner.
Do you have some doubt?
I mean, this is amazing.
Oh my God.
We talk about like sort of like this is Orwellian or that is Orwellian. This is just Insanian.
I mean, Insanian.
They cannot answer the question or they will get their nominations pulled.
Exactly. They are afraid of saying the truth. That's the problem. You can't put people in a position like that who are incapable of standing up to the president or people who are incapable of saying the facts because they're worried about politics. It's the opposite of what they're supposed to be there for. Honestly, I think once Democrats seize power, just prevent any nominees from getting through at all. Just a moratorium on Trump nominees to the judiciary. Because they're just, the first term was a historic number of nominees. And we've seen most of these guys and gals all go along with Donald Trump, but not all. I mean, there's been a few instances out of hundreds and hundreds of instances, I feel like at this point, over the last 2 years, that have almost all, but not entirely, rubber stamped everything that Trump wants to do. The only times, the reason why it's not all, this has been like 2 instances. We've heard about them like nonstop from the president. It's been like maybe 2 or 3 instances in which a Trump judge, It's like, actually, Mr. President, this is deeply unlawful. And then we hear about that for like 2 weeks. Speaking of unlawful, Donald Trump and the Trump administration, Supreme Court's helping, of course, are ignoring international law, basically ending the United States' recognition of things like refugee status, ending temporary protected status for a number of different formerly protected groups like Haitians. Happens to be a lot of Haitians in the great city of New York. Zohran Mamdani asked about this situation on Monday.
Zohran Mamdani.
Box 5? Hi. Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, Morgan.
Just hoping to get some more clarification about your conversation with the president. Did you speak with him before you issued that statement on Friday? And then just kind of trying to get in your head as well about why you decided to issue that statement on Friday night. It was past 5 p.m. It seemed like from some talking to people, it seemed like it was a little hidden. Why not hold a press conference and maybe explain your frustration with this ruling?
You know, I spoke to the president prior to that, and I made clear to the president, as I've made clear to anyone across the city, the vital importance of TPS. Again, TPS is something that is granted also in recognition of the conditions of anyone's home country. When we are talking about the conditions in Haiti today, they are very similar to the conditions that led to the authorization of TPS. We are talking about a place that the United States government is recommending to Americans to not visit, even going further than that. And for us in this moment, to tell Haitian New Yorkers who have made this city their life for years that they have to go back to that, it is terrifying to imagine what might be waiting for them there. And we're also talking about Haitian New Yorkers who have been truly at the heart of so many of the industries that power this city. Healthcare, construction, hospitality, city workers, so many different aspects that without which we wouldn't have the city that we have today. And we also wanted to make sure that we only took this action at the point at which it was legally required to do so, because this is not an action that we want to take in any which way or form. And we also took this knowing that if we waited any longer, it might come to the detriment of those who hold TPS today, who might be able to find an alternate legal status here in New York City due to whatever other status that they also may enjoy. We've seen.
Yep. Zohran Mamdani talking about the, I believe, what was it again? I think, let me make sure I have this right, because, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, this was yeah, okay, I was right. So this was in response. This was Zohran Mamdani speaking in response to this question here. You know, down in the subway about this unfortunate but legal decision which Zohran Mamdani had to make as mayor, legally speaking, as Haitians lost temporary protected status and lost their legal status to work. A number of, it's like dozens. I think it was, I don't know exactly the number, but like dozens of Haitians who were working for the city under TPS legal working status have lost their jobs now, have been let go by the city of New York because they can't, the government can't pay somebody who doesn't have legal status to work in the country. So Zohran Mamdani's hand forced here. He called the president, asked him to reverse his ridiculous decision. But as of now, it seems The Emperor's decree continues to stand. Yeah, and while we criminalize otherwise perfectly law-abiding immigrants in this country, we have who knows exactly how many people in the Epstein files continuing to walk around unabated, unmolested, uncharged, unindicted, whatever you want to call it. No, you know, how many co-conspirators were listed in those files that are continuing to see zero retributions for anything that they've done. And up until very recently, a set of criminal immigrant brothers were traipsing around the United States, also unabated, also undeterred, but recently did find themselves acquainted with a jail cell. I am, of course, talking about the notorious Tate brothers, who are finding their stay at the local jail in, is it Miami? I think it's in Florida. I could have sworn it's in Florida. But they are finding their stay in the, I believe, local Florida jail distasteful and not up to their standards. Here is New York Post from 12 hours ago.
Prosecutors in a court filing said that the FTC Miami is not a Marriott, but they said that the conditions the Tates are in are reasonable and constitutional. The Tate brothers are being held in solitary confinement at a federal jail in Miami while they fight their extradition to Britain, which has charged them with rape. The brothers have decried the conditions that they're being held in. Their lawyers have decried the conditions as harsh and said it's part of the reason why they should be released on bail as they contest their extradition.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Honestly, I fucking love this story. It's so funny. Whoops. This is one of the funnier stories of the week. I could have kept it for Sunday Fun Day, but it only felt right. Anyways, this is from earlier today, 6 a.m., August 12th. Federal jail in Miami, where social media influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate are being held, has suffered from cooling and water problems and a confrontation between detainees and staff in recent months. Brothers Andrew Tate, 39, and Tristan Tate, 38, were arrested in Miami on July 18th on an extradition request from Britain. Their lawyers have said they're being held in harsh, solitary confinement conditions at the jail known as Federal Detention Center, Miami. Andrew Tate, a self-described misogynist who has built a large online following promoting his views on masculinity, has said in posts on X during his incarceration that he has been forced to drink unclean water that has made him sick, been kept awake at night by screaming inmates in neighboring cells, and denied a daily hour of exercise. Oh, God. Oh, God. Prosecutors with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Miami said on August 10th, court filing that the Tates are being held for their own safety in the jail's SHU special housing unit, where inmates are separated from general population. While FTC Miami is not a Marriott, the Tates' conditions of confinement are reasonable, constitutional, and within BOP's discretion, the prosecutors wrote. Oh, God. That's rough. That's rough. FTC Miami not a Marriott, according to the authorities. God. This has got to be rough for them. Get no daily exercise? Inadequate or gross water? God. That is terrible. I'm deeply disturbed by this. You know what I'm sure will happen? This is what I'm predicting now. What I'm predicting now is that when the Tate brothers get out of jail, if they ever do get out of jail, they will become advocates for prison reform. After experiencing these horrid conditions, I'm sure rather than spending all of their time poisoning the minds of young men across the planet, they will instead spend their time on prison reform. You know? Making these places that we put people who've done bad things more humane and hospitable. That I'm very much looking forward to. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for their prison reform advocacy. I'm looking... I'm keeping my eye out for it. Big time. Tony, thank you for the 2 jewels. Much appreciated. Yes, and honestly, it's gotta be tough for Andrew not to be able to be, in the limelight all the time, be on social media, yelling hateful things, or in front of the media, the press, yelling whatever his latest tirade is. I do think they're breaking out. Fascinating. Speaking of crimes, let's go here to Reuters, where the top prosecutor was sworn in on Monday after getting through the Senate nomination process. Donald Trump's lawyer, sworn in by Stephen Miller here in the Gilded Office. What I assume is a copy of Project 2025.
That I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of which I am about to enter. So help me God. So help me God. Yay!
Well, there you have it. That was Monday. Donald Trump's lawyer, now the top prosecutor in the United States, Todd Blanche. That's right. Got through the nomination process. It's official. Meanwhile, 1 in, 1 out. Todd Blanche approved Karoline Levitt leaving her position at the White House. Fox News, 6 hours ago. Breaking.
some breaking news for you right now. This is from President Trump on Truth Social. Our wonderful White House press secretary and one of my most trusted aides, Karoline Leavitt, will be departing her role at the end of the month.
Our most wonderful White House press. By the way, the glaze over at Fox News for Karoline is wild. Like, oh my God. Oh, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but boy, oh boy. People are sad over at Fox News that Karoline's leaving.
She can spend more time with her beautiful young children and family. A decision I totally understand and respect. Karoline will now be one of my top outside advisors and an influential voice within the Republican Party as we work to defy history and conclusively win the midterm elections. Karoline has been a real leader in the White House and has done a phenomenal job fighting for justice, liberty, and freedom since 2018.
Really, Karoline Leavitt has done a phenomenal job fighting for liberty? Really? And justice? Liberty and justice? Karoline Leavitt? We're not talking about the same Karoline. I'm sure there's no way we're talking about the press secretary, Karoline Leavitt. That woman hates liberty.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
The midterm elections. Karoline has been a real leader in the White House and has done a phenomenal job fighting for justice, liberty, and freedom since 2018, including our historic re-election campaign, he writes, of 2024. Karoline has been one of the best White House press secretaries in the history of the office.
One of the best press secretaries in the history of the office. Maybe the most deranged. Maybe the most propagandistic. Maybe the most deluded. Bought into the administrations he was serving. If that's the metric that we're going by, perhaps. But best? My God. That's quite a stretch. You got a lot of people to pick from, including Trump's entire first term, and, I mean, probably hundreds of press secretaries just in, like, the modern era. Karoline, the best? That's quite a claim.
This was breaking just within the last half hour or so, Olivia. President Trump announcing that Karoline Leavitt will be departing her role as press secretary. What do we know?
Yeah, this is big news. She is the youngest woman, I should also add, to ever hold the role of press secretary. She started the Trump administration with him, this second Trump administration. She also worked in the first Trump administration, and she was a fixture on...
She was also the most psychotic, perhaps one of the most psychotic. She yelled at people. She spent so much time yelling at people and telling them that they were wrong. Like, just simple, basic shit would send her flying off the fucking handle, dude. Like, honestly, like, we have had, like, something of an evolution of press secretaries. If I recall correctly, I think it was first it was Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And she made it a while. She was, of course, our Aunt Lydia, here to tell us to get in line in her own little way. Then Sean Spicer, who would sort of breathily and anxiously try and convince us that everything the Trump administration was doing was perfectly normal. And then I think it was Kayleigh McEnany, was she third or second? I can't remember. She might have been second. Regardless, then it was Kayleigh McEnany, and she was, I feel like, sort of a prototype to Karoline. You know, she was deranged, and she had the look, but not at the Karoline did take Trump derangement syndrome to the next level. She was a fully bred cult member. The fact is, she is so young that basically her entire adult life, Donald Trump has been in power, or at least in the political sphere. So she has just been She was in like Catholic school her whole life, and then straight into Republican politics. She had drank the Kool-Aid long ago. That had been funneled into her gullet as a child, it sounds like. And she was truly a particularly abhorrent kind of propagandist. I'm a little sad myself to see her go for my own reasons, because I'm worried about what comes next. I'm like, wait, okay, if we get rid of if Karoline's gone, who comes next? I'm just like going through the list, and everyone that I can think of is truly disturbing. I'm like, although it's not gonna be Laura Loomer, right? And Tucker's out, Alex Jones is out. You're not gonna have Laura Ingraham, right? Or like Kelly, maybe Kellyanne Conway. I don't think so. Let's listen to this and maybe it'll give us a sense. Here's Fox News 4 hours ago. Kellyanne Conway. Huh. Okay.
What I'm going to bring in Kellyanne Conway, former senior counselor to President Trump, president of KA Consulting, Fox News contributor. So this is a surprise, Kellyanne. What's your reaction to this news?
I'm surprised, Martha, but I so respect Karoline. Jackie and you put it perfectly. She will go down as one of the best White House press secretaries, definitely for her work behind the podium, but her work behind the scenes that the public doesn't always see. You know, it's a very small percentage of the press secretary's job.
Is not just her deranged acts as Secretary of the Ministry of Truth. No, Karoline does a lot more stuff behind the scenes. It's disturbing to think that Karoline does anything behind the scenes. Good God. Anyway, Kellyanne Conway there. I don't think she's going to be it either, to be honest. I don't think, I think it's going to be someone more youthful than Kellyanne. Which makes me, once again, get more worried. I'm like, who is it going to be? Who is the most pro-Trump talker in the media? And like, I just start going through like independent media and Fox News. Those are the first two places I start thinking of. I'm like, okay, which Fox News? Because how many Fox News people work at the White House right now? It's like a half a dozen. It's like a half a dozen Fox News contributors that currently work at the Trump administration. Okay? And so like, it would not be shocking to me if you get another Fox News. I just can't think of who it would be. I mean, you could bring Kayleigh back. But do you want to rerun press secretary? Sean Hannity, but he's got his own show. He's a busy guy. It's very difficult. It's very difficult to say. Greg Gutfeld could be, I don't know. But I feel like they're going to want to go youthful on this one. But who do you have that's youthful that's got the same sort of... What do you call it? The je ne sais quoi. The vibes of Karoline Leavitt. Who could possibly stand up to that level of just cultish loyalty? Ooh, I know who it's gonna be. I just realized, unless, but then can she print everything for him? What's her name? Natalie? I can't think of this woman's name now. I'm always forgetting her fucking name. The human printer. What's that woman's name? Is it Natalie? She's in one of these videos if I just look at my freaking thing. Or I could just search human printer. Natalie Harp? Natalie Harp. Could be Natalie. Like, Natalie... She's got the same sort of cultishly loyal vibes. I could see it being her. Yeah. Everybody knows who I'm talking about, right? The human printer. The woman who Trump says is... just loyal to a fault, more loyal than all of his other. This one with the Possessed? I still love this picture. She looks fucking possessed. I swear to God. Do you see this photo? Like, does she not? Am I the only one that looks at that and goes, "This woman looks possessed"? Why is she looking all the way across the room at the camera like this? She's like you know, like one of those possessed children from a horror film or something, just sort of staring directly into the camera. Her eyes are like completely black. There's no white. Oh my God. It's terrifying. I think it could be Natalie. She's actually my #1 pick now. I think it could be Natalie. Well, let's do a little retrospective on Caroline's time as press secretary here. Oh, Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. Sure. Regarding the president's speech tonight, he's been in office over 540 days now. If what he says is tonight is backed up by evidence, why hasn't anyone been charged?
Well, he hasn't revealed it yet. He hasn't declassified the documents yet, and you will see what he says tonight, and then we'll move forward appropriately from there.
Tonight from the Justice
I love how New York Post has this up as Caroline's top 5 shutdowns on White House reporters. That night, Donald Trump revealed literally nothing. She shut it down. She shut Caitlyn down big time by lying. By just straight up lying to her face. Donald Trump, the president is going to tell you later, Caitlyn. Okay? I don't know what sure, there's no evidence now, but that's because the president hasn't given it to you yet. He still hasn't given it to us yet, Caroline. God damn it.
I don't speak on behalf of the Justice Department, Caitlyn, you know that. Rachel,
You literally do.
Will there be charges?
You'll have to ask the Justice Department. I don't charge people. I just speak on behalf of the president. Rachel.
Why is
What's funny about that is that actually Caroline Leavitt does speak on behalf of the Justice Department. In other administrations, it might not have been the case, but the Justice Department has been proven by Donald Trump to not be an independent body at all. It is just it's just been a matter of precedent this whole time. A matter of somebody seizing power. And he sees the Department of Justice as his own prosecutorial agency. And so, yeah, Caroline actually does speak on behalf of them, and she just pretends like she does it when she doesn't have a good answer for things like that.
That across the administration, you can't say what the imminent threat against the United States was that required us to launch this. And also, Prime Minister Starmer told Parliament today that his reason that he didn't allow the use of British bases was that he was not satisfied that there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. Was there an attempt to provide the UK government with a legal basis for these strikes and a viable, thought-through plan?
To the first question, I completely reject the premise of your question. You have had the President of the United States, the Secretary of War, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Vice President of the United States, the Secretary of State, and now I am out here today to explain to you exactly what led the President to make the decision to launch Operation Epic Fury. And President Trump does not make these decisions in a vacuum. This decision to launch this operation was based on a cumulative effect of various direct threats that Iran posed to the United States of America, and the president's feeling based on the fact that Iran does pose an imminent and direct threat to the United States of America.
It was the president's feelings based on fact. It was his fact feelings. It was the president's fact feelings, according to Caroline Leavitt. That's the evidence. That's the legal framework and reasoning for which the president did Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
You think Janine Pirro would be much more fun? Well, of course she'd be more fun. She's a lunatic. But, I mean, honestly, she's almost out the door right now. There's no way President Trump is going to give Janine the job. I can guarantee you right now it's not Janine. It's not. We will not have Ministry of Truth Secretary Franzia, okay? That's not happening. They're in a feud over the freaking memorial reflecting pool. That's just not happening. I am sorry. Rosie O'Donnell. Okay, that's slightly less likely.
Are not allowed to engage in any activity that would infringe upon the American people's right of free expression. So I think the president has led quite strongly on this. And I would just add, this is part of the reason we have a new media seat, to invite new voices into this room. Again, we're going to need to expand this room because so many people are interested, and we're very excited about that. It's a privilege to cover this White House, but we want all voices to be heard. So thanks for being us with here, Chris, and I hope you enjoy.
Yes, remember that. Karoline welcoming in the new media. That was February 12th, 2025. This is so long ago. Oh my god, this is like over a year and a half ago now. Oh, Karoline. She looks like a spring chicken. Okay, I'm just going through the Karoline clips. I'm trying to remember where all of the ones that I want are. She's had a fascinating tenure as Ministry of Truth Secretary. Really interesting. Constantly wearing those crosses and just basically all of the makeup, I assume, available in the White House every day. Those business suits of hers. Those are the three most distinguishing characteristics about Karoline Leavitt.
Negotiate on his behalf. He's directly involved in these negotiations as well. And I'm sure if you ask him that question in the near future, when you're able to, he'll give you an answer. I just don't want to get ahead of him on it.
And final thing for you, which White House official made the decision to bar the AP reporter from the Oval Office and the diplomatic reception room last night?
Well, first of all, let me just set the record straight.
Yes.
It is a privilege to cover this White House. It's a privilege to be the White House press secretary. And nobody has the right to go into the Oval Office and ask the president of the United States questions.
Same thing. Like how she sees, like, she started it off. This is one of her first press conferences, and she started it off by claiming that being White House press secretary and White House press corps are effectively the same thing. They're both a privilege in her mind. She's a special kind of stupid. Oh, God. I mean, they're completely different things. The power dynamic is all fucked up there, right? Like, she represents the White House. They represent the press, who are supposed to be, you know, it's her, like, it's crazy that she sees them as being basically the same thing, which tells you just how much of a propagandist she is and was. Granted, she's still got a couple of weeks left, so it's really not in the post and tense, but you know, she's a special kind of deranged.
That's an invitation that is given, and there are hundreds of outlets on this campus. Many of you in this room who don't have the privilege of being part of that pool every single day and getting to ask the president questions. We reserve the right to decide who gets to go into the Oval Office, and you all have credentials to be here, including the Associated Press, who is in this briefing room today.
But isn't it retaliatory in nature is the argument, because the reason that the AP was barred, which they said was because they're not using the phrase Gulf of America, they're using Gulf of Mexico in line with their standards. And so the question here is this setting a precedent that this White House will retaliate against reporters who don't use the language that you guys believe reporters should use? And how does that align with the First Amendment commitment that you were just talking about?
I was very upfront in my briefing on day one that if we feel that there are lies being pushed by outlets in this room, we are going to hold those lies accountable. And it is a fact that the body of water
Do you see what I mean? Like, she was a truly, like, a cultish level propagandist, okay? Lies like the Gulf of Mexico will be met with swift punishment, according to Karoline Levitt. This was like day one shit for Karoline. She's like, look, if you lie, like, for instance, saying the phrase Gulf of Mexico, you will regret it. That was Karoline day one, you know. We will only allow the truth. The ministry of truth, day one. Karoline was out here saying, if you say the Gulf of, try me, say the Gulf of Mexico, and I will kick you out of the White House.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
We are going to hold those lies accountable. And it is a fact that the body of water off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America. And I'm not sure why news outlets don't want to call it that, but that is what it is. The Secretary of Interior has made that the official designation in the Geographical Identification Name Server.
I mean, she's just a giddy. She's a giddy propagandist. She's always loved it. But a year and a half and popping out a baby, apparently that's enough for Karoline. It doesn't sound like she was fired. To me, it sounds like she has decided to take a leave of this administration. Why? I don't know. I mean, it's been a little confusing this whole time because she seems like I said, so deeply loyal to the Trump brand. But with all that, I felt like came with it this, like, you're supposed to be a traditional woman. Karoline is a young woman, recently married to an elderly man, and I think had one child. Then she comes in, she's, instead of taking care of the kid, she's here at the White House. Then she gets pregnant, she continues at the White House. And now she's gone. At one point, I was claiming that she was a modern woman. And that, gender stereotypes were meaningless to Karoline. And that's why she continued as a pregnant mother, expected mother, with her high-stress job. Just breaking with tradition. And now she's completely making me feel like I was wrong about that. And so I'm very confused. Maybe she was just so cultishly devoted to the president that he usurped her family? Like, because he's Jesus, right? Because Trump is Jesus. For a woman like Karoline, that actually is a higher calling than her family. Which, yeah, I guess I can see that. Perfect Zell. Thank you for becoming a Galactic member. Can I play her off with the Oompa Loompa? No, I can't do that. That's copyrighted. That's copyrighted music. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Let's see what other kind of crazy things Karoline said over the years. Here's news.com.au, Australia, 8 months ago.
So I gave a quote to one of the media outlets in this room yesterday that Democrats behaving like children would be the least surprising thing of the night. And unfortunately, that quote did turn out to be true. To the woman in the purple, because I saw you were making a face at my previous answer. So what's going on?
That information was not.
Oh, God. She was always so incredibly combative. How are they going to find him more combative? Because that's what they need, right? At the White House, Donald Trump needs a seriously combative press secretary, right? Like, you need a propagandist who's good at yelling for no good reason at people. And that's what Karoline did best, was just like yelling at people for believing the truth, for saying things like Gulf of Mexico or looking at her weird or whatever else. Like, she's just honestly sort of a hostile, nasty person.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
To that detail was not released by DHS.
I just told you the reason. It was a counterterrorism operation, a deportation of foreign terrorists, not illegal criminals who have been convicted of heinous crimes living in our American communities. It's two different things. Foreign terrorist, illegal immigrant criminal, two different things, two different definitions. You should look them up. Christian, go ahead. And this judge, Judge Boasberg, is a Democrat activist. He was appointed by Barack Obama. His wife has donated more than $10,000 to Democrats.
$10,000 to Democrats? How many hundreds of millions did Elon donate again? 10,000, you say? Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. 10,000? Oh, wow. Yes, Karoline... I mean, from day one, as we said, she has been quite a terror over there at the Ministry of Truth, constantly yelling at all of us for just wanting answers to simple things, or for wanting answers to questions, or... I mean, there's been a lot of different instances of Karoline getting very upset, yelling... sniping, getting a bit petty, just really sort of confrontational relationship she had with the press over the last year and a half, almost approaching 2 years, but not quite. Yes, now she's going to be a top advisor on the outside, whatever that means. I don't know what that means.
Of economics and the decisions that this president has made. I'm now regret giving a question to the Associated Press. Mary, go ahead. Does anyone have any questions for Patty?
I knew that was the one. Okay, I'm glad I got that one in there. I now regret giving a question to the Associated Press. Karoline Levitt.
Question to the Associated Press. Mary, go ahead. Does anyone have any questions for Patty or for me? No?
I have a question.
No? Anybody? Okay. We'll see you all later. The president will be at his dinner later this evening.
No? Nobody? Anybody have a question? I have a question. And nobody? Anybody? Let's look at everybody watching her as she goes out. The faces on the press are fucking hilarious, dude. Oh my god. She is a real special kind of psycho.
Later this evening. Thank you. No? Anybody? Okay. We'll see you all later. The president will be at his dinner later this evening. Thank you. Fortunately, unlike some in the media, we don't take the word of Hamas with total truth. We like to look into it when they speak. Unlike the BBC, this is another...
Unlike the BBC, who is apparently a propaganda wing of Hamas, according to Karoline Levitt. I mean, she's... Honestly, like, these clips are all insane. She has... I mean, honestly, I feel like she's turned up the psychopathy over the last year and a half. Like, she's really taking it to a 10. Like, she's a propagandist through and through. She does it with great aplomb. It might be her only calling in life, which is why, it's not clear to me that she has any qualifications for anything. So it just confuses me why she would just throw away this gilded opportunity to go play with babies or whatever. It sounds terrible.
That demands accountability, and it is not weaponizing the Department of Justice to demand accountability for those who weaponized the Department of Justice. And nobody knows what that looks like more than...
Wait, I have to go back slightly.
Very grateful to our great country. Kelly.
Is the president going back on his promise?
No. In fact, the president is fulfilling his promise to restore a Department of Justice that demands accountability. And it is not weaponizing the Department of Justice to demand accountability for those who weaponized the Department of Justice. And nobody knows what that looks like more than President Trump. We are not going to tolerate gaslighting from anyone in the media or from anyone on the other side who is trying to say that it's the president who is weaponizing the DOJ. It was...
I really love this quote because she specifically says we're not going to tolerate gaslighting from the other side, and then proceeds to start gaslighting everybody. Like, that's the kind of propagandist that Karoline was, right? Like, she was unapologetic. No one else was allowed to gaslight. That's her job. Okay? Like, you're not going to tolerate gaslighting from everyone else. Okay? The president is perfect and hasn't done anything wrong. Okay? Thank you. No more questions.
From anyone on the other side who is trying to say that it's the president who is weaponizing the DOJ, it was Joe Biden.
So if there were peaceful protests on Saturday for the military parade, President Trump would allow that?
Of course the president supports peaceful protests. What a stupid question.
What a stupid question.
Does Elon Musk have power of the presidency?
Absolutely not.
Right.
That's a ridiculous question.
Did anyone in the White House or in the White House counsel's office advise the president against holding this sweepstakes, whereby people who spent the most money on his Trump coin would then have access to the president at this dinner?
Again, the president has been asked about this. He has addressed this. I have also stated previously from this podium that the president is abiding by all conflict of interest laws that are applicable to the president. And I think everybody, the American public, believe it's absurd for anyone to insinuate that this...
Oh yeah, the president's totally abiding by all the conflict of interest laws. Totally, Karoline. Totally. Okay, all right. That's all we're gonna do from this clip on Karoline. We're almost done. Did Karoline quit? Yeah, she's out. Yeah, she quit earlier today. Breaking news right before the stream started. Had to work this in here. This is big news for us around here. We've been keeping track of Karoline's insanity since 2025. It's like 2 years now we've been dealing with this woman. She's a real lunatic. What I worry about is I'm gonna have to get used to a different... As a political commentator, my main concern, to be honest, because I know we're just gonna get another form of propagandist up here, but like my worry is I'm gonna have to get used to a new form of fascist. Like, I'm used to Karoline's form of fascism, right? Having to sort of suddenly, you know, switch it up. I'm sure it'll be someone I'm familiar with, right? Like I said, although it could be Natalie. It could be Natalie Harp, and I know almost nothing about that woman. Like, she's like we know almost nothing about Natalie. I don't think I've ever heard her speak. I just know that she's the human printer, and she follows the president around, glazing him and printing off articles for him at every turn. All right, what next on the Karoline retrospective? We're almost out of Karoline clips, don't worry.
Stupid question. Raquel.
That's a stupid
Moving on
question.
to number 7, Levitt's heated back and forth with a reporter over the demolition of...
She was just such a piece of shit. That's a stupid question. Like, what?
Tariff because I have.
That's
they
it.
don't get charged on foreign companies. They get charged on the importers.
I'm now regret giving a question to the Associated Press.
Number 8, backing up the president's support of First Amendment freedoms, Levitt was baffled when one reporter asked her this.
So if there were peaceful protests on Saturday for the military parade, President Trump would allow that?
Oh, we already watched
Of
this
course
one.
the president supports peaceful protests. What a stupid question. Raquel.
Moving on to number 7,
Yeah, this is the one I
Levitt's
want.
heated back and forth with a reporter over the demolition of the White House's East Wing.
Can he demolish anything he wants?
What do you think
without
that
oversight?
rubble is?
What do you think
how did
that
that
is?
rubble get there?
Right, so I'm asking.
Levitt even bringing in some props to prove her point. Number 6, when a reporter from the New York Times questioned the president's decision to not pick up a call from Putin while in the same room as European leaders back in August.
With all due respect, only a reporter from the New York Times would ask a question like that, Sean.
Like, you see what I mean? She is just a special kind of petty and spiteful, like, this cultish loyalty she will defend with any. There was no depths that Karoline was not willing to plumb. She would just like the president, she would impugn and like, what's the word? I can't think of the word right now. She would shit talk any outlet, say any, just like the same way that Donald Trump would. It's like, now I regret giving a question to the New York, I'm sorry, to the AP. Only from the New York Times. These are Trumpian kind of quotes. That's why it's so crazy to think of her leaving. Because she has been, in my opinion, a very effective mouthpiece for the president. She speaks in the same sort of language that he does, right? She has the same disdain for the press, the same sort of demand that everyone accept the reality that she's living in. Who's next? Who comes after her? Is it going to be Natalie? Because who else is more loyal than Karoline? Right? We've been told that Natalie is apparently the epitome of Trump loyalty. I've never heard the woman say a single word, which makes me think that she's probably too shy. In this administration, the fact we've never heard her speak, it's got to be for a reason. Ooh, donation on PayPal from PerfXL. 10 bones. Thank you very much, Perf. Membership and a PayPal dono. Membership for the emotes, PayPal for the spite. I see. Right. Well, I don't feel very I assume you're spiting YouTube, which is fine. You do you. You think he might pick someone to punish and humiliate? Oh, fascinating. That opens it up to literally anyone. I have been trying to narrow down the list. That does the opposite of narrow down the list. That just opens it up to oblivion. There's an abyss of people, just a pit of Trump adjacent individuals who Trump wants to humiliate and or embarrass. It could be anybody. It could be literally anybody. It's gonna be Tiffany Trump. If that's the case, Tiffany's up next. It'll be like, I'm trying to think, who does Trump want to humiliate the most? But that are also like Republican aligned. He's had the Marjorie, maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Trader Brown.
President Trump announcing just moments ago that Karoline Leavitt will be leaving her role as the White House press secretary at the end of this month. The president taking to Truth Social saying that Leavitt will now serve as one of his, quote, top outside advisors. Joining us now is CNN White House correspondent Elena Train. Elena, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, look, I think this came as a surprise to many people, Pamela, and that's partly because this role, particularly under President Donald Trump, had been a tough one to fill. I'd remind you that Leavitt is one of the closest advisors. The president did say this in his post, but she is one of the closest advisors that he has. She's part of that very small group of really loyal people who have been with the president on the 2024 campaign trail. She also worked for him, I should note, during his first term when he was first in office, and has continued to be one of those people that goes in to very sensitive meetings, as one of few people that actually knows what is going on at high levels in the West Wing. So it's a loss.
Oh, it's a horrible loss. Karoline Levitt stepping down from her position suddenly, unexpectedly leaving the White House as Secretary of the Ministry of Truth. No more will her propagandistic lies assault our ears on the regular. The end of August, she will be gone. Who will replace her? Just gonna have to keep our eyes out. Hard to say. Hard to say what demon will emerge from the swamp when it's all said and done. But there will have to be someone, you would assume. Maybe it'll be Grok. Maybe they'll just put up like a, you know, like a big iPad. Be Grok. Yeah, I think it'd be like Grok dressed as like Nancy Reagan or something like that. No. Worse than Nancy somehow. I'm trying to think. Who knows? Who knows will be the next White House press secretary? Seems like it's all up in the air. Seems like it's all up in the air. Just a reminder, everybody, we gotta start a galactic content goal here tonight. I don't even know how to start goals on YouTube anymore, which is great. They still haven't updated this. That's also great. That's fun. But at least we have a real timer now. People can check me on the timer. What's today? A midweek report. Okay, it's been a long time, but there we go. Real YouTube goal started. Alrighty. Got remonetized on YouTube, which is nice. Matt Gaetz, Mike Pillow. You think Mike Pillow might be the next press secretary? Mike Pillow. Yeah, I can't wait for that. That'll be fascinating. All right, I think I already started the goal on Twitch, right? I did it ahead of time because it takes longer. Yes. Okay, great. Let's keep this moving. Oh, yes. Well, we're losing. Oh, you know what? You know who might be the next press secretary? If we're staying with meritless right-wing blondes, could be this lady. The great high school athlete, Riley Gaines.
Riley Gaines has something to say.
Oh, yeah. Now, wait, remind me of who Riley Gaines is again?
She's a woman who took fourth in a college.
Oh, she was the one who was the
Sorry.
swimmer who was
Tied for
upset
fifth.
about, okay.
Yeah, she tied for fifth with...
Because she could have come in, tied for fourth.
Nope, just fifth.
Well, it would have
Just
still been
regular
fifth, but it would have been non-tied.
Oh, okay.
So, she still hasn't got a job, but she is talking about sports still. And there's a Sophie Cunningham, a player on the Indiana Fever, has recently come out against trans people, and I just think like. Then she played in Minnesota, and the entire team, entire audience booed her, and she scored 3 points in 23 minutes.
Because of all the trans players on the other team.
Right? Yeah. And actually, her own coach wore a trans girls belong shirt the very next game. So I mean,
and
Sophie's an idiot. Like
I've
heard from a podcast before that she's probably going to run for politics, but the podcaster didn't want to say which party she's going to run for, which meant she's a fucking Republican, and she's been saying this shit for a while.
So the right-wing media, first of all, they're upset that Caitlin Clark isn't taking the bait, the actual star on the Indiana Fever, who they want to be like the right-wing mascot. But the other part is like
I'm not gonna lie.
Open. Like just
I love because they have been trying to make that Caitlin Clark thing work for so long. They were doing it for like months, like almost a year. I feel like they've been like they were like trying to stay on this Caitlin Clark thing, hoping that she like gets involved. She has. I have not seen her, go on to fucking Piers Morgan or whatever, Dave Rubin, Ben Shapiro to air out her grievances over not having the entire WNBA be made about her. Although, like, the fact is, she is quite popular, but, like, they're, like, demanding, like, the right-wingers have been demanding, like, a certain level of, like deference to her from, like, literally everyone, even if you don't care about basketball. Is like, they, like, demand you care about Caitlin Clark, and they've been trying to, but Caitlin Clark doesn't care. That's the problem for them right now, so they need somebody new.
Disgusting thirsting I've seen because of this girl being like a blonde woman, and the fact that she posed with Riley Gaines. I don't know. It just shows how like they will be discarded as like women that were hornily objectified for a very specific purpose.
Matt Walsh called Caitlin Clark cowardly for saying like this isn't actually something we talk about and not something I'm focused on, and the league.
Oh, there's no way that they don't spend 90% of their time talking about what happens if we have a trans person in this league.
Which is what the NBA players do. They're obsessed with the idea that the trans man might be an NBA player. And I'm sure right-wing media is focused on that the entire time.
But
when are people going to talk about the fact that Wemby is probably not human?
Yeah.
Here's
I've been saying it for years. Okay, write that down. Have you seen that guy run around? It doesn't look normal.
Bringing politics into sports. The league doesn't have a problem with politics in sports. They have a problem with conservative politics in sports. And I will tell you, Sean, every time Sophie was on the court, every time she was subbed in, every time she threw up the ball, she was booed by the entire stadium, virtually, bar me.
Just
throwing it up.
The entire stadium. Yeah, because y'all suck.
Right.
Just throws it.
She was booed by the entire stadium, virtually, bar me and Jinsei, who was sitting next to me, owner of XXXY Athletics.
How can people boo?
Yeah, how dare they? Here's a question. I just need to hear this one more time, just to make sure.
Bringing politics into sports, conservative politics. She threw up the ball. And I will tell you, Sean, every time Sophie was on the court, every time she was subbed in, every time she threw up the ball, she was booed by the entire stadium.
Okay, I couldn't, I didn't make out, I was trying to make sure that I didn't miss it. But Riley wasn't clear about what stadium they were at, which is an important detail in this story, I would point out. You know, like if you're perhaps, I don't know, at like the opposing team's stadium, you shouldn't expect cheers, right? If you're at the opposing team stadium, you shouldn't be expecting cheers for your favorite player, the visiting team, the star on the visiting team or whatever. That's not gonna go. That's not, you clearly don't understand how sports work. I think that's the problem, is that Riley just doesn't understand. She was a swimmer. It's not the same. It's a little different, I think. Like, nobody's like Riley Gaines is like, she wasn't a competitive high school swimmer. Nobody cares, right? Like, nobody fucking cares. Oh, you're a good high school swimmer, great. like nobody's taking that seriously, not even kinda. right? Like, nobody's getting paid. People are paying so that Riley and all the swimmers there can swim. You know, they're not getting paid. You know, the parents are paying. But, like, you know, this is professional sports. And, like, Riley Gain is upset that people are booing at a professional sporting event. It's like, it's because it's not high school sports, Riley. People boo. People fucking boo. Do they need like safe spaces at stadiums now for right wingers who get upset when their favorite star gets booed? Is that where we're at now? We've gone from, you know, Charlie Kirk complaining about safe spaces at colleges to Riley Gaines complaining about not enough safe spaces at professional sporting events. Is that what I'm to accept?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Entire stadium. Yeah, because y'all suck.
Right.
The ball, she was booed by the entire stadium virtually, bar me and Jinsei, who was sitting next to me, owner of
That is
XXXY Athletics.
How can people boo at a sporting event in a country that has a First Amendment?
Illegal.
It is outrageous. It's unconstitutional. Everyone should have to get a refund on their tickets.
Yep.
And have to give up their fan merch or something.
This is a scary time.
Under the First Amendment.
Yeah.
You're right.
No, this is a scary time for people like Riley Gaines and every single person in this country that thought that they need to vote against trans girls playing basketball.
Yeah.
That actually, you're not popular. You're a bunch of fucking freaks. And everyone's caught onto it now.
Imagine being trans. Like, I mean, that's the crazy thing. Is that these people cry about booze, and then a trans person exists, and they whip out the fucking machine gun and start blasting cases of beer, right? It's like, they're the loudest booers of them all, and then when they get booed, or someone they like gets booed, and they're like, wait, who, what? This is America. We don't boo.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
It's crazy. I mean, like, they are the biggest victims of all. The snowflakiest snowflakes. Maybe Riley will be the next. I don't know if she's got it in her. I think she's got it. They want her to be that, but she's not good enough. Yeah. A lot of very poorly adjusted individuals in our media and or political landscape. I don't know if you've noticed that. However, one woman has reacted in a very well-adjusted way to recent political news. In a way I found rather shocking. If you missed this clip, we're going to watch this again, since it's the midweek report, just trying to catch people up on what's been going on. And
welcome back. Michigan Democrats are coming together tonight for
Please shut
a
up,
unity
Kristen.
rally meant to
Kristen?
kill some of the...
Kristen, I need you to stop. Thank you. Now, it's going to be a little bit weird today. It's a Wednesday. We would normally do normal midweek report, Sunday through Wednesday type stuff. Couple things might pop in here because, of course, Saturday I didn't have a normal show. Sunday we didn't have a show. I'm going to try and make up for some of that. I'm left in a couple of stories in from that. Some of that's stuff I've been holding on to from over the weekend, although I have gotten rid of a bunch just to keep this like a reasonable time length. But yeah, Haley Stevens went on to Kristen Welker's Meet the Press over at NBC over the weekend. Had some very interesting things to say about the results of the Michigan primary elections.
Michigan Democrats are coming together tonight for a unity rally meant to heal some of the wounds caused by a bruising primary. Tonight's event will be headlined by former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, who lives in Michigan and whose name has been floated as a 2028 presidential contender. The rally comes just days after Abdul Al-Sayed narrowly defeated Congresswoman Haley Stevens by just over 15,000 votes in a seat that is critical for Democrats if they want to retake the Senate. After his win, Al-Sayed extended an olive branch to Congresswoman Stevens. Listen.
Okay, actually, I'm going to skip past the edits here and go to the interview itself. Wait, what? Wait, what did I say about Emma? I don't think I ever said anything like that. Is that directed at me? When did I mention a game? Oh, it's not me. Oh my god, I was like, what? What? Since when? Since when did I say these things? Okay. All right, let me stay focused here. Haley Stevens. Skip ahead. That's all I need to know. Where's Haley at? Oh, it's like right after this. Oh, am I an idiot?
Here, and we cannot wait to come together and win in November.
And joining me now is Michigan Congresswoman Haley Stevens. Thank you so much for joining me, Congresswoman. Really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you.
Let me just start with this unity rally tonight, just to set the stage here. Are you planning to attend, and what do you hope to hear from Abdul Al-Sayed?
No, this is we've got a good ticket going, all right? And so Pete Buttigieg, Abdul, Jocelyn Benson, our amazing candidate for governor. You know, the whole crew is up there. A lot of Dems are there. And, you know, we want everyone to shine. I'm here in Detroit. I'm winding down my campaign office. And look, the primary's over. I know people always want to talk about these things even after they've happened. Abdul got more votes.
So true.
You know, all the prognosticators talking about the infighting. Newsflash, Democrats like Democrats. A lot of Democrats came out to the polls on election day, a lot more than Republicans. And now they're all gathered around, you know, with our awesome ticket. I was grabbing coffee and boiled over this morning, talking to voters. People are voting. People in Detroit are voting. That's what we want to have happen because we will beat Republicans.
There is Haley Stevens coming hot out the gate. Is saying John Ossoff and Abdul El-Sayed in the same sentence as being part of the same awesome ticket. She's out there pounding the pavement, getting coffee, and telling people how great Abdul is, apparently. I mean, this was the best reaction I saw all week to Abdul winning, gotta say. You gotta take my hat off to Haley Stevens for the most well-adjusted take. From the woman who had the most reasons to not have the most well-adjusted take, having the most well-adjusted take is really, I gotta give her credit for that, okay? She could have been incredibly spiteful, right? She lost the election. Let's not forget, right? Like what happened back in New York, right? Back last year, when one Andrew Cuomo lost the election, what did that dickbag do? Oh, that's right. He ran as a fucking independent. He ran as an independent and started running again. He was such a sore loser that he ran as a fucking independent in the general and like continued raising money for another 3 months or however fucking long it was. It's ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. Instead, Haley Stevens, but I gotta say, one of the best. This is one of the best takes. I really can't deny it. I had a lot of heat for Haley during the primary.
Let me ask you about
but she's right. She's she's waved the white flag. She says truce. And you know what? I say truce to Haley Stevens. That's the olive branch. I accept. Let's move forward with this sort of mentality, Haley. I love it. I love that. Right? Because, but I also, I mean, what I think it means, to some degree, is that, I mean, what Haley is doing here, it makes things more difficult for the people who want to separate the DSA and the Democrats, who want, you know, the AIPACs of the world, who want to go and fund Mike Rogers now, right? Like against Abdul. And it's Mike Rogers, right? I could swear. Point is this is the correct response to all of that. And I think I just need to hear one more clip from Haley. Is it this one? Where does it? She is so vehement. I'm honestly...
Can deliver for constituents and people, period.
Let me ask you about one of the big issues. As you know, the dividing lines between you and al-Sayed on the campaign trail, support for Israel. Michael Horowitz, a Jewish community leader in Detroit, said this after Mr. al-Sayed's win. He said, quote, "I can't vote for al-Sayed." He went on to say he's leaning strongly to Rogers. "I have heard from many in the Jewish community who say they will be supporting Rogers." What is your reaction to that, and could it cost the seat?
Look, it's a private decision. You know, I'm not going to drum up drama so you keep asking me to get on your show. I mean, people are going to respectfully cast votes. I know Michael Horowitz. I have not talked to him. I think he's a great guy. I've actually been over to his house for dinner. He's my constituent. But, you know, and I haven't talked to him. You know, I really haven't. I will. But, you know, and respectfully, you know, my job, I'm a congresswoman. It's to listen to people. It's to hear them out. Michael votes. I don't think he misses elections. People are going to go take a private vote. There was some pain after the last election in during the 24 cycle. We all knew that played out, you know, very heavily in the media. That's democracy. That's people voting. I know you guys have, you know, an objective and a media and the money and all the stuff that goes into what's happening, but you should pay more attention to what actually happens on election night. Come and interview the clerks. Oh, you know, I just talked to these two great guys.
We covered all.
Anyway, Haley Stevens. I'm not just gonna stir up drama for you, Kristen, just to get back on the show. Okay, people are gonna vote how they're gonna vote, but I mean, it's kind of incredible. I mean, AIPAC just spent $70 million on her campaign. Kristen Welker goes, "Hey, what about the people who are worried that, you know, Abdul al-Sayed is an anti-Semite, is gonna do Sharia law?" I mean, she didn't quite say that, but she might as well. And Haley's like, "Look, it's I haven't talked to Mike, but, you know, it's not." You should have gone and talked to the voters, because they voted for Abdul. Oh, it's like this. Like, her reaction on Kristen's show here undermined, in my opinion, everything AIPAC tried to do that had basically already failed. They were gearing up for a second, like the second part, right? The general election effort that they were planning on putting in with Mike Rogers, basically undermined by Haley Stevens coming out here and saying, you know, really not a big deal to that question, and saying that Abdul is part of an awesome ticket. It just completely undermines everything that they're planning on. They literally came out on day one, like minute one, and said that they're going to send $10 million to Mike Rogers. And now Abdul has an ad of Haley Stevens. He might not even need the ad. From what I could be wrong, but I don't even know if he needs the ad. I'm not just saying because he's a good candidate, but it sounds like if he asks Haley Stevens, she will come and do an ad for him. Like, and that's honestly the kind of blue no matter who attitude we need from the centrist Dems who have lost, right? And the rest of the Democratic leadership who is still refusing to come on board to what's happening within the party. That's the sort of level of blue no matter who that I need to see now. Because it's been so long that they've been yelling blue no matter who at us. And it's time for us to start yelling it back. Right? That's why I think the primaries are so important. It's time we have the opportunity to, turn this phrase back on the establishment Dems, this general, the corporate Dems, the APAC Dems, this cycle, in a way that I think is going to be very satisfying when it actually comes around. Okay, speaking of people's reactions to losing elections, we need to go from Michigan now to Minnesota. Two states that begin with MI with two very, very different reactions. Haley Stevens acting like I hope every Democrat acts this election cycle.
That we win. We got to save Minnesota.
To this guy, you've already ruined it. Thank you, Mike. You piece of shit. My Pillow's Mike Lindell. And his reaction to the latest election results in Minnesota, where he was running for governor this Tuesday. This is him on election day. Care 11.
I'm praying that we win. We got to save Minnesota, and we've got it on the big screen. We're the Lindell TV. We actually paid Edison Research. You know, all the votes in the country go through Edison Research in New Jersey. Remember, they're not on the internet. No, they all go through there, and then it goes out to the media outlets. So we're going to know in real time here, county by county, what's going on. Everything I've heard, I'm very confident. I spent the last 2 days getting out to my...
I like how Mike spends the first 30 seconds talking about election security efforts that to make sure the vote, they're monitoring the votes minute by minute. We got a state-of-the-art system going here.
Very confident. I spent the last 2 days getting out to my 10 million people on my social media, on all the platforms. Getting out, we digital market, we reached the people in Minnesota that didn't get out to vote in 2022. They think midterms aren't as important. That was my push today. I had a great president re-endorse me this morning. You might have seen that. That was amazing. And I texted him and thanked him. And then I've been asked, they go, well, Mike, if you don't win, are you going to get behind who does win? Of course I am. I would give a plan. My budget's on lindellgov.com. I would hope that everybody follows that because we've got to make Minnesota affordable again.
There's Mike Lindell. They were going to be monitoring these election results in a state-of-the-art manner. Prepared to concede if you were to lose. Because he just wants to make Minnesota great again. MMGA. MEGA. That's Mike. That's Mike for you. He wouldn't, he's not the kind of guy that would contest. I can barely get the sentence out. Mike Lindell, Mike Pillow Lindell is not the kind of guy who would go and... God, it's really hard to say the sentence. Mike It's never, ever. He's not engaged in election fraud conspiracies, okay? He's not that kind of guy. Got it out. It's a lie. It was the lie. Why is it difficult? I lied. It's not true. That's not true. Mike loves a good election conspiracy. Let's see how Mike reacted to the election results. This is 12 hours ago. WCCO, CVS, Minnesota. More local Minnesota news.
If you take polls, okay, you have more than one poll a week ago, okay? 7%, 9%, and 9% favored by me. If you look up here, you've got a 15% or 13% the other way. These numbers don't happen in elections. They don't, you guys. These are the power of numbers. Now, the day of voters that were supposed to come in, as they came in, I started gaining. And then all of a sudden, and this is coming in from Edison Research, these polls are coming in, everything goes through Edison Research in New Jersey. All of a sudden, 36,000 votes came in and 6,000 for me. That's a deviation that doesn't make sense.
It's a deviation. It's a deviation. It doesn't make any sense, says Mike Lindell. Oh, I put these in the reverse order. How did I fuck this up? Oh, son of a bitch. Whatever. I think that was slightly after this. This was Mike. I think that was after. I should have put this. God damn it. That was a press conference held by Mike here, not conceding the election yesterday.
So we're going to look at that, and we'll let you know in the next few days what's going to happen. I'm not going to sit by until these numbers are explained.
Okay, there you go, Mike Lindell. He's not gonna just sit by until these numbers are explained, says Mike Lindell. Oh, Mike election fraud Lindell. Just really, I mean, honestly, at least for the voters that voted for him, I think if anything, he's just doing what's expected out of him, you know? He's not, like he said, he's not just going to sit by until these election numbers are explained. This is a guy who I think still owes millions of dollars. Was found guilty in a court of law. Perhaps multiple courts of law. I can't remember. At least one court of law. And has continued effectively to defend all of the same shit that got him into those places. Just for a little bit more. This is unclipped majority report material. I do wake up and watch the majority report. Even if almost every single day I wake up after the majority report. I'm listening to it while I'm like preparing my list for the day. And they too were on the Mike Lindell beat.
Here is Mike Lindell. He is refusing to give up. And frankly, I am too. I am still hoping that Mike Lindell,
Team Lindell
somehow figures out how they stole the Minnesota Republican nomination for governor from him.
Here's the next report, everybody. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
We just gained 5,000 votes, and we gained 5,000 votes.
Pause it for a second. Does the camera turn to see who he's addressing? Because I feel like it's an empty room.
He does take a question in this, so there's at least one reporter in there.
It almost sounds like they have like a fake crowd noise in the background.
Like a room tone type
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
It reminds me of this Nathan Fielder tweet where he's like, out of town having the time of my life with a bunch of friends. They're all just out of frame laughing too.
They're just all out of
Yes,
frame.
exactly.
Yeah, exactly right. Oh, God.
Here's the next report, everybody. Hold on. We just gained 5,000 votes, and we gained 5,000 votes, everybody. And the last 13,000 votes that were counted, we got 5,000. We gained 5,000 votes. So let's think about this.
Let's think
that
about
means
it.
I got like, I don't know, 10,000, and the rest of them got 3,000. If this is a sign, we will have the lead within an hour. I mean, this is big news. This is a big jump, and they must have started counting the day of votes. So
You keep going up.
okay. All right, everybody. Does anybody have any other questions?
If the AP calls the race for Lisa Dameth in the next half hour, will you concede?
If who does?
If the AP calls the race.
What is the AP with the voters? What the AP? Why would I listen to the AP? There's 265,000 votes left to count. I'm down by 18,000 now. We just gained 5,000.
Why would I do that?
I will call. I'm
Why
not
would I
going
do
to
that,
give,
says Mike?
give up this race until the votes are counted.
Exactly.
That's nonsense.
Never give up.
The votes are counted.
Never give up, Mike. That's what we always say around here.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Till the votes are counted where I can't win. I mean, why would I call it
I
now?
like
There's,
that.
should I say it again? Now there's 264,000 votes left to count out of the last 13,000.
He's trying. I mean, he's really trying to will it. And has he conceded yet? No, he hasn't. Right?
I don't think so. I'll double
No,
check.
I also checked. I double checked before the stream today just to make sure. I'm also here, like, really, like, I double checked, and he still hasn't conceded a full day.
I don't think I've been more disappointed about a Republican nominating race.
As of 54 minutes ago, he has refused to concede.
God bless him.
Here's Morning Joe.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Here's Morning Joe discussing whether he's going to concede.
Lindell is not conceding.
Says there are irregularities. Willie. Mr. Pillow.
There's anomalies.
Mr. Pillow had the stuffing knocked out of him last night. The feathers all over the floor. And here he is talking about irregularities. Irregularities in a Republican primary, just like he talked about irregularities in.
Okay, I can't listen. Joe Scarborough is pissing me off too much. His voice is
Like Joe lost his voice screaming for Israel.
Exactly. Did we even play that? Did we play that clip?
The Hassan meltdown?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, we should play that in a bit. But before we do, and folks, if you have the opportunity to send an email to Mike Lindell, leave a message on his site, tell him to continue to fight.
Don't give up.
Words of encouragement.
Exactly. I second that. I second that. Tweets, I think tweets are probably going to be the best, right? Twitter. But of course, I know a lot of leftists have exodused from themselves from X. So email, yeah, probably best. But yeah, I mean, you can't let him give up the fight. Mike Lindell would have been the perfect. I would have loved for Mike Lindell to be one of the Republican nominees in the general. I mean, he fits in perfectly with like Victor Marx and Ken Paxton and all the other psychos that they got ready for us coming to the general. Why did Mike? I think Mike's right. It has to be some sort of nefariousness. It doesn't make sense. This is what the voters voted for in 2024. It's almost like they are starting to rebel. Because here is the thing. I'm gonna drop the fake concern for Mike for a second. Because here's the thing. If this is real, which I'm fairly certain it is, this is the third in a row in 1 week. 2 different elections, yeah. Well, 3 actually. 1 in Tennessee, 1 in Michigan, 1 in Minnesota now. 3 different Trump-backed candidates that have all lost races in Republican primaries heading into the general. That does not bode well for the rest of the Republicans on the ticket because they're all deeply Trump loyalist candidates. People who ousted less loyalist candidates with Trump backings. If this is in fact a trend, which we could extrapolate over the rest of the year's elections, it could be very bad news for Republicans, right? Like if Republican voters are in fact abandoning, this is just something we got to lean on, right? If they're abandoning the Trump ticket, because that's 3 in a row, right? 1 was 1, then there was 2, and it's like maybe this makes a pattern. I don't know. There's also some extenuating circumstances in one of these, and then Mike Pillow Lindell loses in Minnesota. I mean, granted, Minnesota's not the most red state, but like, I just can't wrap my head around it. It's a Republican primary. I don't care what state you're in. Mike Lindell not winning with a Trump backing is big news. Like, this is actually big news. It means something for the elections. I think it bodes very badly, like I said, for the rest of the ticket, which is like 80%, at least 80%, if not more, of the ticket. Maybe 90. All the elections are over. They're all done. We've been talking about it. They're all done now. There's like 5 left. There's 3 next week. 6. I think there's 3 next week, and then there's 3 in September. And that's literally all that's left. 90% of the elections are done. But we do have a few. We got Florida, one of the big ones next Tuesday. Guy by the name of Oliver Larkin has been making the rounds on media. In fact, getting multiple shots on Fox News, which I found fascinating. Because if everybody remembers this Oliver Larkin's first appearance on Fox News, that did not go well for the Fox News host. Oliver, rather than answer some stupid question about, I can't remember what it was, Graham Plattner or something like that, he started talking about Donald Trump and the Epstein files and absolutely obliterated this host. We were all certain this guy was never going to be allowed back on. But he's actually made 2, from what I can tell, at least 2 different Fox News appearances since then. This is from, I think, over the weekend. Reposted by Oliver at Oliver for Congress on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
Oliver Larkin joins us now. Thank you for being with us on Fox News Sunday. Good to have you.
Thank you so much for having me on, Shannon.
I want to start your reaction to the James Carvilles, the Van Jones of the world, who say DSA does not belong in the Democrat Party. It doesn't align with their interests. Is the idea to, within the party, force the party to mold to your ideas, or do you think you can just exist within the tent?
I think it's very funny to hear James Carville talking about an AI stupid idea generator when there's $300,000 in super PAC spending from OpenAI's super PAC going for Jared Moskowitz in our district right now. I do think that James Carville and Van Jones are missing something, that electoralism is about addition, not subtraction, and I think it is very foolhardy to be excluding people from the Democratic Party, that they're going to be begging for our votes in 2028, and we need to be building a majoritarian coalition that's capable of winning back power in states like Florida and taking back the House of Representatives.
So let's talk about your district specifically, where you are challenging an incumbent. You mentioned Congressman Jared Moskowitz. The Miami Herald says you're not the man for the job. They say in a district that's 25% Jewish, they've endorsed your competitor. They say this, the editorial board writing. Larkin said he does not consider
It's pretty incredible that she just sort of throws that in there. The district is 35% Jewish. I hear you hate Israel, Oliver.
Zionism to be anti-Semitic, but that's disingenuous. He must know full well that many or even most Jews see anti-Zionism as a less obvious but still potent form of anti-Semitism. He may try to add his own spin to the term, but it remains offensive and is a dog whistle that no doubt appeals to anti-Semites. So what's your message to Jewish voters there in that district?
What a quote. What a
that they're part of our
wild
coalition.
quote.
And I will note that the South Florida Sun Sentinel, which declined to endorse Jared Moskowitz in this race, made his assertion that I'm running against him solely for his religion patently false. They listed the Medicare for All, $25 an hour, universal child care, paid family and medical leave. So there's some contentious issues that we're dealing with down here in South Florida, and the media is not a monolith, and the South Florida Sun Sentinel rightfully called out Jared Moskowitz's claim as false, and we reject the claim that anti-Zionism is equatable to anti-Semitism. I'm proud to have the support of Jewish organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace, and we're building a coalition for our collective liberation to stand up against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-black racism, anti-queer discrimination, and for the well-being and equality of all people who call our nation home.
Yeah. Oliver Larkin. Laying it down here at Fox News over the weekend. I think it must have been Sunday. Got that clip up real fast. But Fox is really working on Oliver here. They're very upset that he's threatening the great state of Florida with concepts like healthcare and affordability and not giving Israel unlimited amounts of money. And they re-invited him on for a discussion with Sean Hannity, which did not go. It didn't feel like it went according to plan. You be the judge.
Sean, is it Sean Hannity or Scott Hannity?
Scott Hannity, our
Scott
socialist
Hannity.
at Fox News.
This guy's very, very interested in the Oliver Larkin run. And part of it is because he's down in West Palm Beach, right? And is that Larkin's running for that?
Yeah, parts of the new redistrict Florida 25 includes the coastal part of Palm Beach. I can't imagine he lives inland. Yeah.
We had Oliver Larkin on this program, what was it, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, roughly.
And he's running for Florida's 25th. Primary is a week away.
The 25th, I believe.
And who is he?
Jared Moskowitz.
Oh, it's Moskowitz, right.
Yeah.
It's the
The
18th.
DeSantis Democrat.
The district is the 25th.
Did you hear that?
The district that Oliver Larkin is running for is the 25th, if I have it right in my head right now. It's the date is the 18th. Next week. 5 days from now. 6, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, whatever. Next Tuesday. Write it down.
Up for that when he?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Now, I've been told that the 25th was redistricted, so it's a little bit more heavily Republican, and Moskowitz is trying to set himself up for the general. We'll see. It's interesting that Larkin is getting this amount of attention. Scott Hannity really wants to make him look bad, and I'm trying to watch this with the eyes of a normal person who's not involved in politics, and then I'm trying to watch it as with the eyes of a Hannity fan, which honestly, like, I feel like I need to wake up at like 3 a.m. after having drank all night to really get a sense of like how someone watches Sean Hannity. He is really an untalented broadcaster, and I say this as someone who is not particularly talented at broadcasting myself, but I know it when I see it.
Aren't I a good guy?
And he's just been reading off Republican talking points, and if Rush Limbaugh was not his lead-in in radio for years and years, Sean Hannity would still be on Long Island just, I don't know, just being a racist. Yeah, go ahead. But here he is. He had Oliver Larkin on, and Larkin does a very good job here.
Florida Democratic congressional candidate Oliver Larkin. I do appreciate you coming on. I do. Let's pick up where we left off on my radio show.
You
so
can
I ask
tell
you,
he
two
doesn't.
each according to their need.
You can tell when he says the word appreciate that he definitely doesn't appreciate it. Jesus, those, what are they called? What are they called? The teeth fronts. Those things are bright. They are gleaming. They're whiter than the shirt. Oh my God. What do you call those things? I can't think of it now. I know there's a specific word for it.
Let's pick up where we left off on my radio show. So I ask you, two each according to their need. From each
Veneers,
American
yes.
according to
Those
their
veneers
ability.
are shiny. Those veneers are so shiny. In the floodlights in the studio over there at Fox, they are like mirrors in his mouth. Oh my God. He looks like a robot. Like he doesn't look human. They're so white. Like it just looks wrong. They don't look like they belong in a human mouth.
Pause it for a second.
Well, certainly not a human of that age. I mean, how old is Hannity? 75?
To be clear, that is what the hair dye dispensary said to Scott Hannity, Sean Hannity. And, since he moved down to Florida, it seems like he's getting a little bit less conscientious about not overindulging.
Diet?
Yeah.
Not on the GLP-1s. It's sad.
Yep.
Their ability. And I ask you, well, who said that? You did not know that it was Karl Marx. Have you had time to think about that?
Pause it for a second. Listen.
Have you had time to think about that?
They are so fixated
What kind of stupid
on this.
question is that?
Which, if you did not know Karl Marx said it, you would just be like, well, that seems actually like a pretty civilized way to...
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
That's the thing, though, is like these guys... They run on the assumption that if you say the word Marx, socialism, communism, whatever it might be, that you're supposed to just have a reflexive, negative reaction to it, regardless of how reasonable it is, right? Saying something like, oh, you shouldn't have to literally work yourself to death, is a very reasonable thing to say. But then you go, oh, Marx said that, and dudes like Sean Hannity go, ah! They lose their fucking mind.
My father tells me that his father would tell him, if you have extra money, share it. If you have extra talent, share it. If you have extra time, share it.
My
you have a
grandfather told me
responsibility.
if you want attention, shit your pants. But yeah, similar.
Similar thing. But that's what that sounds like. It sounds like be a good neighbor.
Right.
Have a good society.
Also, if he didn't know that was Karl Marx, that really makes Swiss cheese out of your he's a Marxist theory.
Right.
Well, that's the point. He desperately wants it. So I told you that Karl Marx said that. You didn't know that. Now what do you think about it? It's just an incredibly, God, he's
It's
just...
baby-brained. It is baby-brained, right? It's like... It's beyond reductive, right? It's literally just going, look, a bad guy said this thing, which means that therefore it has to be bad, right? And I'm clearly not saying that, Karl Marx is a bad guy, but what I'm saying is that that's how they view the world, like babies, like fucking babies, like they can't think for themselves. And so they need parameters. They're like, if Marx said it has to be bad and I must hate it, Ayn Rand told me so. It's just this weird appeal to this outdated authority from old It's all these old McCarthyists that are still alive, like fucking Hannity and Trump, that are just keeping this shit going still. Like, oh my God, wanting healthcare is communism. Not wanting to have to work yourself to death makes you a communist. You should want to enrich the capital holders in this country. Otherwise, you just hate America.
If they own a bunch of stuff, they can pay for it. Here.
Well, who said that? You did not know that it was Karl Marx. Have you had time to think about that?
Jesus Christ.
I've been focusing on meeting the people of our district, and I'm not coming at this from a theoretical point of view. I'm coming at this race from a pragmatic point of view of what the American people and the people of South Florida need, and that is Medicare for all, that is universal child care, that is the policy proposals that you just articulated on your show. This is what people, working class people, Democrats, Republicans, and independents want to see reflected in our government's priorities.
Well, what gives you such confidence? Medicare for all, taxpayer-funded abortions, federal government, prescription drugs, no more electoral college, automatic same-day voter registration, et cetera, which I think is ridiculous because you need time to check it out. I
love how the electoral college is the hill they want to die on. Who actually loves the electoral college? Like, who gets like riled up in defense of the electoral college, aside from dudes like Hannity who know that it's intrinsically linked to a particular kind of power, right? It's just opportunists who know it's an unfair system that suits them that get worked up about it. Everybody else is like, the electoral what? Oh, that stupid thing that, makes my votes. Like, people have been making fun of this shit for a while, like for quite a while. Right? Like in the mainstream, like it's been a joke that our votes don't count, right? And that somebody else has to vote for us because we might vote wrong or something. And like the electoral college is literally something that people think is kind of fucking ridiculous. In fact, it's actually a lot of nonpartisan people think it's kind of fucking stupid that exists. Sort of anti-democratic institution decides for us who we picked for president. It's like, we picked. Like, why are you here?
$1 minimum wage. Let me ask you the question this way.
Can I say, what's the problem with same-day voter registration, even theoretically?
You got to check it out. You got to check it out.
What do you mean, check it out?
You got to check it out.
Check it out, Matt.
How does he feel about same-day gun purchases?
You don't need to check it out. You don't need to check it out. But the voting thing, you got to check it out.
I mean, presumably there'd be some sort of check run when they register.
I got to check it out.
And check it harder than that.
But the amazing thing is, as he does that list, he doesn't refute anything. He said, I think it's ridiculous because you got to check it out. But that list,
you should have to pay for your prescriptions.
Increasingly,
seriously.
I mean, honestly, increasingly, it's like
it's quite a list of stuff that people are kind of more and more just sick of paying for. Health insurance, prescription drugs. Like he's just naming a bunch of things that really aren't very popular, right? Like, prescription drugs just keep getting more and more expensive. Same thing for health insurance. Electoral college is a clearly undemocratic institution that a lot of people think is just kind of stupid. And he's just like listing these things off like it's just this damning. It's like a damning list of evidence that he's brought before the jury. Respond, Oliver. Respond to the accusations against you. You want to make healthcare available to everyone and prescription drugs less expensive? Oh, disgusting.
To this dork.
Just what I spend on my supplements.
To take. How much should they be able to keep?
I think if we went back to the mid-20th century top marginal tax rates that we saw under the FDR, Truman, and Eisenhower administrations, that would be a fine place to start, because that was the golden age of the American middle class when we were expanding the share of wealth and equity in the country. And
you want well, give me a number. What percentage of every dollar should every American be able to keep
Pause
after
it.
they
Leave
pay?
him up there. Just so you know, Sean Hannity does not know what the top marginal tax rate was at that time.
Yeah, look it up, Sean.
Now he wants just a dollar figure.
Tell me how much you're going to steal from me.
How much are you going to take from me? Go ahead.
Government, local, state, federal.
it depends on the range of income that someone is making. For billionaires, I think that billionaires should be taxed out of existence. There's far too much money that is concentrated among the wealthy few.
You want to empower the government to take from the most
creative
providers, the most...
This one really upsets Sean Hannity. This one's personal for Sean. Okay? I had to look it up just to be sure. Did you know that Sean Hannity is worth like $400 million? And gets paid by Fox like $40-50 million a year. This one is, unlike everyone else listening to this, Oliver Larkin, the Majority Report crew, myself, chat, and literally most people on the planet. This one means way more to Sean than any of us, right? Like, he's almost a billionaire, right? He's in the top, 0.1%. He's making so much fucking money. Like, this one hits him exactly. This hits him where in the little Hannity's, like this is very personal to him. He is extremely wealthy, just crazy, just stupid, stratospherically wealthy.
People in our country.
No.
Now, I don't know many billionaires that are self-made that are stupid. Do you? I don't know any.
Well, I think that in the case of someone like Elon Musk, he's taken billions of dollars in government subsidies and government handouts to enrich his further wealth, and he then uses that wealth to borrow against
astronauts that were banned by Joe Biden. I'm sure you're grateful for Elon's contribution.
Oliver Larkin starts explaining the Social Security, like the, what do you call it? Like the cap. Like the income cap, contributions to Social Security and shit like that. And immediately Sean jumps in, because that's exactly what Sean is worried about. That's the thing that protects most of Sean's $40 million a year income from being taxed properly and going to fund things like Social Security and Medicare, right? Like, he's like, he hears those words and he just like, no, and he just jumps in. He can't let Oliver continue, right? Because if anybody hears what if anybody hears what Oliver actually has to say right now, like, you got a real problem. Because let's not forget, first off, most people don't know this. Most people do not know that people like Sean Hannity pay way less, especially as a proportion of their income, into Social Security than the rest of us, right? And like, Sean's audience is mostly people of Sean Hannity's age, or approaching it, or after it, right? People collecting or hoping to collect Social Security, and Sean's over here trying to protect himself from having to pay an equal share into that pool, and people like him. And so he's just got to cut off Oliver right here. He's like, we can't have all the old people in Florida finding out that people like me aren't paying a fair share into the Social Security. Florida? Do you know how many old people live in Florida? Miami Beach, Daytona, where is this, like Boca Raton? Are you kidding me? There are so many old people. Oh my God. It's a disaster. That's a 5-alarm fire over at Fox News. So he's just got a filibuster on top of Oliver, just make it completely incomprehensible what he's saying, hoping nobody heard it. Plus, most people are trying to make their hearing aids work. So as long as he gets in there before he gets going for too long, he's probably in the clear, right?
Right? I'm grateful for that.
Well, I mean, Elon Musk didn't even start his own company. He just bought it out, and this is, someone.
Okay, but I'm
who-
sure you are grateful that he
vulture-
rescued astronauts that Joe Biden abandoned in space 200 and some odd days.
Sean, I'm not really sure what you're speaking to. The International Space Station. I think
I'm
that,
talking about the guys
when,
that needed
private
to be
capital is
rescued,
deployed-
and Joe Biden did nothing, and Elon Musk.
I'm sorry. I was too focused on chat, looking through things over here. This was one of the funniest things from this whole thing. Was Sean Hannity claiming that Joe Biden left those astronauts up in space? Joe Biden did not leave. We covered this from day one, right? We covered this from day one. In no way did Joe Biden leave them in space. If anything, Boeing left them in space. Okay? Boeing are the ones who failed to make a competent a spacecraft which wasn't capable of bringing back the astronauts safely, right? Forcing an evacuation, an unplanned evacuation, right? It was Boeing. It was a corporation who failed them. It wasn't Joe Biden. Joe Biden.
I'm staying in the race.
Fucking hell. What a fucking nonsense thing. Joe Biden? Really? I couldn't believe it when I heard it earlier. It's like we literally covered it before it launched. Before the Starliner even took off. I was like, there's no way. Like, really? We're gonna, like, Boeing? They're the ones who's gonna, the guys who can't make a safe airplane because they keep cutting corners on safety. They're the ones. Yeah. And then what happened? That didn't go well. That didn't go well. In fact, we covered there was like 2 failed launches, like leading up to the actual launch. It's like 3 weeks of failed launches, and then they eventually went up. There's plenty of signs Boeing themselves could have taken, it would seem, to just not do the mission, scrap it. But no, profits. Nope, need the profits. So they sent those astronauts up there in a failed spacecraft. That's what happened. And everybody knows here that I'm no Joe Biden stan, but to claim that that's Biden's fault is nonsense. All right, that's it. That's all the primary. Everyone's talking about Oliver, and he's got pretty good social media presence right now. I'm hoping it works out for him in the primary here on next Tuesday. And I uploaded the Florida primary Galactic Florida primary list, but I haven't finished. I had to make a choice. I had to either finish working on that. There's 30 freaking seats to talk about in Florida this primary election, so it took me a really long time to edit the video down at all. It's still over 2 hours long. I mean, we talked about it for at least 4 or 5 hours over 2 different streams. And so I actually had a lot more editing for Florida than I remembered. I was talking about this the other day. But I at least got it edited, uploaded. I just got to do some more stuff with like the details, the thumbnail, and then I'll actually post that hopefully when I'm done with the stream tonight. I just didn't get it all finished like I wanted to this morning. I was hoping to have it posted earlier today before the stream so people would have something to watch before I went live. But I had to make sacrifices over here. Let's really quickly talk about the general elections. One in particular. That being the LA mayoral race, which is 2 Democrats up against each other. Nithya Raman and I believe Karen Bass. And Nithya Raman, the galactically preferred candidate in this race, is making quite a claim. as she is currently in government in Los Angeles. She is being punished, having committees and other things taken away from her, claiming she's being targeted and punished just for running for mayor. Here's NBCLA from 2 days ago.
A city council member and mayoral candidate Nithya Raman now being removed as chair of the Housing and Homelessness Committee.
This move is expected to happen later this week. It's something NBC4's Conan Nolan just confirmed, and he's here now with how this is happening. How is Raman losing this post?
She has been a chair of the key committee, and that's been part of this negotiation or this campaign for mayor of Los Angeles, a committee on the LA City Council. She's been ahead of it since 2023, in large measure due to her experience in the field of homelessness and research into that field. We have learned, though, that Nithya Raman will soon be relieved of that position as head of the Homeless and Housing Committee.
Yeah, this is dirty LA politics happening in front of us. Mayor Karen Bass, it seems, is using her power and sway. I'm not saying necessarily only her. Of course, you got Governor Newsom, who I'm sure is fully supporting Karen in this race as well. But this is fascinating, just the dirty politics Karen Bass seems to be playing, trying to prevent Nithya Raman from becoming the next mayor, taking her job. I'm not shocked, honestly. This kind of stuff happens in politics. And since Nithya is a political person, an elected official, but a lower level official than Karen, Karen is, well, kind of being a Karen.
Is retaliation.
I might be getting punished for running against Mayor Bass, but Angelenos are the ones who are paying the price for these political games. Mayor Bass and her allies are protecting what we all know is a deeply broken status quo, one that is not serving any person here in the city of Los Angeles.
So as you can see, they turned that into a quick campaign commercial on video. Now, the councilwoman has said that when it comes to the homeless count, and
oh, there we go. Yep, Nithya Raman taking the opportunity to turn her loss into hopefully a campaign win in November. We will see what happens. Fingers crossed. I think it should be much better. Way better than fucking Karen Bass. Speaking of the war in the Democratic Party, let's go here to Sadeo. To this clip posted 2 days ago in a conversation between Mehdi Hassan and Sam Cedar about whether socialists are taking over the Democratic Party.
I'm staying in the race.
You mentioned the Democrat.
Whoops.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
What have I done? Why are you... Stop this. There we go.
Party and lessons to be learned. We're speaking not long after multiple primary wins by leftists. Abdul Al-Sayed being the biggest primary win of 2026.
Okay, before we actually do this, I'm just realizing that we're 2.5 hours into the stream right now. It's been at least an hour, more than an hour since we started the goal. How much time do we got on that timer right now? Hour and 49 minutes to complete the galactic content goal. Hour and 49 minutes. Prevent the stream from ending suddenly. Thankfully, lots of ways to fund the stream, keep it alive. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. I'll even open up Throne today. I'm feeling saucy. But also, Patreon is, of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. $3 a month. Get more galactic. Alright, let's try this again.
You mentioned the Democratic Party and lessons to be learned. We're speaking not long after multiple primary wins by leftists. Abdul al-Sayed being the biggest primary win of 2026 by a country mile, winning a Senate primary. Narrowly, yes, but some would argue doesn't matter how narrow it was. He took out $60 million of spending, the endorsements of the entire party establishment. He wins. Chris Raab wins in Pennsylvania. Malak Kuros wins in Colorado. Claire Valdez and Brad
we're
Lander.
At 7 DSA members are going to be congresspeople this year.
According to my colleague Prem Tech, I think it's 9 total self-professed socialists, because Brad Lander is no longer DSA, but he does identify as a Democratic Socialist.
Correct.
So you've got about 9 socialists will be in the House in January by Prem's count. So that's just an interesting phenomenon, but also the lessons learned from Democrats about change, populism, anti-establishment messaging. I think that's really important. But what do you say, given we've talked about the Tea Party in 2010, as both of us are old enough to remember that period, what do you say to this common line now, which is, this is the Democratic Party's Tea Party moment? What's happening now? This is the Democrats' Tea Party. And remember, the Republicans' Tea Party didn't work out so well for the Republicans. What do you say to that line of argument?
It is only analogous in the sense that there is an insurgency and the establishment of the Democratic Party is completely out of touch with the voters.
Which the Republican establishment was, as we discussed, with its voters.
And I think that's really the end of the analogy. I mean, it's a very sort of like a lazy way of making an assessment.
It gives me
Yeah, and we've been using this analogy around here. But we've actually for the last week been talking about some sort of replacement. Before I ever saw this clip, actually, we've been talking about a replacement to that. Because, like Sam and Mehdi are vocalizing here, I think I and some people in chat also agree that it just doesn't quite fit. It feels like we're sort of following almost too much in the footsteps of Republicans, and much of the analogy is not a one-to-one. It's not we're not being funded by some big money group. The Koch brothers aren't funded. Soros isn't getting involved in this shit. And, we don't have buses of people getting brought in and things, like all these sorts of things that were happening back then. None of those things are. It's grassroots, it's actual grassroots movement, momentum, even though, that was sold as grassroots, even though it clearly wasn't. It was totally carpetbagged. But, on the very sort of shallow, on some of the more shallow elements of these things, of these two different moments in political history, I think there are certainly some parallels, but they deviate rather quickly. Hard left, hard right, depending on which one you're talking about.
But I mean,
the whole both sidesism when it comes to this. You're right. The analogy is it's an insurgency, but then it actually does matter what you're insurgent about.
Well, of course. I mean, that's
issues about, people get annoyed when I say this, and you've said it, I'm sure, a version, which is, yes, there's a far right, and yes, there's a far left. The far right wants Nazism and ethnic cleansing. The far left wants Medicare for all. That is not the same thing.
And I would also argue that even in the context of the far right in this country is pretty much a genuine far right. Yeah. I mean, internationally speaking, you start to bump up against fascism.
Yep.
As you saw
very quickly. 20 minutes in.
I got no problem with that. But the far left in this country is not
communist.
The far left.
It's fucking Scandinavian Social Democrats.
It's the Democrats in 1930.
That's true. It's FDR Democrats.
100%.
And at best, international comparisons, it's Danish centrist.
And so,
yes, the horrifying Danish centrists. Oh God. Exactly. However, they are freaking out about the Danish centrists. Certainly at Fox News, Hassan has literally become not literally, that's a misuse of the word literally, but Hassan has basically become a Fox News contributor vicariously through Fox News segments featuring Hassan on every single I'm not kidding. Every single Fox show. It's honestly, it's out of control. It's gotten out of hand, okay? They're all doing Hassan hit pieces now. Proof. Exhibit A, Laura Ingraham.
It's Piker's party now. That's the focus of tonight's angle.
Dude.
Do you see what I mean? This is just the beginning. This is the first 3 seconds of this video clip. It opens up with fucking Laura Ingraham going, "This is Hassan Piker's party now." This is the focus of the angle tonight. The whole angle is focused on Hassan Piker, for the love of God.
A communist.
Okay.
Wish. I mean, I wish it was the DSA party. You know what I mean? Like, not the Piker party, but I wish it was like, instead of the Democratic Party, it was a Democratic Socialist of America party, you know? That'd be sick. We would never lose another election ever again. I'm not even kidding.
Democrats' new socialist surrogate is a total phony. He's a Nepo baby who spends more time thinking about his wardrobe than his putrid rhetoric.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
Dude, how many times are they going to bring out the Rick Scott clip, dude? How many times are they going to do it? We all know that he wasn't actually going for that. But Fox News is not, they're not playing. They are bringing out all the worst, the most prop-clipped clips available. They've got them all, like, in a bank now. It's like a server dedicated to Hassan clips, like the 5 Hassan clips that exist of him, you know, out of context saying something that sounds wrong. It's wild. But it's not just Laura, okay? She's not the only one with a Fox News show or a Hassan take. Nay. Exhibit B, Kayleigh McEnany.
The angle.
Fox News alert, Abdul El-Sayed is calling for unity, but he's refusing to condemn Hassan Piker, despite Piker saying that America deserved 9/11.
He said that you need to renounce people like the left-wing streamer Hassan Piker, who was campaigning with you, who was out there in Michigan on Monday night, I believe last night as well. Do you have any plans to do that?
Look, I'll tell you this. I'm less focused on folks who are campaigning with me, more focused on the folks I'm campaigning to. And I think it's important to stay in touch with the folks who...
How long are they going to milk this? I don't know. I want to know what their audience is saying. When people are more focused on power than morals, I always laugh when Rush Limbaugh referred Carville as old serpent head. Carville's notion, oh my God, all the boomers that watch this hate James Carville, so they're accidentally getting polarized. They're accidentally getting polarized in my direction.
Who you want to elect you. I think that's clearly what's gone wrong with Senator Fetterman.
Which makes perfect sense, because James Carville's been trotted out by Democrats all the time. He's just a glib, loud loser. And so, of course, the Fox News audience hates him. So you bring him out. This is what I keep saying. This is kind of what I've been saying, is like, this Fox News's decision, it is, in my opinion, it's like a political decision to circle the wagons around the Chuck Schumers and the John Fettermans and the same people they've been calling communists for the last 30 years. They're suddenly coming out and saying, actually, these guys, they're not so bad. We've been fucking lying to you guys for 30 years. These guys are just centrist dickbags. We work with them all the time. We vote for the same stuff. We go to the same parties. And they're actually our friends. These guys, these are the real communists. The ones who want to give you health care and want to lower your cost of living, housing, child care. Those are the communists. Those are the real communists. And it's like, wait, so the guys you've been telling me my whole life are communists aren't communists. It's like, who are they talking to? Right? So when they bring out somebody like a James Carville, who they've been fear-mongering and were like demonizing for the last 30 years as like the devil, who wants to bring about Chinese-style socialism, communism, or whatever. He's going to turn, you know, America into the CCP. Like, they bring out James Carville as being, like, the good guy. I think it confuses the audience, because for years they've hated him, and then they bring out some random dude, some much younger random dude who's much more popular than James Carville's got millions of followers. They're like, this is the bad guy. It just, to me, I feel like it falls flat on its face. You know, it's the boy who cried wolf analogy I think I've made on a number of occasions. But it just, when you do it on a narrative purpose, it just really doesn't work. Right? Like, you can't be the boy who cried wolf when you're a narrative, when it's your job to create narratives, right? When you make it obvious that when you literally bring, like, do stories that say, I was the boy who cried wolf, and I'm going to continue to do the same thing, but now about a different group of people, like, it does fall flat, I think, even for your most idiotic Fox News viewer.
Guys, yes, the top comment is my head is small. F you.
I did have some words for my next guest, James Carville.
Now James Carville's talking about leaving the party. We got John Fetterman, James Carville, fantasizing about leaving the party. I'm like, you're sweetening the deal.
It's also, I mean, it's just so, part of me is like, why does anybody still listen to James Carville? He said one smart thing once, which he seems to have forgotten, which is, it's the economy stupid.
Joining me now, Democratic strategist James Carville. That was a rather smart take. It's the economy, stupid.
Oh, man, I'm telling blistering me. I don't know what I can do. I can't take it. Please, Mama, help me.
Your response to El Sayed.
Such vicious people. Wow. So, look, at the end of the day, I think the guy's going to win anyway. I mean, Trump's probably...
Why is this fucking guy... He's the original Zuckerberg, right?
Zuckerbucks.
Like James Carville's been bringing out these fucking stupid... He's a multi-millionaire who comes out in fucking hoodies and baseball hats all the time. Tries to be like an aw shucks, like, I'm just a normal guy. I'm a normal guy. I'm here to tell you, Kaylee... This Hassan Parker, he's a bad guy. He's a blowhard. Like, he's not relatable, but he pretends to be relatable, thinking that visually, if he just puts on a fucking baseball cap and a fucking hoodie, he's gonna trick people. It's ridiculous. Like, no, you're not tricking anybody. You look like the fucking Crypt Keeper. You look like a Crypt Keeper is about to do a hip hop, like start a hip hop career or something. Like, what is this? What is this look? What is this, seriously? What is this fucking... The more I look at it, the more that it, like, offends my eyes. The NOLA shirt, the golden, green, and purple NOLA shirt with the trumpet, with the yellow hood, green and purple sleeves, and red, just bright red shirt. Like, the whole thing, the whole visually is just throwing me off. It makes me look young. Well, you don't understand. What you don't understand is that it makes me look young. The kids respond to it. They see me in the baseball hat and the multicolored hoodie, and they think, "Oh, that's a guy I can relate to. He's like my buddy. He's like my buddy Jim, my 90-year-old buddy Jim." Exactly. Hey fellow, it's hey fellow kids meme. Yes, thank you, vertical chatter. Correct. One vertical chatter. White thumbs. It's hey fellow kids meme. So hard, and it's so pathetic. And he thinks he's getting. What's crazy here is that he genuinely does think he's getting away with it. Like it truly, he does. He doesn't give up. I've never seen the man in a suit. He's been doing this since I was a child. I don't think I've ever seen him in a suit one time. He's always trying to be like, hey, fella. I mean, but he's looked like the fucking Crypt Keeper since I was a kid. the same bald, leathery, unbearable dickbag that he was then. In fact, he's just gotten more unbearable than like over the years. Somehow he's gotten worse. But actually, Kaylee's not the only one, I'm afraid. Yep. We're not done. It's the whole crew. What did I tell you? Hassan is officially a Fox News contributor now, vicariously through all the goddamn stories they're doing over here. We did Laura Ingraham. We got Kaylee McEnany. Who's up next? Greg Gutfeld, I suppose. My fellow Nazis. Right? That's what Greg said, right? People like him need to reclaim the word Nazis, which is interesting. Remember that? Remember when Greg Gutfeld wanted to reclaim it? The Nazi term? As a Nazi, he needed to reclaim it.
The left.
So this is the bed the Dems made, and it's full of mindless narcissists bred in a terrarium of victimhood who really realize that being a loser is winning if you say it's the white man's fault. But the bed was made through cowardice, for the Dems refused to draw a line in the sand against American-hating interlopers, and even adopting...
What he won? Buttfeld. Hey, guys, put some respect on it. This is the most popular name in late night comedy, okay?
Their divisive, incendiary rhetoric, turning every institution from churches to museums to borders into a means to achieve power, which now leaves the party dependent on the very faction that it wants to contain. Spoiler alert, they can't. By courting the abolish ICE, trans mafia, and police defunding crowd, they created a vacuum that this more extreme faction, full of energy and moral certainty, now occupies.
I've heard this phrase on multiple occasions on Fox News. It's one of the most mystifying phrases I can imagine. Okay? Like, I don't know if anybody here has seen any mob movies. Goodfellas, Casino. You know, anything, really. It is wild to suggest that trans people or anybody who's speaking out like for trans people could be even kind of analogized to the mafia, right? A little group of violent criminals who went around terrorizing neighborhoods, right? Like just beating the shit out of people and murdering them in the streets. Like, and you like running in criminal operations, like is the same thing as trans people wanting to be able to go to the bathroom without being attacked, or like run a fucking marathon in high school. Like, I mean, really, those are the same things.
It sucks harder than Supergirl. And fearing the loss of rich, progressive donors, the Dems lack the balls to reject the Marxists' unhinged goals, which is why they'll jump into bed with anyone from Nazis to Ilhan Omar's brother. Oh. The DSA now have cultural, youthful leverage. And all the old guard has is lizards, vampires, and Andre the Giant. To break free from this extremism, the Dems would have to publicly disagree with them on the border, trans, and crime, but their fear makes it impossible. Because instead of seeing the DSA as a rival ideology, they treat it like a protege, and now they're screwed like a home.
He wishes the Democrats were doing that. Nobody is doing that. Literally, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and fucking, I mean, name a top level Democrat, right? Like, none of them would support Zohran Mamdani when he was running. They are all running, like, the DCCC, DMFI. You know, DNC is running candidates against DSA, like literally just like pulling them out of their asses when they realize when they're like running in races right now, like doing everything they can to shut it down. right? In every single situation, they are pulling strings. They are pushing levers wherever they can to try and foist all of this. And Greg is living in some alternate universe where Nancy Pelosi is stoked about Nithya Raman, where Karen Bass isn't literally punishing Nithya Raman for running in the race, right? Like, in a world where the establishment Democrat apparatuses didn't just spend like $70 billion trying to elect a failed candidate against a guy who wasn't even DSA, who just vaguely wanted people to have healthcare and shit. This is an alternate universe theory that doesn't exist in this reality.
Vader at Graham.
It's so strange because it's like, dog, this is what the voters want. You're just mad that the voters want something different than you.
Yeah, that too. Anyway, it's not just Gutfeld, though. He doesn't just have a hate boner. He's not the only one with a hate boner for Hassan at Fox. Got one more weirdo obsessed with Twitch's golden boy, Sean Hannity.
Washington Post even prepping voters for the very real possibility that a blue midterm wave is not coming. And tonight, after a series of big primary wins for dozens of bizarre, radical, socialist, communist candidates, the traditional base of the Democratic Party, they're not too happy either. Take a look.
What's in this corridor? Well, there are a lot of working class voters and a lot of African American voters. Abdul Al-Sayed did very poorly amongst these groups in the primary.
No, they didn't. No, he didn't. It's bullshit. He didn't even do that poorly with black voters in general, which is why it's so crazy that this narrative is set. He did phenomenal with the middle class voters. Haley Stevens ran the numbers up on under 65,000 and over 95,000. These guys are trying to make it happen. They're hoping that this people back movement is actually going to be despised by the masses. I don't think so. They can keep trying. Here's the problem. They don't understand that they don't have the masses' interest anymore. Americans are genuinely sick and tired of mainstream media, whether it be CNN, MSNBC, or especially Fox News.
Now, another one of Piker's good friends, socialist congressional candidate Chris Rabb, well, he was on this program last night. He has the bluest congressional district in the country, and he tried to talk in circles, pretended not to even know.
One of Piker's friends. Do you hear the way they're talking about him? It's crazy. We don't need this whole thing. I think you get the point. Hassan Piker is enemy number one at Fox News, and their number one goal now is to tie every Democratic candidate to him. They think that if they can manage to do that, they will succeed in something. And having villainized any of the left of center candidates that have won or are looking to win primaries. This is their whole strategy now. It's literally all they've got. It's true. They've completely run out of. I mean, the fact is they can't hit. Like, unlike Democrats, who they've just been sort of slapping around for decades now, rhetorically speaking, narrative-wise. When it comes to Democratic socialists, they have nothing. Because for the last couple decades, it hasn't been a policy fight. They complained about Obamacare for like 6 years or something like that, which was a Mitt Romney Republican Heritage Foundation healthcare plan. Obamacare is a Heritage Foundation healthcare plan. It's why it's not as good as it should be. Right? It's why you have it administered not by the government, but by just it's the Wild West of insurance companies, right? It hasn't been an actual ideological fight. But now, all of a sudden, it's an ideological fight, and they don't know Like, they can't trick the voters into them being these aw shucks of the people guys anymore, right? Like, because that's what guys like Tucker Carlson and even Sean Hannity sometimes, a lot of these people are always trying to act like they're just regular dudes, right? Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson are taking in tens of millions of dollars a year, trying to pretend like they're just one of us, you know? And it couldn't be further from the truth. And it's these sorts of fights that make it obvious, because they can't fight. They can't say, like, oh, people are doing fine with their health care. They know that even Republicans were kind of like, you know, last year, actually it was technically over a year and a half ago now. But you get what I'm saying. Like, people don't like the healthcare system we have. They're paying too much. Like, they have tried to avoid going after them on these policies. They don't actually have arguments against it. Aside from just, it's Marxism, right? So they need a villain. They need Hassan Piker. They need to pretend like he is the worst guy on the planet. But it might backfire. Because how long can you villainize a guy like Hassan until people either A, do their own investigations, or just like tune out, right? There's like a whole bunch of people who just don't give a shit, who will maybe pay attention for a little bit, but are just like gonna tune out if you talk about it too long. And then there's a group of people who are gonna take what you're saying seriously, then look into it probably a little bit. And they might wind up on one of his fucking streams, right? They might wind up actually watching some of his clips on his channel and realizing he's not a lunatic, and he just wants people like people like Fox News viewers to pay less for healthcare and housing and childcare and transportation, shit like that.
Of course, Fox News is going to try to make a mountain out of a molehill with my affiliations with campaigns, because they can't talk about the fucking economy.
Problem for Republicans here, when I speak with them, is that this is the only card they have to play right now.
Did Fox News just admit it? So if you want to try and understand the Hassan Piker media outrage that's been going on right now, mostly with right-wing media, but also a bit with liberal media, Joe Scarborough on MS Now was freaking out yesterday about Hassan Piker, even though he admitted to never actually watching any of him. I'm going to try and help explain what's been going on. So, in this video,
okay, now David is the reason I found this particular clip. So I'm just going to skip way ahead. This is the part that I find most relevant.
I don't think the strategy is actually going to work out for them, but they are doing whatever they can. And if you think this is just Hassan's theory, here is Fox News itself. So, shared by Adria here. This is Mario Parker on Fox News, who brings up how Republicans have been playing the Hassan Piker card, and if that's going to work out for them.
But you see, I mean, you saw El Sayed refuse to denounce Piker. Also, Piker has a strong following within the Democratic Party. I mean, there's no other way around that. He's got about 5 million followers on places like YouTube and Twitch. He's solved some of the Democrats' problems around masculinity that they've had over the last few years as well. And speaking to those young men that Trump ended up taking in the 2024 and 2020 election also. So it's something that the party is going to have to navigate. Now, the problem for Republicans here, when I speak with them, is that this is the only card they have to play right now in many places like Michigan and elsewhere. You have to be careful, according to the Republicans that I spoke to, because at the end of the day, even with this socialist argument, they're still talking about rent, groceries, the cost of living. So you have to be very careful not to over-torque those arguments.
This man who is speaking...
You just said the quiet part out loud. Oh, you just said the quiet part out loud right here. Because they're not saying it publicly. But if they are, in fact, saying it privately, then they know exactly what I've been saying this whole time. Is that they have no antidote to this stuff. They're the party of the billionaires. They're the ones who just gave billionaires tax cuts so that Americans could spend more on healthcare. And, like, they got nothing. They got fucking nothing on this stuff. They know they're cooked. We're talking about the real issues and actual solutions, unlike Democrats who have done platitudes, which are easy to shoot down. Actual policy suggestions, real suggestion of change. You can't just go, oh, you're just you're a radical. Like some people are just going to start thinking that they're radicals. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's going to be people, a bunch of Republicans or Republican-leaning independents who hear stuff like affordable health care, prescription drugs, housing, childcare, and whatever else, and say, that sounds great. And then they're going to hear they're going to be listening to Fox News, and Fox News is going to be saying, you're a fucking radical if you want that. You're a Marxist. And all of a sudden, you have like Republicans reading the Communist Manifesto or something. I'm not saying that's a guarantee, but I'm just playing it out in my head, you know, just playing it out psychologically, game theory wise. I feel like you get a few defectors when you do that. When you villainize, which is exactly what that guy is saying, right? Like, you villainize wanting things that everybody genuinely want, that Republicans pretend to care about every year, right? Because that's the thing. Republicans, if you listen to Republicans long enough, and I am forced to every day, they talk about this to their voters. When they go to rallies, they talk about healthcare. They talk about cost of living. They don't have any policy prescriptions to change anything, to make anything actually better, aside from demonizing immigrants, right? And we've already demonized the immigrants. We've already put immigrants into detention centers and deported hundreds of thousands. And affordability hasn't changed. It's gotten worse, actually, in the last 2 years. Everybody knows it. And they continue to not have solutions, and now you got a whole new crew of people with actual solutions. You can't just do the same old playbook Republicans have been relying on this whole time of platitudes and nothing, no actual real. You can't, you can't just respond like, I care about healthcare too, and then not say how you're gonna solve it, right? You can't say I care about affordability too, and then say I'm gonna give the billionaires tax cuts. That's not going to sit well. But that's exactly what we are faced with now in the general. That's why I keep saying, everybody, keep your heads down. Just keep your heads down in the primary. The more winning we do in the primary, the more fun the general's going to be. But unfortunately, for I think a bunch of people, us, Mehdi, Hassan, Zeteo, and perhaps just really America more broadly, Hassan Piker isn't the only person that the right is going after. Ben Shabibo has been apparently going to war with one Mehdi Hassan lately. Seems like a weird life choice. But I am not Ben's wife.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Unfortunately, the reasons which Ben Shapiro are going after Mehdi seem less political and more kind of deeply racist and Islamophobic.
After more than 10 years of ignoring little old me, Ben Shapiro finally devoted an entire 13-minute video to responding to a tweet of mine. See, the co-founder and editor emeritus of the now struggling Daily Wire got triggered by a tweet from me calling the Daily Wire's new action movie, Run, Hide, Fight Infidels, bigoted, Islamophobic, and cliched. I mean, just look at the trailer about an ISIS attack on a US college campus, which begins with references to Allah, moves on to images of Muslims on prayer mats, and ends with the literal Islamic call to prayer. How many lazy, sweeping Islamophobic tropes can you squeeze into a single 2-minute trailer? But Shapiro got very defensive in a video that he posted to YouTube on Friday about me and his movie.
Mehdi Hasan did what you would expect. Mehdi Hasan, an import from Al Jazeera and a spokesperson for Qatar, it is difficult to come up with a more bigoted, Islamophobic, and cliched trailer than this one. Okay, so I have a question.
It's just a spokesperson. Mehdi Hasan is a spokesperson for Qatar. If I were Mehdi, I would sue him because that's wild. Mehdi is not a spokesperson for Qatar. Did he used to work for Al Jazeera? Yeah. But to claim that he is now, as an independent media business owner and journalist, to be a fucking spokesperson for Qatar is just crazy. It's just more Islamophobia. It's just deeply bigoted, like Mehdi is saying.
Islamophobic and cliched trailer than this one. Okay, so I have a question. Why is it Islamophobic to point out what ISIS actually does and says? It turns out that he's going to have to explain to me how an Islamic terror group that is literally doing everything that is done in the movie, is done by Islamic terror groups all over the world. Why is depicting those people on screen Islamophobic? He's going to explain how that actually implicates all of Islam. Does it? I mean, if it does, then maybe Mehdi should explain. Why is it Islamophobic to literally just quote ISIS doing ISIS things?
Happy to explain, Ben. Because, you gaslighter, the trailer that you just showed your viewers moments earlier doesn't just quote ISIS doing ISIS things. It shows the main character, the hero, the ex-American Special Forces soldier, played by Jonathan Majors, the actor who incidentally was convicted of assaulting and harassing his former girlfriend. It shows him saying, this is about Islam, not ISIS. Islam.
There are 3 ways Islam will conquer the West. Through immigration, through the wombs of our women.
Jesus Christ.
By using our nation's freedoms against us.
I can't believe the trailer. Like, that's what's crazy to me is like the trailer is just a fucking bigoted tirade. like what is the movie? Like I can't bring myself to watch it, but I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what is contained within the movie. That's the trailer. Like that's just the, you know, just a couple of lines that the producers thought would be good to get you in to watch the rest of the film. What's the rest of the film? You know what I mean? Like if that's the thing to get you in the movie, what's left to satisfy those people? Nothing good.
That isn't Islamophobic. Islam will conquer the West by taking advantage of American women. Shapiro totally ignores that line from Majors, even though I pointed it out to him in a subsequent quote tweet that has since been seen by over 1 million people, but conveniently overlooked by Shapiro in his 13-minute video.
Damn, Ben Shabibo started a fight with Mehdi he can't even finish, ignoring tweets with 2 million views. Come on. Come on. Come on, Beebs. Get it together, pal. Grow a bear. If you're going to start a fight with the great Mehdi Hasan, backing out just makes you look weak and pathetic. He's supposed to be the right's wonderkind. You know, prodigy child bred of pure hate. Pure hate and neoconservatism. And now you're running away from tweets? That is sad. That is sad. Really sad, Ben. Just running away like a little baby.
You're a little baby.
Like a little baby scared of Mehdi. Yep. Speaking of fights, battles, wars, The war on Christmas is starting at a nearly unprecedented time this year. The man who I think has perhaps been most focused on the war on Christmas in the 21st century is, of course, none other than Sam Cedar of the Majority Report. He has a war on Christmas alert here from yesterday.
Brian asked me, is this the earliest you've ever seen something like this? It is not. July, I believe, in the past, we've had some war on Christmas stuff. But this stuff warms.
Close.
August is close. It's true. But, you know, we are just months away from Islamists, leftists, Islamists, Islamo-communists.
Chrislam, Marxist, Marxo-Chrislam.
Islamists, all of these people stealing your Christmas. Here is Ted Cruz with Jesse Waters.
Is that where the energy is? They want to cancel Thanksgiving?
They're crazy enough, yes. They want to cancel Thanksgiving. They want to cancel Christmas. Look, these communists hate America. They hate capitalism. El Sayed is also an Islamist, as is Mondami. And look, you see the green-red convergence where the communists and the Islamists, they want Sharia law, they hate Jews, they hate Christians, they hate capitalism, they hate America. Yeah. All of this is coming together in a way that is really a toxic, toxic stew.
Is that...
This is some next level hyperventilating from Ted Cruz over here. Him and old fucking Jesse Waters.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Just this... Oh my god, this great replacement hyperventilation that they're doing over here is just so tired and sad. It's like, and the fact that they're doing this in August, I think speaks to the fact they really do have nothing, right? They have to pull out the war on Christmas in August. And I think that tells you something. It tells you a lot.
Toxic stew.
And if it's red and green, it would be yellow, right? It would be the
brown.
Yellow stew.
Brown.
Right.
Nope. Wrong.
Pretty
sure it's brown. I'm not a color scientist, but I'm fairly certain brown.
The leftists and the Islamists.
Like the curry that the audience is scared of.
I just like they will find something, but they have not figured it out yet. They have not figured it out yet.
Seriously.
Yeah. Like, I don't think
that's what it is right now, right? Like, Republicans came to power. They came to power screaming from the rooftops. Screaming from the rooftops that Donald Trump and Republicans had won in historic fashion, had been handed a mandate of an unprecedented nature, passed everything that they wanted, big beautiful bill, tax cuts for billionaires, Medicare and Medicaid cuts for everybody else, cuts to the environment, to regulations for businesses, spent tens of billions of dollars chasing and murdering immigrants in the streets, started a war in Iran, and now everything's more expensive. And everything's a little bit worse. And they literally have nothing going into the midterm right now. And they are just hoping to ride the culture war into November. And I am determined not to let them do it. So this is me, a guy who has been a soldier in the war on Christmas now for multiple years. I am willing to lay arms down, right? To call a ceasefire, if you will, in the war on Christmas. This year, it's coming up. We still have months to go. I think that it's probably best for us to, just say, okay, look, listen, we get it. Christmas is really important to you guys. Clearly it's important to a lot of people. That's fine. Okay? Let's talk about healthcare and housing. How's that sound? Let's talk about Operation Epstein Fury or those Epstein files or price of gas. Literally anything. I'm fine with it. Honestly, I'm willing to concede, at least for this year, for this season, 2027. I'm not calling this is a like the deals signed, like in theory, so long as everybody on all sides follows the rules, like in theory, next year, there's still a potential, so long as the deal isn't, re-signed, amended, extended. The war on Christmas will be back on in 2027, barring no diplomacy. I'm just saying, it's a temporary ceasefire, which I think is very generous of me, because we should talk about the issues. I think that's what's important, right? Going into the holiday season, I say we focus in on the elections. That's all I'm saying. I'm fine with replacing the holidays with the election season this year. In fact, I might even break out the Santa hat early this year, just to prove, not this early, I mean, that's ridiculous, but a little early, just to prove my seriousness about this. All right. Well, as we segue away from talking about politics and the elections, which have been taking up a great deal of our focus lately, which I'm fine with, honestly, but, yeah, it's really been gearing up more and more. As the primaries end and the midterms begin, we should probably take a quick look at the numbers. CNN, 3 days ago.
President Trump says voters are angry at Republicans, but not angry at him.
They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
He's full of it. The president's full of it. I mean, that's just the bottom line. I mean, that is the scientific answer. That's a scientific phrase. I mean, you could just see it here, how voters are feeling. 43% of them in an average of polls are choosing the Republicans for the House. The Republicans for the House are outrunning President Trump. His approval rating is just 37% in an average of polls. They're outrunning him by 6 points. Among independents, the spread's even wider. I have it as a little nugget down there. The House Republicans are outrunning Donald Trump by 9 points, although they're...
Yes, they are. I mean, Donald Trump's got terrible approval.
Holy Toledo.
25% approval rating with independents for the president, and it's basically a 1/3, 34% approval rating for Republicans among independents, which are terrible fucking numbers. It spells bad news. It spells bad news for Republicans in the general election. And we really haven't been spending any time on, on them. Not just us, but I think most people. A lot of us are very much primary brained at this point. I think more and more so, which I'm perfectly fine with. But the fact is soon we're all going to be just turning our attention to the people running in these races, doing hopefully everything we can to tie them to the president, to the failures of all Republicans and of the president for the last 2 years, because they've been in power. They reminded us of this over and over again last year. I refuse to let them forget that they had that fucking mandate. Oh, we're gonna be doing mandate montages very soon. I'm just gonna start doing mandate montages over here. All the Republicans were just screaming. We have a Trump. Republicans we have a mandate from the masses. America told us that they want us. We're never going out of power ever again. We have full control of everything. It's glorious. We're gonna fix America. Okay. Before we completely leave the elections, let's see what Donald Trump had to say here in the Oval Office on Monday. By the way, before we do this, great job to Lowercase for the 70 stream streak, and thank you to CR, another anonymous dono on Cash App, $10. Hassan Big and Tall Suit Money. Hassan Big and Tall Suit Money. Yep. Yes, correct. Let me update the galactic content goal. Deficit goal. Making slow but sure progress on that. We still got to raise like $40 a day on Cash App or PayPal or Patreon to solve that before the end of the month. I don't know how we're gonna, but we're gonna have to. Otherwise, bad things are gonna happen. All right, back to the president. This was on Monday in the Oval Office vis-a-vis Democrats and Democratic Socialists.
What recommendations do you have for Republicans, heading into midterms right now? And are Democrats, with the candidates they're putting forward, making life easier for?
Well, the one thing is we have jihadists being elected all over the place. We have this, whether it's communism, jihadism. It's a friend of mine called up. He said, really, you should use the word jihadist.
My friend called and said you should say jihadist. I wonder who called and said that. Who do you figure? Larry Ellison? Barry Weiss? Who's like the sort of narrative monster? Like, racist, Zionist-brained freak that called the president and said, start saying Islamist. That's a good talking point. Start being just blatantly racist, Islamophobic. Like, just fully lean in. Just call them communist Islamists. And he's like, that's great. That's brilliant. Who thought of that?
Because that's what's happening. And I'm not sure that anybody, if you take a look at what happens in other countries, I think that's not going to be necessarily the way we want to live. But when you look at the radicalism and the craziness of the candidates and the stupidity of what they're suggesting, let's get rid of the Supreme Court, let's get rid of the presidency, let's get rid of the Senate. They want to get, sometimes I'd like to get rid of the Senate too.
Sometimes I'd like to get rid of the Senate too. I love how at the end of it, he's like spouting off this list of things that he's claiming are horrifying. And at the very end of it, he's like, actually, sometimes I kind of want to do all that stuff. Sometimes I want to get rid of the Senate too. They're very annoying. Sometimes they're stopping me from trying to do things. Like one time, they said, sir, you can't do that. I was like, what? What are you talking about? One time they passed that Epstein Files thing, and I was like, are you guys crazy?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I just found that to be fascinating. Like, both of those little tidbits that somebody supposedly called him and told him to start saying Islamist communists. And that while he's simultaneously trying to scaremonger about Democratic Socialists wanting to get rid of the Senate, he literally says he wants to get rid of the Senate. He's a real fucking lunatic. He's a real deranged sort of dictator wannabe. What's the difference between a dictator and a dictator wannabe when you're the president of the United States? Speaking of being a dictator, Donald Trump had some fascinating things to say about the money in his in pro-Trump political action committees and things of that nature. Here is Kyle Klinsky from Secular Talk yesterday.
We're at the point now where Trump is so high on his own supply that he feels like there's nothing he can't get away with. It's also the case, I mean, Trump has said this in a rally speech he gave one time. He's like, I thought I'd experience more pushback from the Democrats. I forget which thing he was talking about that, like, you know, he did, that he was surprised he got away with it. But he said, I was expecting more of a fight. So in other words, he's like, bro, there are no limits to my power. That's another thing he said in an interview. There's no limits to my power. He sat down with Punchbowl, and this shit right here is absolutely fucking crazy, dog, because he is going to casually admit to a major campaign finance felony in real time. Listen to this. Here we go.
Do you, MAGA Inc., the super PAC that your allies control, has a lot of money and a lot of people?
Not my allies. I control it.
Okay. You and your allies.
$800 million.
Are you going to spend it?
It's funny. Nobody ever, of course, I'm going to do.
You're going to spend it in the midterms.
I could spend it on pretty much anything I want. I'm going to spend it I'm going to help Republicans.
Spend it on pretty much
That is
anything.
wildly illegal. Don't take my word for it. You go look it up yourself. It is.
Thank you, Kyle. I can spend it on pretty much anything? That is insane. No, he can't. No, he cannot do that. No, you cannot spend campaign finance funds in any way you want. That is, like, he's absolutely right. It's a fucking crime. No, you cannot. No, you cannot just spend that $800 million. However, he's crazy. He's a lunatic. He's a deranged lunatic. He is mad with power. He thinks he can't be. And honestly, because of the Supreme Court, it's not clear whether he can or can't. That's the problem, is that he thinks that he can't be touched, and maybe he can't. I don't know. We haven't yet to truly test that theory very well, since he's basically been in power since the Supreme Court made this decision. Can you imagine a Democrat saying that? Like in different times? Or even now. I feel like even now Republicans, although they would, like, you can tell to some degree Republicans are having to back off a whole bunch of their like old school shtick because of President Trump just blatantly just contradicting or whatever else, those long held tenets, things like this, tariffs, you know. I feel like they would try, like, if Obama had said, I could use $800 million however I want, try and stop me. Right, it would be 5-alarm fire at Fox News. But who's stopping them? No, absolutely. No, none of you are wrong about that. No, you Mo, Jerry, you're all right. I'm not saying anyone's stopping him. What I'm saying is that is like in different times, in other circumstances, the president saying something like that would be a story for like weeks. The president claiming that $1 billion in campaign finance funds are his to use however the fuck he wants. Oh my God. How this isn't like one of the main stories right now is beyond me. But it's because there's like an instance of corruption every 30 seconds that we also disregard or brush off within an hour, a day, whatever. Like, nothing lasts in this media cycle. Like, a week goes by and people are like, you know, like, Like, even in some of the most insane things, it's like Jeffrey who? Like people are like basically, you get what I'm saying? Like, I know it's not quite there, but like even on the biggest fucking stories of the last year and a half since President Trump has come to office have all gone by the wayside. Like, and that Jeffrey who comment isn't actually going that far because we have kind of stopped talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Like, when's the last time? That is almost completely gone out. We passed the whole bill. Legislation was fucking passed, and we just completely stopped talking about it. Anyway, well, Donald Trump is claiming that he's got control of $800 million. Campaign funds that certainly aren't his. Actually, maybe I should do it in this way. I actually don't like this order. Let's do it like this, and then that. Yeah. Yeah, that actually makes more sense. Yeah, let's go here. Well, Donald Trump is misusing or claiming he can misuse campaign finance funds. Both he and Elon Musk are doing everything they can to prevent people's exercising of their right to sue capital holders, business owners over crimes. Here's the AP from Sunday.
Under environmental law, citizens are given a special provision to be able to sue to protect themselves against illegal pollution when the state and federal government, for whatever reason, fail to act. What we're seeing is the federal government abdicating its responsibility to hold polluters accountable for their violations. For the federal government to come in and say citizen suits would be unconstitutional is a completely unprecedented and alarming position for the federal government to take.
Yeah, but this is literally what the Trump government is trying to do right now. It is crazy. And this story just sort of went by the wayside for over a week. This is the conversation from August 3rd. Reducing rampant pollution across the United States was so important that when Congress passed many environmental protection laws, including the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, and Safe Drinking Water Act, it didn't want to leave enforcement only to the executive branch. Congress specifically wrote into those laws ways for citizens to enforce them through the courts. But in a legal filing, the Trump administration is saying citizens should not be allowed to enforce environmental laws. Rather, despite what the law says, the U.S. Department of Justice has claimed in a case involving Elon Musk's XAI that people should be required to leave enforcement to the executive branch, even if the executive decides to take no action. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
So if billionaires like he or Elon Musk show up and decimate the environment all around your home and community and city, pollute the shit out of it, or otherwise just ruin it, make your life worse, measurably worse, you cannot, or they don't want you to be able to take them to court over it. The federal government is literally here to protect the billionaire class, the corporate class. Which are basically the same thing, let's be real. It's insane. Just like on a whim, the executive branch will decide who deserves help. Yeah, that sounds like it's not gonna go great. Speaking of hands-off regulation, you know, we do have these regulations for reasons, right? We have the USDA, the FDA, EPA, all these laws we were just talking about to protect people from malfeasance and harmful business practices. Speaking of harmful business practices, one man in Louisville, Kentucky, is claiming that he was fired after reporting an apparent bird infestation at a Louisville taco facility. Yes, at a place that makes tacos, taco shells, apparently. There was a serious bird infestation. And a dude whose job it was to report problems, reported the problem, and then got fired for it.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Here is Wave News, Louisville, 5 days ago. It's a fancy name.
A former Louisville taco plant manager says he was fired for trying to do the right thing. Chris Martin filed a wrongful termination lawsuit against Teasdale Foods over on West Magnolia Avenue. His lawsuit says he was fired back in February for trying to stop production after birds infested the factory. As Wave News troubleshooter Mark Stevens finds, the lawsuit claims food safety was ignored.
After Louisville's massive snowstorm in January shut down operations, Martin says he opened up the plant and found birds inside. He was ordered to shoot them, but his lawsuit claims his pleas to properly clean up were ignored.
Yeah. And here's an example of what happens when you don't clean up. Dead birds stuck on machines underneath food packages. This is the most disgusting fucking story. So we got dead birds in tacos now. We got poop diseases in our lettuce. Salmonella in the jalapenos. Do you see the trend that we're going down right now, Space Fams? It's not good. I'll tell you that. It's a bad trend. If I had to quantify the trend, I would say it's bad. Qualify that. It's not good. All right? It's an awful direction.
Holy Toledo!
This video shows maybe a dozen birds flying inside this Louisville taco factory. Former maintenance manager Chris Martin's lawsuit says he found the birds opening up the plant after January's massive winter storm. His lawyer, Tom Coffey, says Martin was ordered to get rid of them.
They kill off as many birds at this plant as they can. After they kill off these birds, there's a subsequent bird problem.
Coffey provided these pictures taken by Martin showing bird droppings on the floor, what appears to be blood on conveyor belts, even a dead bird underneath a taco packaging line. Martin's lawsuit claims the machines kept running, his food safety concerns ignored.
My God. That is disgusting. Teasdale Latin Foods. Fucking hell. I'm not eating tacos. You eat a taco, you get salmonella and a bird in your just oh come on.
Come on!
Oh. Salmonella in your jalapenos and bird feathers to go along with it, apparently. That is just nasty. And under this government, the businesses are the ones who can do no wrong. It was that guy, right? The DOJ is not going to look into this. Like the government's not going to look into this business. They're going to look into this guy, for being like a communist or something, for reporting these birds. Meanwhile, people are in fact struggling. Struggling to pay the bills. Struggling to afford just normal stuff in life. Prices affecting sales at fast food giant McDonald's, reporting lackluster metrics in its quarterly report this week. Here's Reuters from yesterday.
McDonald's fell flat compared to its rivals because, well, if you ask the executives, they'll say it wasn't a strategy problem, it was an execution problem. The big issue for all the fast food players right now is that consumers don't have a lot of money. And what money they do have, they don't want to spend on an expensive combo meal that might have been a bargain and convenient a few years ago. But nowadays, you might as well go to Chili's or you might as well eat at home. That's a problem that a lot of fast food companies are really grappling with.
Yep. These companies have continued trying to raise prices while they log record profits. And finally, that they are starting to see the limitations of that, since wages are not at all keeping up with inflation, continuing to not track as it hasn't done for 50 years. And, you know, people have just been squeezed to the breaking point, I think. And so things like the McDonald's deciding to, you know, like limit points or whatever else is causing problems, not giving people affordable enough stuff, taking away little tiny benefits people saw as being, you know, sort of granted in their experience. These are people are experiencing all these things big time right now, right? Like any sort of enshittification is being felt, I think, more acutely than ever right now. Like, people do not want to have to pay extra to continue to just have the basics of what they had yesterday. I think they're pretty sick of that, actually. I know I'm sick of it. Feel like I see it in my daily life all over the freaking place. But seriously, now that fast food is costing, like, just multiple times more, depending on how frugal and good of a cook you are, you know, how far you can make a dollar stretch at the supermarket. Like, you know, like, fast food is costing like 3, 5, 10 times as much as it like costs to just like make yourself a taco at home, right? Or to make yourself pasta at home or whatever at home. On almost every single thing. Like, some things less, the less squishy stuff, right? Where people inherently, I think, know the price of some of these stuff. But, like, you know, I'm trying to think of where this probably exists. Actually, I don't know if I can actually make this claim, because I haven't bought a steak. I just realized I haven't bought a steak in a restaurant for so long, I couldn't actually tell you how much they cost. It's probably $1,000 a steak at a restaurant. I don't know. How would I know? I don't go to fancy dinners. I make myself food almost every day. Speaking of food, you can help me out with snacks on places like Throne and other sorts of Earth items. But of course, right now, we still need to complete the galactic content goal. Got a couple of donations so far this evening. I think we're about 50% of the way through it, but unfortunately, we're running out of time. In fact, we've seen no super chats or super stickers, which I find fascinating. 34 minutes left on the Galactic content goal on YouTube. It's counting down. Slowly but surely. But your YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donations, as well as Patreon memberships all count towards that galactic content goal. Every dollar helps out. You still got time to complete it. Well, speaking of costs and democratic socialists, let's talk about Amazon. Something that is a cost for many people, but also a source of employment as well. According to the mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, it's time for Amazon to start playing by the same rules as everybody else.
A what now?
Yep, radical thought. Amazon playing by the same rules as everyone else.
Special delivery. If it looks like an Amazon delivery,
and it drives like an Amazon delivery,
then it's an Amazon delivery.
Amazon is spending millions of dollars to convince you that this isn't an Amazon delivery. But all you have to do is see for yourself.
My uniform says Amazon.
If I don't wear this Amazon branded vest, disciplinary action will be taken against us. The workers' routes and hours are set by Amazon.
so why isn't Amazon responsible for these vans?
Because Amazon and other corporations have built a vast network of subcontractors
That shield them from responsibility. Amazon tells these subcontractors where to drive,
who to hire, and what hours to work.
I do all the work that makes Amazon all the money.
This is why I'm proud to support the Delivery Protection Act, sponsored by Councilmember Tiffany Karoline. Because if Amazon is delivering your packages, they should follow the same rules of every other delivery.
Exactly. As somebody who did delivery in the past, not for Amazon, but for other companies, the practices of Amazon are actually probably the worst of any of these companies, but none of them are good. They're all using this independent contractor designation to avoid having to give you health care, paid time off, and whatever else. Treat you like a human being. It's about time this shit came to an end. Like, it's ridiculous. It is nonsense. Like, all these gig economy tech companies that are doing delivery are playing fast and loose with labor law. They have gotten away with it for too long. And it's time for that to come to an end. Now, of course, meanwhile, those same people are trying to get rid of jobs. Amazon, one of the biggest examples of this in the country, using robots to get rid of huge portions of its workforce. It would otherwise need to keep up with the demand that it has. But unfortunately, for America, jobs are also not looking very good. Latest jobs report coming in very light. Something Donald Trump used to make fun of Joe Biden for in the 2024 election.
I'm staying in the race.
Claiming that his numbers of 150,000 jobs in a month were trash. Garbage numbers.
I don't know why it would be a surprise, but it has been a while since people were particularly worried about jobs. Now, here's the dilemma, is that inflation is still problematic. And jobs and inflation are supposed to be on sort of like opposite ends of the spectrum, at least in terms of the Fed. They have a dual mandate. One is to make sure that we get as close to full employment as possible, but the other is to make sure that we don't have rampant inflation. when you have falling jobs and rising inflation, that's very scary times ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the concept which Sam has just described is the horrifying term known as shrinkflation, where you got a sort of a shrinking economy, but rising inflation, right? So you got less jobs, less opportunity, less growth, but higher prices, right? You see the problem here, right? You got less people that can buy the more expensive stuff. That leads to a lot of very upset people, you know, and politically that's a disaster, first off, but also suffering. Don't forget the suffering. That exists within a shrinkflation economy big time, especially in a capitalist economy where you don't have a very good social safety net, or, I don't know, nationalized healthcare, you know, things like that. Instead, you got like a dog eat dog, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, government run by billionaires who just gave themselves a tax cut so that you could have less healthcare. That's not a good place. You don't want to be in that country when it starts experiencing shrinkflation, right? You want to be in the socialist economy where you got guaranteed food and healthcare and housing, because otherwise you got a lot of people on the streets all of a sudden, right? You got a lot of homeless people popping up because they lost their jobs, they can't find a new one, and everything costs more.
Who knows if that's going to happen, but this is what Rick Santelli reported today on CNBC.
High employment figures populating, buckle up on this one, minus 23,000 on non-farm payrolls. I can hear the bond yields falling right now, minus 23,000. That would be the second worst number of the year, outside of the only other negative number, minus 156 in February. Now, if you look at the 2-month revision, another whopper, minus 103,000. Manufacturing payrolls, actually a bright spot. Manufacturing up 5,000. That would be, the best since it was up 15,000 in March, and that was the high water mark going all the way back to 23. Okay, average hourly earnings, big miss, up 1/10. That's 1/3 of what we were expecting. Up 1/10 will be the...
Oh my God, Rick Santelli is very upset right now. By the way, Rick Santelli, he's the Tea Party guy. You remember him? He was yelling at Obama about the debt back in like 2010 or something like that. He's a real lunatic. But he is right about these numbers. He's a numbers guy, and he does know these numbers very well. And they were bad. Oh, they were so bad. We talk about these numbers all the time. Oh.
Holy Toledo.
Oh boy. Now last month we talked about how that was horrendous. 57,000 last month, which was terrible, right? I mean, that makes Biden's numbers look just incredible, right? Like, the forecast, everyone was expecting it to be, 83,000. Instead, it comes in at negative 23, lost 23,000 jobs. You didn't add jobs. You lost 23,000 jobs. That is a fucking disaster. That is an implosion of the jobs market. Oh my God, this is so bad. And let's not forget how bad Trump's jobs. This is not just a one-off, right? Last month was terrible, 57. But every single employment report since like Liberation Day has been garbage, right? For more than a year now, right? Like when was Liberation Day? I can't even remember. May of last year or something. Hold on. Sorry, I should have had this pulled up, but whatever. It's been very bad. Like, there's been multiple negative numbers like throughout Trump's economy, right? Massive downward revisions, slow growth itself in employment, just faltering. And you look here, this is the most indicting one. This goes back at least a few years, so you can see back during Biden. You can remember back in, you know,
I'm staying in the race.
old year of 2021. But this is where the jobs numbers were back then. Right? 800,000, a million. Sure, as 2022, 23, 24. By 2024, you're getting 200,000 numbers, and Trump is shitting on those all over the place. Like, oh, the terrible, terrible numbers, 200,000 is garbage. And then Trump takes office here at this tick, right? You got a slight uptick from slight uptick going into the summer. If I recall correctly, this is like January or February, this big tick right here. And then it's just precipitous downward trajectory. And this does not include all of 20. This is just a month or two of 2026. 2026 has been a disaster. Another red month. It's just the entire economy is now contracting under Donald Trump in a genuinely bad way. And meanwhile, he's embracing AI and yelling at anybody who claiming being, anti-AI data center makes you a freaking terrorist or something now. While literally he ushers in the AI dystopia. No more jobs.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Latest reading of the year, it would equal where we were last year in December. To find a lower rate, you're all the way to April of 25 at a goose egg, unchanged. Now let's go year over year earnings. Another miss, 3.2%. That's 0.3 light, and also 0.2 lighter than a revised 3.5 that turned into 3.4 last month. 3.2, obviously the lightest of the year. I have to go in the Wayback Machine to find this one. 3.2 would take me all the way to May of 21 when it was 2.3. This year's low was 3.4. You have to go way back to find a lower number.
COVID
now,
crash.
hours worked, 34.3. That's the first number that came out as expected. On the unemployment rate, 4.1%, and I'm sure that's because of a labor force shrinkage. 4.1%, that would actually be the lightest of the year once again. That would equal June of last.
Exactly. Listen to Santelli. He is losing it over here. Because he loves Trump, right? Or he used to love Trump. He's lost his respect. I haven't been watching I've been trying to avoid these fucking guys. But he's been a big Trump supporter for a long time. But I get the sense guys like Santelli, who's like old school, kind of like neoconservative, fiscally responsible types, who just really means just cut the social welfare spending and taxes for the richest people. But like the tariffs, stuff like that, I think have rubbed him the wrong way. And I think he knows, like, he looks at these numbers every fucking month, and I think he knows that the economy is imploding under Donald Trump, and he's realized that Trump does not have what is required to make this country great. And so, like, I feel like this is, like, one of these moments for him where he's looking at, like, honestly, just horrible, like, calamitous level numbers in the economy. A dude whose job it is to talk about the economy. But I think also sees part of his job as being like a glazer for the president. Like, this is not good. This is some of the worst numbers you could ask for.
To find a lower number, you're in January of 25. Now let's look at the parts.
Like, it feels like it's like a, what do you want to call it? Like an omen, like a bat, like a foreshadowing for things to come soon. Because, like, honestly, I'm gonna skip through this. We've talked enough about the economy in the past. We know how things are sort of devolving, but these latest numbers are just adding to the evidence that Trump's economy is literally imploding on itself. But they are embracing AI, the thing that is, if anything, exacerbating these fucking problems. Whether it's with inflation or with jobs. Like, all these psychopathic fucking businesses are using AI to do, like, surveillance pricing, dynamic pricing, to, like, charge you an extra 50 cents on everything. And to you know, like, program away your job at the cash register or whatever else, right? And it's just, like, it's clear, like, malfeasance at this point. Like, the president is an arsonist, and the people helping him are just a bunch of enablers handing him gasoline and matches.
Stop looking for work in bigger numbers, and so the participation rate is down. These are bad numbers. Hard to know if we're going to get them again, but let's turn to someone who is a voice of reason.
Dono. Another dono just now. Oh shit, this is good enough. This one's good. I'm just gonna, before we listen to what Sam has to say about the economy, I want to talk about the galactic economy. It's completed a galactic content goal, another one. Whoops, there we go. I have reverb on here, don't I? Yep. Well, one more time, Space Jams. We've completed a galactic content goal with just a few minutes left on the official timer. 17 minutes left. Gonna end it. Thanks to Space Fams like you. You continue to have all of the sweet galactic content that I had planned for us tonight. Dono, what was the message? 25 bucks. Anonymous. Here's some donos as a space pod user. AT. Thank you. Thank you very much. Remember, if you want credit, you gotta just put your name in there. I can't remember who wants credit or not automatically, okay? There's so many of you. It's impossible for me to know who wants credit without you putting your name in there. And I don't know. Just want to... Some people want credit, some people don't. And I never know who. Put your name in there. Because I want to give you all credit. But then, you know, I don't want to be a dick. I don't want to be the dick who's doxing people who are just trying to be generous and keep the Galactic News Network alive. That sort of works contrary to my efforts, does it not? That's how I see it. Anyway, sweet dono on PayPal. Not only helping us complete the Galactic content goal, but getting us a little bit closer to completing the galactic financing goal, which is still woefully short. We're like not even 20% of the way through it yet, which is terrible. Because we're already nearly halfway through the month. All right, not quite, but you get what I'm saying. The math ain't mathin' yet. Hopefully we'll get on the right side of things here soon, but, you know, I took 2 days off. I took a whole weekend off. When's the last time I took off a whole weekend? Space Fams. There was no stream on Saturday or Sunday. Tell me the time. I'll drop it. But I can think of no such time. I can think of no such time. It was weird. And I know that that's part of the reason why we're short. We'll make up for it hopefully soon. Sadly, we don't get the YouTube money immediately. If that were the case, we wouldn't have a problem. If YouTube and Twitch would just pay out when they get the money, rather than holding on to it like misers for, 45 days in some, you know, like 45 to 50 days, depending on who you're talking about. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, like why? Why must they do this? It wasn't you. I know who it is. The thing is, I know who it is. They're chatting right now in one of the chats, one of the 3 chats that we have right now. But they didn't put their name in the little message in the PayPal dono. I know it's not you. Don't lie to me. Your lies will not work here. You think you're sneaky. In fact, you are not. All right, back to Sam and the economy.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
These are bad numbers. Hard to know if we're going to get them again. But let's turn to someone who is a voice of reason and who we could trust to explain to us what's going on here.
Yes.
How about Kevin Hassett from the White House? Here he is with Stuart Varney, never known as a huge, as a non-defender of the Republicans in any way. But here he is.
They've had 3 months now of real weakness in the job market. Is the economy moving into a new phase where we're losing jobs slowly but surely? Because that would not be good politically for the president, would it?
No, I don't think that's what we're seeing at all. And one of the things we have to remember is that in the Biden years, you would expect to see numbers north of 100 because there are all these illegals coming in.
Oh my
really
God.
A stampede of them coming in and taking jobs. And what's happened is because we have a tight border and because
So we went from hundreds of thousands of jobs a month because of quote-unquote illegals to no jobs because we've gotten rid of all of them. It doesn't speak well of our economy, I gotta say, or of their plan to solve the economy by getting rid of the quote-unquote illegals. If getting rid of the undocumented immigrants makes our economy implode, maybe we should keep them. There's an idea. Anyway, this is a nonsense. But this is not the only reason. Kevin Hassett, oh, no. He's a financial wizard. This is not, it's not the only reason. So settle down for those of you who think, oh, that StreamLord just dismantled that. Well, no, well, hold on. Kevin's got other reasons, so please pause.
we've been
Pause it for a
supporting
second.
folks.
I don't understand.
Wait.
Are they taking jobs?
Okay, wait, hold on. We're skipping ahead. We're skipping ahead. We just covered that part.
I'll explain.
Yes, please.
Who aren't citizens, then that puts downward pressure on what the sort of break-even job number is. That is the job number you need to have the unemployment rate not go up. And so about 3 or 4 years ago, the break-even number was way north of 100. Now our estimate is 40 or 50. So if you get a 40 or 50,000 job number, that means that unemployment rate is not going to go up. And so what I'm doing mostly, just to help myself understand the economy, is I'm looking almost only at the unemployment rate right now, and that went down this month.
Okay.
Oh, wait, isn't there, I could have sworn there was something else. Isn't there something? Oh, it was this one. Actually, we don't need to hear all of these excuses from Kevin Hassett. They're all bullshit. The important part of all this is that Kevin is a liar and a bullshitter. And immigrants and cutting government jobs are not the reason for any of these numbers that we're seeing here. I would point out, especially, I can't remember if it's this clip or if it's the next clip, but especially on the government jobs, which he claims is one of the reasons for why these jobs have gone. It's like the Trump administration cut those government jobs last year. These aren't the job numbers from last year. These are from this year. So that would have very little to do with it, in my opinion. You know, it's not like seasonal workers at the CDC or something. They have no explanation for these numbers because there's no good explanation for it. It's a result of their policies. They're really, really stupid fucking policies that were basically always there to just help billionaires. Or, lo and behold, shock of shocks, helping billionaires. It's doing what it was intended to do. It's helping billionaires and some businesses, especially, you know, these AI businesses that are continuing to float on absolutely no actual business models, no actual profits, but trillions in expenditures. But everybody else is fucking screwed right now. Like, everybody else is having a bad time. Everybody else is having a really bad time. And the final story of the half, before we go to break, because we do have to take a break here soon. I'll be with More Perfect Union to talk about those AI billionaires. And how much their data centers are really costing us.
There's long been a fight over who gets priority when it comes to water in the American West. The arrival of data centers just made it a lot more complicated.
About 2/3 of new data centers under construction are being built in drought-prone areas.
I would ask the farmers, why do they keep planting more pecan orchards? That is a bigger water user than the data center.
I hope that those people who support the data centers can eat computer chips, because where are they going to get their food from?
Driven by local tax breaks and an industry-wide space race to build, these companies promise they won't add to the water burden.
Daily water usage over the course of an entire year is roughly equivalent to what a single restaurant would use.
But is that really true?
The water that's used inside the data center itself is only the tip of the iceberg.
We've all noticed our wells have pretty much dried up.
Everything has been so secretive, they just don't know. No one knows.
There will be no future without water. What don't you understand?
We came to El Paso, Texas, in southern New Mexico, where Meta, Oracle, and OpenAI are building massive data centers to ask the question, how much water does the AI boom actually need?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Our goal is to get about 2,000 pounds per acre, about 50 to 60 pecans per tree.
Roberto Roque is a third-generation pecan farmer in southern New Mexico. Like many farmers in the Southwest, he's seen his water supply dry up from years of drought.
And the water's just going to flood this field.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and flood the whole field. It's very difficult because instead of relying on the water that comes from the Rocky Mountains, we've had to invest into agricultural wells, and that becomes very expensive.
It's also becoming more complicated because there's a new water-hungry industry in town, data centers.
If they consume the amount of water that people are saying that they're going to consume.
AI data over food. This is not the society that we should have. This is the inverse of the society we should have, right? Food is clearly more of a priority, should be more of a priority for a society than this nonsense. It's utterly insane to me. It's it's beyond negligence. There's another word that's evading me right now that describes what the fuck what we've been witnessing here.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
Yeah, at least both of those things for sure. God, hold on. We're not watching this whole thing, but especially because we talked about these data centers so much. But this turns out the numbers for these things are very bad. Worse than we all may think. Been hearing all sorts of numbers about how much electricity and water they may be using. But turns out it may be much, much, much worse than they are letting on.
I don't know. They're not telling the community the truth. They're not being transparent.
Around the country, residents and researchers have been pushing for more transparency around data centers' actual water use by filing public records requests. But what they're getting back is vague or redacted, like this water deal in Stafford County, Virginia, for an Amazon data center. In my home state of Oregon, Google's data center water use numbers were considered a trade secret. After a 13-month legal battle, documents revealed Google was using 1.5 million gallons of water per day, as much as 40% of the city's entire consumption. But even that figure is misleading.
The biggest part of the water footprint of a data center is not inside the data center itself. It's indirect water consumption due to the electricity that is generated for the data center. That's the part that these tech companies don't disclose. But if you're only talking about what's...
This is the thing that even I, as somebody who's been talking about the AI issue for very long, was not considering. I will not lie. I am not infallible, and I totally missed this. I didn't even consider it. We've only been talking about water as it relates to cooling, right? We talk about the cooling towers, the various forms of cooling that are used, closed loop, open loop, right? Evaporative and whatever else that exists, right? But at no point are we talking about how much water the electricity generation is using. Because when we talk about electricity generation, we're talking about the carbon emissions that are being released. And so we're talking about carbon emissions are being released from the electricity. We're talking about the water use is being used from the cooling, but we're totally missing a third energy or resource suck. How have we missed this whole fucking time? Oh, it's disturbing. Oh, it's disturbing to me when I heard this.
This is ridiculous.
Oh God, it's bad.
On-site, you're really missing the lion's share of the impact.
This is exactly what farmers and residents are so worried about on the New Mexico-Texas border.
When we found out that the data center was moving in, we understood that we were going to lose water.
Veronica Carbajal is a community organizer and attorney who was born and raised in El Paso.
So that's the Meta data center construction site over there. They broke ground October of 2025.
Big tech companies are flocking to the Southwest for cheap land, tax breaks, and power, and see water scarcity as a solvable problem.
This facility will be a very low water user. In fact, we have a closed loop system that basically just recycles the same water over and over again as a cooling technology.
In 2025, 20% of El Paso's water use was just used to cool power plants on the local grid, and demand is only set to increase as more data centers come online. But at full build-out, Meta's new data center could account for up to 43% of El Paso Electric's peak load.
One new consumer, Meta, wants to use 1,000 megawatts. That's going to explode the need for water.
I met up with El Paso Water CEO John Ballou, who is adamant.
Zuckerbucks.
Yeah. Hank Green did a video about how water is the distraction. I watched that video. The fact is like Hank Green is something of a generalist, and I think, you know, as a generalist myself, I think we can all be wrong from time to time. I watched that. I have some disagreements. It's been a while since I won it, so I don't want to like go off on Hank Green. I love Hank Green. I think he does a lot of good stuff. But I think he may be wrong about this. That's just my opinion. But I think the water is a problem. I think the energy is the bigger problem, but the water is a huge problem. And if we've been miscalculating how much water is being used, and it seems like we have, right? We've been talking about it. I've been concerned about the water since the beginning. But this really sort of sent me over the edge. I was like, wait, we're using water for energy generation. Why was I not thinking about this? Of course we are. Why was this not in the calculations before? Why am I only now thinking about this years into talking about this subject? And it really disturbed me because this guy, this researcher, who spoke with More Perfect Union, is suggesting that we're talking about 10 times as much water as is being claimed as being used right now, at least, if not more. And that's hugely problematic, especially because these things are they're setting up at our freshwater sources. They're not paying back into society. They're not, they're getting tax breaks to take our resources and make profits, or try to make profits off of them, right? And no one's seeing the benefits. And they're ruining the water as they go through it, right? Like, it becomes dirty and unusable. You gotta do a whole bunch of shit to, like, clean it if you want to put it back into the system. Because, like, it's going through pipes and stuff, right? And there's, like, corrosion and other things in pipes. Other things like that. And they gotta continuously be, like, recycling the water so it stays as clean as possible. And it's taxing, it's adding demand to systems that are already overburdened, where people are already paying more money than they can afford for things. And it's just untenable for us to be utilizing these amounts of resources, whether it be energy or water, for this billionaire fever dream. All right, we're almost done with this clip.
Jerry Pacheco leads the Border Industrial Association, a trade and advocacy group.
This is an industry that's moving by the minute. Companies have high stakes, billions and billions of dollars of getting there first with their data centers. Oracle's going to compete against Meta, compete against Google. All of these firms are competing to be the next wave.
But there's a lot of water at stake here too. Doesn't the community have a right to say, hold on,
but again,
before we say yes, tell us how much water you use?
That's what I have heartburn with. They're telling us what the water usage is, okay?
But DeVries Gao made it clear they're not. He calculated that the total water consumption of AI systems might already be around 200 billion gallons annually, close to 2 times the world's supply of bottled water. And it's not just his figures that are staggering. According to a recent UN report, data centers' electricity consumption in 2025 alone had a water footprint of about 1.2 trillion gallons. That's enough to fill 2 million Olympic-sized pools.
Twice the supply of bottled water on the planet right now. It's just a staggering, these are just staggering numbers of resource that we're using for something that's still, nobody's actually clamoring for it. A lot of people seem to be genuinely worried about. And there's like, it's being forced down our throats, whether it be via this AI data center rush, or with AI being forced onto us in our operating systems, or wherever else, at your checkouts, drive-thrus, whatever else. And it just seems deeply irresponsible to me. Learn about Jevons paradox from Hank Green. Hank is, look, like I said, I'm not coming at Hank. I'm just saying sometimes we can all be wrong, or we can have disagreements about things. I think, especially considering this latest development, I think Hank is wrong about one thing, about one singular thing. And it's actually been minutes since I've watched that video, so like, let's just not do this right now, because I am not trying to start some sort of beef. Oh, I think Hank's in that good type dude. Anyway, we're about to switch it to the environment, which is not looking great. But before that, and anything else that I have prepared for us tonight, and Jesus Christ. Wow, we got a lot left to talk about tonight. Jeez. Well, thankfully, we've already completed the galactic content goal, so we got a lot of stuff left on the docket. But over 4 hours in, seems like a good time for us to take a quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the like button, too. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. Where for the low price of 3 Earth dollars a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. He's like an avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every show, and much, much more. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. everybody. The break is over, and the second half is about to begin. So, get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise, you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Right, Space Fams. We're back. I just gotta get us back to the right video. Since I leave these playing in the background. Okay, perfect. Beautiful to still see all of you here as we make our way later into the evening. How far have I actually made it? I'm just going to take a really quick second to try and figure out. Not far. I have not made it very far. I'm not even halfway through the vids right now. Might be a semi-long show if I can manage to stay away. Although lately I'm feeling more energetic than I was for the last 4 months, where I was like in a state of depression, where my years of work were ripped away from me by YouTube for doing what feels like what everybody else is doing. Anyway, it is nice to be back, to be fully remonetized on YouTube. I want to jinx myself, but hopefully we can, build on this through the rest of the year. We can get like 5 good months. What do you say? Do you figure like 4.5 good months? Is that too much to ask in 1 year? Like 1/3 of the year being good? Is that really so greedy of me? Is that really so selfish of me to want at least 4 of 12 months to be halfway decent? Perhaps it is. I don't know. What am I? Who am I? Who am I to ask for this? What kind of sick freak expects to be able to build on things from previous days, weeks, months, and or years? That's crazy talk. Especially in this world. Crazy talk. How can you build on things when everything's burning down? Yep. Man, I'm afraid everything is in fact burning down, certainly in the Western America, North American region, from Canada down to Utah, and mostly everything in between, very much on fire. Has been all week. Let's start here, BBC from Sunday. What's that? Puppy treats. Yes, okay. We know how much Leica loves her puppy treats. There we go. Okay. Start here. Yes, BBC. 3 days ago.
A provincial state of emergency has been declared in British Columbia as a series of wildfires rage across Western Canada, forcing thousands of people from their homes. The province's premier described it as a fast-moving and threatening situation that's seen homes and other buildings destroyed. The Summerland region is among the worst affected, with a fast-moving fire there doubling in size since first breaking out on Friday. Officials said the blaze remained out of control. Several Canadian provinces have battled blazes this year, fueled by hot, dry weather in densely forested areas. Ravi Parmar, British Columbia's Minister of Forests, outlined the scale of the fires.
Without a doubt, we are facing some very significant challenges here in British Columbia. We have over 100 active fires, and yesterday evening we had a new fire start, as you noted, just outside of Summerland, British Columbia, about 15 kilometers away from the town. And what we saw was something that we've never seen in British Columbia, and that is the intensity of this fire. When I was briefed by my officials, they described it as a bomb going off. And what we saw was a fire that we tried to attack initially grow from 50 hectares to about 1,000 hectares in just under an hour. Challenging circumstances indeed.
That's a disturbing rate of growth. 20 times its original size in an hour, from 50 to 1,000 acres. That's bad. Hectares, actually, I think he said. Did he say hectares or acres? Because it's actually worse if it's hectares. Did he say hectares?
What we saw was a fire that we tried to attack initially grow from 50 hectares
Mhm.
to about 1,000 hectares.
Yeah, it's 2.5 times worse, as it turns out. Approximately how big a hectare is. About 2.5 times as big as an acre. Okay. So what is that? 15 from 150 to 2,500 acres? Jesus Christ. Fuck you. In an hour? That's insane. That is insane. As a guy who talks about fire, like wildfire stuff all the time, that's a ridiculous number, okay? As a ridiculous number, write that down. Just a reminder to anybody who hasn't taken the plunge yet, since we are remonetized, you also can become a Galactic member for the low, low price of $3 Earth dollars a month. Very affordable, gets you access to like 17 sweet emotes, and the more members we get, the more emotes we eventually get, although we have to really rebuild our numbers since getting remonetized. We started at 0. All of our members were unmemberized by YouTube over the last 4 months, and now we're rebuilding. Great time to perhaps consider Galactic YouTube membership.
So why are the fires spreading so rapidly? Mathieu Bourbonnais is co-director of the Centre for Wildfire Coexistence at the University of British Columbia.
There's a combination of things that allow a fire to grow the way that we've been seeing in the last few days. Part of it is really just very dry and abundant fuels, and so that's dead debris on the forest floor and plants and trees, live plants and trees. Very hot, dry conditions with low humidity and strong winds. And then in some cases, there's terrain that can kind of amplify fire spread when it starts. And so what happens is it allows these fires to really quickly transition from a surface fire to a crown fire, where it's actually moving through, the crowns of the trees. And in extreme cases, like we had in Summerland, these fires can actually start generating their own weather, where they're generating winds, and in cases, throwing embers and debris kilometers ahead of the actual flames, which will.
Yeah, these BC wildfires, so out of control, so massive. They're creating their own wildfires, causing mass evacuations this week. But it wasn't just Canada. The United States was getting hit hard too. We're talking about both Pacific Northwest and Canadian West. Here's CBS Evening News from Sunday as well. It is the midweek report, so we are trying to go through everything that's happened so far this week. It's already been an insane week, by the way. Just looking at
Thank
it,
you so much for joining.
It's been a pretty crazy week in multiple ways. Of course, YouTube doesn't reinstate the already paid for memberships. Not only does YouTube not reinstate those, I mean, I'm still waiting I know I'm never going to see it. I'm kidding when I say waiting. But all the earnings from... Was it February? When did we lose memberships? Was it April? When I lose monetization, was it February or March? Or March or April? I can't remember. It was like early in the year. It was like March or April, actually. Either way, like I still haven't seen any of the $1,000. That's never coming back.
Thank you so much for joining us on this Sunday. Tonight, nearly 100 large wildfires are straining firefighting resources nationwide. More than 30,000 personnel, some 1,800 engines, and more than 220 helicopters are deployed in the fight against the flames. The big fires right now raging in the west. The fire danger exploding this weekend in Western Canada. One official describing the inferno as a bomb going off. And CBS's Gwen Baumgartner is in Los Angeles tracking it all, and she leads us off tonight. Gwen, good evening to you.
Good evening, Tom. Hot, dry conditions like this are gripping much of the West, and that's extending all the way into British Columbia, where these conditions, coupled with high erratic winds, are fueling dangerous wildfires.
Yeah, and the images, oh, they go straight to it. The images are fucking horrifying. Like, honestly... We gotta go right back to this because like this fire season is getting so bad. I know we are now getting it. We are peak fire season, but like we started off fire season so bad. The West has been completely ravaged, and yet we are just seeing it continue somehow. Like and like it's just we're just heading into the worst possible months, meaning that this could just there's a high likelihood this just gets worse. For at least a month. Not just here, but across the country, across the continent, the globe. We got that El Nino thing going on. Don't forget about that. That's really just getting started. It's a bad combo.
In Summerland, British Columbia, 20,000 residents race to evacuate under red fiery skies as the explosive Bald Range fire took hold of homes along this mountainside.
And why do we keep seeing horses? I keep saying this, but we keep seeing fucking horses. What's the deal?
Summerland, British Columbia.
Like, what's the deal with the horses?
Dangerous wildfires. In Summerland, British Columbia, 20,000 residents race to evacuate.
Like, how many? Like, how many now? Like it's the year of the horse. We've been talking about it. I've been mentioning this on multiple occasions now. We keep seeing horses, like, fleeing fires. It's gone from year of the horse to year of the fleeing steed. But like these images are insane. Like this whole freaking mountain is on fire.
Evacuate under red fire.
Like look at it. From this angle, the whole mountain's on fire. It's horrifying. Can't imagine being down here trying to leave. You're like, well, I guess the whole mountain's coming for us right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Skies as the explosive Bald Range fire took hold of homes along this mountainside.
I don't know whether my house is gone or still there or not, but that fire came so fast and furious.
Officials liken the devastation to a bomb going off, quickly declaring a state of emergency.
Like a bomb going off. It looks like a bomb went off. I mean, look at it. It is horrifying. Okay. For a more recent update on the BC wildfires, let's go here to global news from yesterday. So this is Tuesday, I believe.
Thank you so much for joining us on this Sunday. Tonight, nearly 100 large wildfires are straining firefighting.
Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? You're the wrong person. What have we done? There we go. There we go.
An evacuation order remains in place for Summerland, BC, after the Bald Range wildfire sparked on Friday afternoon and quickly grew, forcing thousands of residents to flee. Sadly, an 80-year-old woman died while trying to escape. Now, for the latest on the situation in Summerland, let's bring in the town's mayor, Doug Holmes. And Mayor, thank you so much for speaking with us today during what is obviously an incredibly difficult time. We appreciate it. Let's start off with, can you walk us through the moments leading up to the complete evacuation of Summerland, and at what point did you realize this was extremely serious and that you needed to get residents to safety?
I think the fire started about 15 kilometers west of Summerland, and there wasn't a lot of concern at the time. It was just a small fire. We've had those small fires around us before, but it was just the speed of that, how quickly it closed in toward.
Yes, sweet Chewy, this is true. How did you realize this? How do you know that? But yes, you are right. I don't know how you know this, but yes, I'm grandfathered in on Patreon. They only take 1%. There's a certain group of Patreon creators who have been on the site long enough that we still continue to get a lower rate of cut taken by Patreon than everyone else. All the new people, all the new Patreon people, they get hit by 10%. We get 1%. Special. Okay, write that down. Write that down for later.
Our municipal boundaries. Nobody had ever seen anything like that. Just speaking with the incident commander of the BC Wildfire Service yesterday, and he was saying he's never seen anything like that. How fast that fire moved and closed in. And Summerland's we're an agricultural community. We kind of have three really fertile mountain valleys that in the community. And the fire entered two of those valleys, horrifying. And that's when we kind of knew we had a problem. And those two valleys were evacuated right away, and then within a couple hours after that, the decision was made to evacuate the whole town.
Yeah, it's just horrifying. These pictures, stories of people fleeing for their lives, leaving everything behind. Almost certainly to return to nothing. I mean, you saw those fires. Nothing is safe from that. Two more updates in Canada, then we go to America. One more global news clip from 12 hours ago. Story of residents losing their homes. I'll be right back.
The BC Wildfire Service says nearly 200 firefighters were working on the fire on Tuesday with help from 14 helicopters, as well as almost 150 structure protection personnel also responding. In its latest update, the Wildfire Service says there is a chance of thunderstorm activity today, noting convective instability associated with thunder could potentially increase fire behavior, but this is not guaranteed. It adds less smoke is expected, and with more clouds in the forecast that could keep fire activity less active. Meanwhile, more stories are emerging about people who lost everything. Craig Milton says he learned his home, which also featured a live music venue in Summerland's Prairie Valley area, has been destroyed by the flames.
Oh, it looked beautiful. And now it's all gone. That to that. That's depressing. All right, CTV News. CTV News with a disturbing update on the fires going on in Canada and here in BC. It's from 11 hours ago.
A shroud of smoke lingers north of Boston Bar, making conditions harder for residents in the Cane Valley to tend to their farms. Some residents are living on edge because they've been on alert, then taken off, only to be put back on again.
When you have property up in the interior, like it doesn't rain like it does on the coast. It just becomes one big matchbox up here. And it's not really if a fire will happen, but it's when.
The Greenland family lives along the Coldwater River south of Merritt. They're under evacuation alert due to the Ainsley Creek wildfire and have been preparing for the last week in case they're forced to leave.
There's so much that you can honestly do in this time, but right now it's just me, my daughter, and my dad who has cancer, so we're doing a little bit less.
The out-of-control fire began burning last month. In the last few days, it's grown significantly.
A giant wildfire here has been growing, going now for over a month, is growing significantly. That's not what we wanted to hear. Like, I mean, oh, that is disturbing. But the conditions are feeding it, continuing to be super dry, no rain, wind. You can hear the wind going in the background when this woman was talking, right? You could hear the wind sort of going.
And my dad, who has cancer.
I think it's a little hard, like, but you can hear the wind, in my opinion, like through the microphone, and it's the perfect conditions for these blazes, and significant wildfire growth is the exact opposite of what we would hope for. I'm sure what people in that region of Canada are hoping for, we're hoping for this week. Unfortunately, the planet is heating up again this week. Seems to be preparing for some more disturbingly bad weather. Down in the United States, it's been all the same. Like Canada, so goes America, apparently. With fast-moving wildfires burning through multiple U.S. states, Washington, Oregon, Utah, among others, Montana as well. Mostly in the West. Here's ABC News from Sunday.
Fast-moving wildfires burning across multiple states in the West and Canada. Thousands have been forced to flee their homes. The so-called bug fire started in California and has now spread to Nevada. It's racing toward hundreds of homes and businesses, prompting widespread evacuations. British Columbia has declared a state of emergency as the wind-driven flames scorch western Canada, evacuating more than 20,000 people. Those flames are burning near the Washington state border, prompting fears that it could reignite the wildfires that devastated Spokane just days ago. Firefighters in that state are already battling 20 large wildfires. None have been contained. And that unrelenting heat in the West stoking those wildfires is causing other problems as well. Saturday in Colorado, dozens of people were treated for heat-related illnesses during a festival. And that heat is on the move tonight. ABC's meteorologist Leslie Lopez leads us off.
Tonight, the bug fire near Reno.
Yeah. The West has been under severe heat, drought conditions, and wildfires all over the frickin' place. Raging across the western U.S. I almost forgot about Nevada. I almost completely forgot about that one. It's just multiplying. You know, it's hard to keep track of these things. Just multiplying so quickly. Let's go to Washington. KGW News from 3 days ago. To the site of more burned infrastructure. This is probably out of use at this point, I'm guessing. But a train track burned down near Spokane. where wildfires are still burning. Or we're still burning, at least at this point this week. Here's KGW News.
As of right now, we are reducing the size of our level 3 evacuation zones significantly.
This is an urban mop-up. Every one of these residential homes pose a significant threat to the community, not just because of the heat, but because of the materials that were burned.
The fires around Spokane, Washington have damaged or destroyed nearly 1,000 buildings and structures. While progress is being made, some residents are now returning to their neighborhoods to only find their homes in ruins. About an hour south of Spokane, the Palouse River fire is now under control. Fire crews fought back other...
It's an apocalyptic looking image. Railroad bridge just burning down. Every day it's like another... Wait, where am I? I'm missing. Hello. Nobody said anything about me being gone? Wow, hurtful. Hurtful is like you don't even care. But yeah, look, it's like every single day it's like another movie, except instead of big Hollywood budget, it's just the earth burning down or underwater, whatever else will be witnessed on a daily basis around here. Just getting out of control. I think it was just mentioned, but the Sinlahekin fire burning in Washington is now already on the top 10 largest wildfires on record list in the state. Here's Fox 13 Seattle from 16 hours ago.
Near Cle Elum, level 3 evacuation still in place for the Three Queens fire. The wildfire is burning north of Lake Cochise in steep terrain. It's grown to 2,900 acres, 0% containment. Fire crews say the fire is spreading most to the southeast up the No Name Ridge. Let's take a look here at this evacuation map from the Kittitas County Sheriff's Office. So the red area, as you now know, that is the level 3 go now order. That stretches from Box Ridge through the top half of Lake Cochise and then all the way east to Cle Elum.
Wobegon County, the Sinlahekin fire is officially the largest wildfire so far this season. It's burning west of Tonasket and is now 148,000 acres in size, just 42% contained. It's 10,000 acres larger than the Kaiser Canyon fire. Fire officials warned people in...
Oh, Washington just outdoing itself on wildfires. One wildfire outdoing the other burning wildfire. 150,000 acres in just one of these puppies going. Although all the fires burning in Washington are somewhat dwarfed by what's being seen this year in Oregon. Hundreds of thousands of acres burned so far in the great state of Washington. Meanwhile, down in Oregon, talking about millions of acres already burned. I think it's approaching something like 3 million or something stupid. I don't know. I've lost track. It's at least over 2 million. Here's KGW News from 3 days ago to discuss some of these wildfires still currently burning in the state.
As the fire risk continues across the area, we have seen multiple fire starts this weekend, including one burning in Clackamas County. In the Mount Hood National Forest, a new fire sending a column of smoke into the air Sunday afternoon. Officials say the Austin fire is burning on the north side of Forest Road 46, 2 miles west of Forest Road Junction 4650. Here is a time-lapse look at the fire courtesy of the Oregon Hazards Lab. Officials say the fire is at least 30 acres in size. We are also getting a look at time-lapse video taken on Friday showing the grasshopper fire that continues to burn near Mount Hood.
That
Crews
thing
battling that fire are reporting...
That is insane. This thing is freaking wild.
For fire that continues to burn.
No wonder it's creating its own weather systems. You can see it from what looks like what 20 miles away, 10, 20. It feels like it must be at least like 10 miles away. And I mean, it's still taking up like a third of the sky in this photo. That is wild. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Near Mount Hood, crews battling that fire are reporting that containment lines along the southern and eastern portions of the fire continue to hold. Teams are still working to keep the fire from pushing across Highway 35 to the west. A portion of the highway remains closed due to the fire.
Yeah. Firefighters doing everything they can to prevent this fire from making its way towards more populated regions. The further west it goes, the closer it gets to the major metropolitan centers in Oregon, and that's bad. And hopefully they manage to do that. Of course, the federal government hasn't been nearly as helpful as they probably should have been from the very beginning of this, before any of this ever started. Rather than defunding and playing fucking games with, like, National Forest Service or whatever else, maybe they should have done the opposite of all of that. Just a thought. Now, the grasshopper fire has continued to burn throughout the week. And, people have been forced to evacuate their homes in multiple areas. Meanwhile, fires have also been burning in western Montana. Not necessarily the most populated of regions, but there have been wildfires burning there as well.
And we're continuing to track wildfires across western Montana as warm and dry conditions continue to fuel the flames. Right now, firefighters are scrambling to protect homes from the fast-moving Moose Fire southwest of Phillipsburg. An evacuation order remains in place for the Frog Pond Basin. So far, the lightning-caused fire has raced through more than 3,500 acres and is still 0% contained. Today, firefighters are working to build a containment line north of Frog Pond Basin and reduce fuels around nearby structures.
Yeah, but there's been multiple fires burning now in Montana for at least like a week or two. The entire West continues to see just extreme fire weather, whatever you want to call it. Where next? Montana. Nevada. I guess we'll do Nevada real quick too. Right? Isn't that the next? Wait, why is this here? Oh shit, these are out of order. How did this happen? Okay, oh no, it's not. This is fine. Okay, perfect. Okay, here's KTVN 2 News Nevada from 8 hours ago on the bug fire.
Now to the latest on the bug and stallion fires.
Fire crews have been working around the clock to stop them from growing, try to get a little containment on them. Here's a look at the perimeters of both fires. Since yesterday, the bug fire has expanded to the northeast and the stallion fire has been growing to the southwest. Yeah, a lot of air support happening out there for the last few days.
70,000 acres now burned, apparently by the bug fire. Stallion fire looks like it's about the same size, almost. Sort of almost converging on this spot here in the middle of Nevada. Reno Sparks, Indian County. I think Reno is like right down here. This is like the border of California. This is wild. Fire season is just getting worse and worse and worse. I'm like sort of blown away by it. As the person who was saying that we were going to have a bad fire season, it is really outdoing to some of my craziest expectations.
Along the California-Nevada border,
for this season. Now, finish off the wildfires talk. Let's go here to KTLA 5 from 7 hours ago.
Dozens of wildfires are raging across the western U.S., fueled by severe drought. Aerial crews attacking two fast-moving fires. These are burning north of Reno across the California-Nevada border. The bug fire started Sunday. It's burned nearly 58,000 acres. No containment there. And then the Stallion fire. That one started Monday and has grown to more than 31,000 acres. Also, the Timber fire is burning in Monterey County. It has grown to more than 3,700 acres. It's still only 5% contained. The fire grew by around 800 acres just since yesterday. Fire activity really surging early today along the southern edge of that fire. Ground crews now building containment lines near Highway 1 while others work to protect the nearby homes.
Yep. More and more fires popping up, including in California now. It was just a matter of time before California's fire season really got off. Honestly, California has had an undersized fire season considering everything, all of the parameters that we have, the conditions. They have gotten lucky, I hate to say. Knock on spacewood. But really, it's true. Now you're seeing them pop up again. We've seen a number of them this year, but honestly, they have not been having the same sort of season some other states have, right? Like you're seeing historic fire seasons in Oregon and Kansas and Washington to some degree and these other places, but California has kind of gone under the radar. But there's no way that holds out all year. Meanwhile, while the West is on fire, it's also simultaneously running out of water, with Lake Mead hitting a record low over the weekend, with water cuts incoming for multiple states and municipalities. Here's ABC 10 from Saturday.
Welcome back in. Lake Mead has fallen to its lowest level on record, and it's driving deeper concerns about the Colorado River water crisis. The nation's largest reservoir dropped to just over 1,040 feet yesterday, breaking the previous record set back in 2022. Now, that's according to data published today from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Experts blame years of heavy demand, persistent drought, and
another terrible record broken.
Hotter, drier conditions.
Drought and drier conditions are the same thing, but yes. Yes, another record broken, shattered by the low water level in Lake Mead. A reservoir which millions and millions of people depend on. How many? $25 million? 25 million, according to the New York Times from 3 days ago. More than 25 million people depend on that record low water resource. Great. That's good. Denver moving to a new enforcement phase as a result of the drought conditions. Here's Denver 7 from Monday.
All right, you might have guessed as much, but our water situation is not improving in this prolonged drought. Now, most of us, as you know, have been living with some form of water restrictions for most of the summer, and they're not making much of a difference, according to Denver Water. Right now, Denver Water customers are limited to watering their lawns 2 days a week. Well, I checked in today with Denver Water's manager of demand planning and efficiency to get a progress report, and Greg Fisher said Denver Water now has had to move from educating customers about water restrictions to enforcing those restrictions. He said,
Yep, water's getting very serious. Denver's moving from education to enforcement.
Right to jail, right away.
Jail. Right to jail.
Illegal.
All right, I don't know about jail, but they are moving to it. I don't know what the enforcement mechanisms Denver is using. But suffice to say, sounds like more than a rap on the wrist. Perhaps a fine? I don't know. You missed the BC segment? Yes. Yes, you did. We were talking about the BC fires. Meanwhile, in the Midwest, and at least one place in the East Coast, seeing some very strange and extreme weather on the other side of the weather system, the pressure systems. As we talk about, one side is always hot, the other side is a lot more rainy and cooler. Places like, well, multiple places. In northern Colorado, Indiana, Chicago, I think. Or the suburbs of Illinois, in Illinois, all seeing some strange-ass weather. Starting here, I suppose. 2 days ago, Denver 7.
Tonight, Denver 7's following up on microbursts we saw over the weekend in northern Colorado that caused some damage and at least one injury. And authorities also are now investigating whether one of them led to a grass fire in Greeley and to the death of a woman.
Like a bomb went off.
Denver 7's northern.
It looked like a bomb went off. Like you got smoldering wreckage over here.
Caused some damage and at least one.
Like all these like power lines just snapped in half. Smoldering field.
So here's what happened. I was driving along I-25 this past weekend and saw a huge cloud of dust on the side of the road. I mean, I had no idea what was happening. Turns out it was a microburst.
Person was hurt during that microburst in Weld County. Alt police say one person was hit by flying debris at the Alt Fall Festival you see here at Wagon Wheel Park.
So on Monday, I went to Alt to check on Joanna Emery. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you. The vendor who was hurt when the microburst hit the festival.
Just taking some time off to rest and...
that thing's trash.
Saturday, Joanna says the wind turned what had been a normal day at the festival into something that she describes.
It was pretty scary and kind of traumatic for everyone involved, especially the kids.
Everything had been secured and properly installed, but the wind was just too strong.
Yup, extreme winds as a result of a microburst resulted in a bunch of damage seen here in northern Colorado. But we are living in a world of extremes. Extreme fires, extreme droughts, extreme storms. I like that scene here in northwestern Indiana. Here's ABC 7 Chicago from 21 hours ago.
Well, right now, of course, a lot of destruction as folks try to really just intake all of what has happened. People here in Portage saying that they have never seen destruction like this. Is a severe weather, that severe storms rolled and barreled through this area. Now, city leaders have declared an emergency as cleanup begins as authorities investigate what sparked a deadly house explosion that happened moments after the storm subsided. This morning, neighbors are mourning the loss of one of their own. Neighbors say they heard a loud boom when the home exploded, sparking a massive fire that engulfed what was left of that structure. Now, storm debris made it difficult for authorities to get to that home. Some neighbors tried to help, but to put out the fire.
This thing is wild. But I don't know exactly what led to this, but this is insane. It looks like a literal bomb went off. I keep saying that, but are you kidding me? What in the shit? It looks like, honestly, probably a gas line and like an electrical, like a spark or something like that. Like you get like a disconnected gas line, spark from a wire or something like that. I don't know, but that shit is just terrifying. Just looks like a fucking inferno. Does she say caused by climate change? Does who say caused by climate change? I don't know who she is. I mean, the extreme weather, the storms, the fires, the droughts, they're all being fueled by climate change. No single event can be directly linked to climate change. It's just not the way climate change works. But like as we know, like it's all leading to this. All of this calamitousness. It would be much less calamitous if it were not for climate change. Now, apparently at least 3 tornadoes hit the south suburbs of Illinois in the same storms that caused that in Indiana. There's another one from another clip from ABC 7. This one's from 20 hours ago.
It's still really dark here, but as we've kind of been able to drive around in Storm Tracker and light up some of the neighborhoods, we've seen some of the damage, including this right here. We're actually at St. Mary's School on 195th Street in Mokina, and you can just see the level of damage that is right in front of this house. I'm going to actually pan over where this tree fell over. You can see the power lines that have come down. We're told that this entire neighborhood is currently without power, as again they saw heavy rain and lots of storms come through here, including one of those tornadoes. But people across the south and southwest suburbs are really spending their time cleaning up this morning after those powerful storms spawned at least 3 tornadoes, uprooting trees, damaging homes, and knocking out power. Those in Lansing described the sky turning dark. I even heard some people describe it as turning green at some point in the middle of the day, and saying it wasn't until the storm passed that they realized just how widespread the damage was.
Yeah. Our climate is continuing to collapse in front of our eyes. Which is why we all need to work together as much as possible to bring about a better future. You know, and to strengthen ourselves. You know, to somehow insulate ourselves amidst this stuff. I keep telling everybody, make sure you have at least a go bag. But you should also try to have, as best as possible, friends in your community, loved ones, whatever you want to call it. Like, having a community is super important to surviving these kinds of things. Power goes out, water gets shut off, whatever it might be. Stronger as a group than as a individual in almost every circumstance. So, lift each other up and prepare yourselves for the worst. Being prepared is really not a bad thing. Don't go crazy, Don't go crazy. Don't go like apocalypse hoarder. Like I've said before. Apocalypse hoarder, never a good plan for multiple reasons. One, how are you going to move your hoard if you have to move? Two, how are you going to keep it secret from all the people that might actually have a sort of nefarious plan, right? Like, you want people that you can trust, but like you just, there's no reason to do that. Like, just be sensible about how you prepare. And you're never going to survive in the wild for very long. So really, you just have to get yourself the stuff that you need to be able to get from one place to the next, right? Like, people who think they're going to go full Bear Grylls, I think, have too high of a mind of themselves. Even as somebody who has put some effort into thinking about all of this, I just think it's a bad thought, bad mindset to have. Like, don't be prepared to do it, but don't think you're gonna actually succeed. And like, that's like final, like, like pulling out the Bear Grylls shit, your Les Stroud tactics, if you will. Like, that's for the very worst possible scenario shit. And you're trying to avoid worst possible, right? That's the thing about it. Like, none of us should want the apocalypse, number one. We're preparing only to survive and hopefully, and like, none of these things are necessarily the apocalypse, right? It's just sort of like individual calamities or disasters, right? Like, we're not talking about fucking World War Z, the Walking Dead apocalypse shit. Most places will still, as if we continue to allow the climate to collapse, as things collapse, I mean, we will still have power and water some places, right? Even if your neighborhood, your town, whatever, goes without. But we should try and avoid a nomadic society, as much as possible. Like, I'm not, like, this is the thing about it all, really, is like, I'm very much like a pragmatic, sort of preventative measures kind of guy, like Boy Scouts, always be prepared type of deal. Like, even if you never use it, just better to be ready. But like, I would much rather none of this come to fruition, and instead us work together on solving the issues at hand, which still can be solved technically, even though we are, knocking dominoes over. Like, technically, not all the dominoes in this metaphor are necessarily directly connected, right? We've talked about the dominoes metaphor in the past, but like, really, one domino being knocked over doesn't necessarily mean that each one is about to be knocked over, like, inherently. It's just sort of an analogy that I think is intended to make things make sense. Like, as we like continue down the path of not doing enough about climate change and allowing things to go hotter and hotter and hotter, things will happen successively, right? Like, in succession, like dominoes, but not. It's not sort of like there are things that will tip. Like, don't get me wrong, when one like, for instance, like when one dominoes goes, I'm just trying to think of a good example, but like, ocean acidification hits a certain level, all of the fucking almost all of the coral are just gone, right? And then the subsequent, at least some of the subsequent species that rely on those corals and the species that rely on those species are all kind of fucked. But not in all scenarios, right? Like, don't make me come up with examples, but I think you get what I'm saying. Like, we can still mitigate. We can still reverse. We can still reverse course right now. We have the technology. It's just about the will, societally. Now, another extreme weather event occurred in Springfield, Massachusetts on Monday. Actually, this might have been, I think this was Sunday. CBS Boston with the story.
Well, yesterday's thunderstorms had lost much of their punch by the time they got here, but they were nasty when they rolled across western and central Mass, taking down dozens of trees in Springfield, where parked cars got smashed and roads were blocked. Governor Healy called the mayor there, offering state help with the cleanup. Meteorologist Dan Brown is here now, and Dan, the National Weather Service sent a survey team out there today.
They did, and they came up with the fact that it was a macroburst, which is a large microburst, those strong straight-line winds that get driven to the ground. Wind estimated between 60 and 70 miles per hour, and it went through West Springfield and then into Springfield. And as Ken pointed out, those storms weakened quickly.
Yeah, so Boston here experiencing a macroburst, as this guy just said, is a big microburst. So we started with a microburst in northern Colorado, ended with a macroburst in Springfield, Massachusetts. Those macrobursts are pretty wild. They can cause some pretty severe damage because of the unexpected nature of them. They just sort of come out of nowhere and bring, like he said, severe 70-mile-per-hour winds, just sort of aiming downwards at shit. You know, you leave stuff out, and all of a sudden they get turned into projectiles. Bikes untethered to things just start doing, you know, the unexpected. Huh. There's somebody in chat that I can't see. I see you adding someone that I'm in live chat. I can't even see them. That's very weird. I've never seen that happen before. Huh. Meanwhile, you will be shocked to hear that the United States just broke its record for the hottest month on record. Here's Denver 7 from 2 days ago. Great job, America. Breaking more records. So hot right now. So hot. Everybody's saying it.
July was the warmest month on record in the U.S. That's according to new data from the National Centers for Environmental Information. Right, averaging 76.9 degrees, above average temperatures were reported coast to coast. Colorado specifically had a record number of 90-plus degree days along the Front Range. And the National Weather Service meteorologist Greg Heavener told me it was Denver's second warmest July on record.
All throughout July, I kept hearing this word heat dome over and over again. How big of a factor did heat domes play into creating those records in July?
Day after day, when you have lack of cloud cover, even a little bit of wind, it dries the ground and soils out, and each day it bakes itself over and over and over again.
You know, I'm so sick of them talking about heat domes and all this other dumb shit. It's climate change. Okay, we keep trying to come up with fancy new words for things that are happening as a result of climate change. It's climate change. That's why the contiguous U.S. broke its record for hottest month ever, right? Like, it's because of global warming. That's why it's the warmest month ever. It's simple. It's pretty simple. It's not complicated with these heat domes and things. It confuses people, in my opinion. Fuck a heat dome. I don't give a shit. Speaking of climate change, oh, what the hell? What is going on? Why is my browser giving up on life? What are you doing? What is this? What is this? Oh, you're gonna stop doing your job now? Just gonna stop playing videos now? Is that what we're doing? We're just not doing videos? Huh? It's gray screen? Really? This is very rude of you. Can we go to the next video? Oh, we can. So we can do that. Okay, great. Yeah, speaking of climate change, let's go all the way up to northeastern Canada. The great province of Ontario, whose extreme wildfire conditions in July were in fact a result of climate change.
Early estimates suggest this is the worst wildfire season on record in Ontario, with the province already seeing more than 680 blazes so far this year, up from 425 this time. Early estimates suggest this is the worst wildfire season on record in Ontario, with the province already seeing more than 680 blazes so far this year, up from 425 this time last year. According to a new report by World Weather Attribution, human-induced climate change doubled fire conditions in Ontario in July.
Up from 410, what did you say, 410 to 685? That's like 75%. Like, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous how devastating this fire season has been. You know, like going into this year, I was saying we were going to have a bad fire season. I was not expecting us to have the worst wildfire season on record in multiple Canadian provinces, U.S. states, and European countries. Right? Like, I was like, yeah, it's going to be bad. But I feel like it would have been a little bit, you know, inflammatory. Pun unintended. A little bit of hyperbolic, I would have felt at the time to make such a bold claim. But it's literally what we've seen. And it's all as a result of fucking climate change. We've just been witnessing horrifying images all fire season, and it's just mid-August right now. And as we know, the fall is not exempt from fires. In fact, falls have been getting worse and worse since they've been getting drier and drier. Less and less precipitation, more dried out vegetation, a hell of a lot more fire weather as a result.
Were made about twice as likely due to climate change.
The doubling might sound very little, but the impacts of that are really, really strongly non-linear. So a small change makes a huge difference for an ecosystem. You have to stop burning fossil fuels because the impacts are here and are now and have huge consequences for all lives and livelihoods of people in all countries.
The report also focused on wildfire.
Exactly. Listen to the smart Nordic accent having lady. I guess it might have been Germanic. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Yeah. Anyways, let's keep moving around the globe. Now we're going to go way south to Puerto Rico, where the water crisis, which we've been talking about, that they too have been experiencing, is continuing to get worse. Just a reminder of how bad things were the last time we talked about it. Let's go here to NBC News.
Tonight.
From last Friday.
Growing desperation as drastic water rationing measures in Puerto Rico are just hours away from taking effect. Starting tomorrow, families will be without water on a rotating basis for 2 days at a time. People here are now racing to prepare. In San Juan, we met a woman named Ana filling up her water bottles.
How bad is the water crisis right now?
It's extremely bad. It's something really hard to handle. We shouldn't be living like this.
At neighborhood wells like this one in rural San Juan, the flow offering a lifeline as residents now forced to make decisions like taking a shower or flushing toilets.
taking a shower or flushing toilets. What a calculus to make on a daily basis. What will we do today? Flush a toilet or take a shower? Gross. Oh, it goes right to this. But this is all a result of this crisis, the severe drought crisis that the entire planet seems to be experiencing in most places. Reservoirs.
The water restrictions come as more than 1/3 of the U.S. territory is facing severe drought or worse. In San Juan, it was the driest July on record. Puerto Ricans already facing water shortages for months, complicated further by aging infrastructure. The drought only adding insult to injury. Many here feel they're caught in the middle of government infighting.
I mean, this is much less a result of government infighting than it is of environmental degradation. These reservoirs are hitting extreme lows. You can see that this is a slow and prolonged degradation, right? Like, if you look, it's hard to tell, but you can if you look hard, right? It's a little pieces of evidence around here. First off, wherever this guy is standing, where this guy or gal is standing here with the camera, this is clearly supposed to be underwater, right? Because all of the ground is cracked in front of them. But you can see that there's like parts of the shoreline where it's a different color brown, where probably water should be as well. So it's like a huge, just a mass. It must be billions of gallons of water that are just missing. And that's bad. And it's continuing to compound on itself here in Puerto Rico, where things are getting worse. Let's not forget Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory. I don't hear Grandpa Trump talking about this.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
This community well in San Juan, Puerto Rico is working overtime. Residents stream in throughout the day, filling bottles and hauling heavy containers of water up and down steep stairs. It's a laborious but necessary task, as a rotating water rationing program leaves thousands of households without running water for up to 48 hours at a time.
No hemos podido bajar mucho a lavar ropa. Tenemos 4 mascotas, que también es bien difícil poder bañarla. Es difícil y nosotros somos 5 personas en una casa, más 4 mascotas, somos muchos.
Yeah, Puerto Rico is running out of water over here. It is not good. You can see just how bad it is from above. I think they show a pretty good, bird's eye view of this reservoir. You can see kind of what I'm talking about, the different colored land. Some of it's like bone dry and cracked. Some of it's like very parched with very sort of low level vegetation growing out of it, but like dry brown vegetation. Already dead. Former vegetation, now fire starters.
Yet, according to the National Weather Service, nearly 68% of the island is experiencing drought conditions. Authorities said the rationing is in response to intense heat, as an El Niño weather pattern suppresses the conditions that typically bring the island's late summer rain.
Okay. Okay, yes. Wow, Benjamin. You're showing up 6 hours into the stream asking about Karoline Levitt. It's been many hours since we've been talking about Karoline. But yes, she is out the door end of August. We did a Karoline retrospective earlier on all the ridiculous and crazy and sort of fashy things that Karoline's been up to since taking her position. Oh, end of an era. What comes next? Who knows? But when it comes to the environmental news, we're not leaving the Caribbean, merely hopping islands from Puerto Rico to Jamaica, where you'll be shocked to hear that drought conditions are worsening there as well, in what is usually a lush jungle region. Some Jamaican communities, like this one, are suffering severe drought. Here's Television Jamaica from Sunday.
Water restrictions are getting worse in parts of Kingston and St. Andrew. Inland mountain communities that usually get plenty of rain are also feeling the effects. These areas have little to no significant rainfall for weeks. Details in this report from Dwayne Anderson.
The Wagwater River watershed was once one of the wettest areas on the eastern end of the island, but things have changed, and residents who live in Scotts Hall and the surrounding parts of St. Mary and St. Andrew have felt the changes more than most. Where rivers and streams once snaked, rocks stand alert, and soil lay bare.
It's really bad. We haven't had rainfall in quite a while. We have people have to be going like 4, 5, 6 miles just to get water. And water has been a serious issue in St. Mary, in Southeast St. Mary, in Scotts Hall.
We used to always have water because there's a water hole up the stream here, which every one of the younger generation, them, all of us at the same age, we used to go up there and swim like every Sunday. Now, it is the hottest time I ever witnessed in my life.
This guy, hottest, driest he's ever seen in his life. If I had to guess, this dude's at least 65. I mean, this is what we're talking about, though. It's historic. In human history levels, historic fucking climate conditions that we are seeing. It's bad stuff. It is bad stuff. It was really like, I was like, really? The jungles of Jamaica are running out of water? This can't be good. They're literally in the middle of a body of water. And usually they get, like a lot of precipitation. But this is also partly as a result of the El Nino period that we're currently, because the Pacific is sucking up a bunch of the warm from the Atlantic right now. It's just the way the El Ninos go. And as a result, Jamaica, other islands down here, are now seeing a seasonably low amount of rain on top of extreme heat. So what do you get with that? You just get a bunch of evaporation, no replacement of that water, and then everybody's, not having a good time all of a sudden.
For future use. But amid the struggles and acceptance that human activity has led us to these extreme climatic conditions.
As our ancestors used to preserve it properly. This generation now, you would say from the 70s come along, they don't teach their children to always put it there, recycle, preserve, steward the earth.
Even planning for the annual Maroon Festival in Scotts Hall this year.
He's absolutely right. We're not stewarding the earth. We're not taking care of the planet. We are reaping the benefits while not replacing. We have completely grown detached from the planet that provides our sustenance, our survival, and it's going to bite us. It's already biting us, clearly. But it's going to get worse from here if we don't do some serious stuff about all of this. However, Jamaica may get some of that lacking rain I was just talking about as a result of multiple developments in the Atlantic. Like I said before, all it takes is one Atlantic development for something real bad, a big storm to hit the eastern seaboard in the United States, the Caribbean. Here's ABC 13 Houston from Monday on 2 different areas of potential development in the Atlantic.
Time now for your tropical update on this Monday. I'm ABC 13 meteorologist Alita Laresca, monitoring a couple of areas out here in the deep eastern Atlantic. We've got a couple areas, a couple of tropical waves, one of which closest to the Cabo Verde Islands that has a 60% chance for development. We'll be watching that. And off the east coast, also watching a small wave of low pressure starting to form showers and storms just to the north of Bermuda. That one has.
Well, there you go. Three different regions of interest here. One originating on the East Coast, heading for Western Europe. 2 coming off the coast of Western Africa, heading towards the Americas right now. The second storm, the one behind the first one, looking more likely on the development odds chart.
It's science.
Whether either becomes a storm or both or all 3, who knows? Low chance on 2 of 3. That last one's looking fairly ominous. And since the oceans are still pretty warm, I could develop into something big, especially with the storm in front of it is sort of feeding it. That's kind of part of the thing is, you know, these winds, and you can kind of see if you look at this picture. You know, the front storms kind of feed the back storms a little bit as they lose speed, as they run into the islands, like the Antilles and the northern South American continent here. Like, sort of slow down, they can kind of combine. You can see there's other activity, more storm activity coming off of, what is that, Western Sahara? No. Mauritania? No. Fuck. I can't make out. Algeria? Whatever that is, whatever the fuck that is, off the west coast of Africa, you can see there's more storm activity coming right here off my glasses. So we could see more potential tropical development in the coming weeks, honestly, next couple weeks. Think next Thursday, next weekend, start thinking around that time. Okay, now to the EU. Oh, before we get to the EU, let's talk about what the EU's climate monitoring service has to say about the world's oceans, which apparently has hit record high July temperatures. Wow. So the planet, the continent, and the oceans, everybody hitting record temperatures on July. How great. How good and great.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Countries around the world are facing into another week of soaring temperatures, wildfires and drought as a result of devastating heat waves driven by man-made climate change. Western Europe has had its hottest June to July on record. The European Union's climate change monitoring programme, Copernicus, also says that apart from the polar regions, record high temperatures have been recorded in the world's oceans in July.
It's not
Here,
great.
drought is due to be declared in...
It's not great. And if anything, that's actually, if I'm correct, and I could be totally wrong about this, but like that, all of that's bad, including the non-record temperatures in the polar regions, right? It already sounds bad enough that everywhere but the polar regions are at record high temperatures, but ask yourself for a second, what would cause everything but the polar regions to be at record high temperatures, right? Because we are talking about like in relativity, right? Like we're not like measuring the UK to the polar regions, right? We're measuring the polar regions to the polar regions. Why are the polar regions colder? I don't know. I could be wrong about this, but I keep thinking that maybe it's because you're getting an extra bunch of melting going on. You know, Doomsday Glacier, you know, the good old Thwaites or the Arctic regions. You know, like there's been a lot of movements happening glacially. All that Arctic ice. And if there's like outsized amount of melting, I mean, what does ice do? It cools everything around it, right? Like if there's an outsized amount of melting, I could be wrong about this science-wise, and if somebody wants to disprove me, I'm fine, like, taking in your thoughts. But by my own thinking, just like with a glass of water, throwing some ice into it, if you have an outsized amount, a historic perhaps amount of ice getting, you know, sloughed off the Arctic and or Antarctic regions, right? The poles, as they've just referred to them. And then melting, the residual sort of exothermal reaction, I feel like could lead to like a non-record level temperature there, while everything else is just like on fire, right? Do you get what I'm saying here?
Parts of England ahead of the 5th heat wave this year. Heat health alerts have been upgraded to amber for most of England, with temperatures expected to get to the mid-30s. And across the Atlantic in Canada, a state of emergency is still in place in British Columbia because of wildfires which have doubled in size since they first started at the weekend. On the other side of the world, winds, rain and flooding are causing havoc. Chinese authorities have evacuated more than 1 million people from their homes in eastern China after Typhoon Dolphin made landfall. It's the strongest typhoon to hit China this year, with winds so strong they could flip this lorry on its side.
Yeah, we barely talked about Typhoon Dolphin because Super Typhoon Bovi or Bavi or whatever it was, I can't even remember it now, took up all of the attention. And then this sleeper typhoon came up right behind it and smashed China.
China!
And we were too busy talking about like elections or whatever else at the time, and we barely covered the dolphin. But suffice to say, ocean's super warm, supercharging these sorts of storms. Let's listen a little bit to this expert. Oh, it's right here.
Astonishing pictures there. Well, let's speak now to Samantha Burgess, strategic lead for climate at Copernicus, the European Union's climate change monitoring programme. Samantha, we appreciate you joining us on BBC News, and really interesting to talk to you as you publish this latest data on the effect of the warming climate. Europe is heating up at around twice the global average. Why is that?
Yeah, that's right. So Europe is warming up twice the global average rate for a number of reasons. One is that land areas are warming up faster than the ocean, and Europe has, it's a very large continent. The second reason is the proximity to the Arctic. So the Arctic is warming up at 3 to 4 times the global average rate. The third reason is changing weather patterns. And the fourth reason is changing reflectivity. So as we have less snow and ice at the end of winter, and we have less sea ice, not only in the Arctic regions, but also in places like the Baltic Sea, we also have less.
Yup, that's right, Europe. Since you're basically the northernmost continent, aside from Canada, which is right behind you, by the way, on warming rate. But because of that, the receding ice in all the mountainous regions, right? The glaciers in the Alps, like was just mentioned, the Nordic regions, the Arctic ice, and, all of this stuff getting, less reflective means the Earth in Europe is soaking up more heat, therefore contributing to this rapidly warming effect, which is, suffice to say, not good. Really bad when you think about it. You think Alina Habba is potential replacement for Karoline? Are you listening from the beginning right now? All you people coming in talking about Karoline, and we're clearly moved so far beyond that, dragging me back early into the beginnings of the stream, and I've still got so much left to talk about. It's I gotta say, it's a little inconsiderate. I'm a little hurt, I'm a little hurt that we're doing this. When I'm trying to stay focused, I'm trying to keep the show moving on pace. 6 hours into this stream, we're getting dragged back to the first topic. And I'm trying to get us to the fourth and beyond. You're killing me. You're all killing me. I love you, but you're killing me. I hope you understand this. It's very rude. How rude. But I love you. Aww. You stop that, but no notes, no further notes. All right, let's go here. Continue talking about the rapidly warming oceans and continent of Europe. Europe has been battling wildfires and another round of extreme heat this week. Starting here, France 24. Actually, wait. Yeah, no, this is fine. France 24, Tuesday.
Now, as well as drought, Europe has been battling wildfires as well this summer. Firefighters this week are currently struggling to control.
It's still first on the title, so it's up for grabs at all times. I do an 8-hour broadcast. 8+ hour broadcast every day. Just because it's on the title doesn't mean we're still talking about it. Okay? It's fine. You guys can talk about whatever you want, but I read your chats, and then my brain space is transported back to the beginning of the stream or whatever, rather than focusing at the matter at hand, the burning planet. I'd point out also important, as I would point out as, if not more important than Karoline's job. Some are saying, a lot of people are saying it's as important as Karoline's White House job.
Rapidly expanding fire in the southwest of Spain. That's forced around 800 people to flee their homes. Meanwhile, in Canada, wildfires there have engulfed parts of British Columbia. About 20,000 people have been forced to flee. Now, Canada is extremely vulnerable to intense wildfires. This year alone, an area roughly the size of Switzerland has already been burnt. So to talk about the situation here in Europe and in Canada, I'm pleased to welcome to the programme Alexander Held. He is a senior fire management expert at the European Forest Institute. Thanks for speaking to France 24 today. On Europe, first of all, how serious, in your view, have the fires been so far?
We've seen now also in your previous report on the drought, fires are just a symptom. They are just the tip of the iceberg of the very, very unstable system now. And they are extreme severe. The impacts that we see will last for many years, and re-erecting these landscapes, restructuring all that will take a lot of effort if we want to build back better for a more resilient future.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. We've been talking about this. I have been vehemently shouting this from the rooftops for some time. But we have a calculus. We've had a calculus to make for years now. Do we get ahead of climate change? Do we change our energy systems? Right? Do we get ahead of it? The impending problem that we've known about for decades by changing our energy systems, our transportation systems, right? And, like reducing carbon emissions in other places, whether it's in agriculture or whatever else, right? Do we do these things? And as things have gone on, do we plan for the worst as we continue to hurtle towards the precipice? Do we build, as he's mentioned, build back better, or build ahead of time in terms of infrastructure that can withstand, hopefully, the worst? But we don't actually know. Here's part of the problem. We don't know as human beings what the actual worst is. We're always just guessing based upon what we've seen in the past, but we're hitting historic shit time and time again. What's historic mean? It means never fucking before, right? So if you know what I mean, like, how much hardening can you do, right? I mean, there's a debate, but fact is you know what's harder than all of that stuff I've just mentioned combined? Trying to do any of it while the world is burning down and flooded, right? When everything's either on fire or underwater, all of these things become miles more difficult. Just eons of more difficulty, added layers of. We're just running it on hard mode for no good reason. We've had decades of preparation, and instead we've been dicking around the whole time, right? And it would become exponentially more difficult to harden infrastructure, make the adequate changes to transportation and energy and whatever else, when we're literally running for our lives all the fucking time. Trying to rebuild everything after we break it. And whatever else. You see what I'm saying? Like, it just logically, efficiency-wise, it just doesn't make any sense to let it burn down first before you start doing shit about it. Right? Like, right? Am I the crazy one for suggesting this? Like, maybe we should think ahead. Maybe we should be proactive. I'm the crazy one? Come on.
Come on!
Joe, how serious is this heat wave for power generation and infrastructure?
It's quite serious. This we are now on to heat wave number 5, if you can believe it, here in Europe. And this started early and has really been unrelenting. And we're starting to see the cumulative effects of these back-to-back heat waves. These are all these high-pressure heat domes that have driven up the temperatures and choked off. They basically clear away cloud cover.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the heat domes are created because of the extreme conditions on the planet, right? Like, we keep using this word heat dome, but it's like, before it was just normal heat waves. Before climate change, we just had normal heat waves. Now, as a result of climate change, we have heat domes. That's why we call them that, right? Because there's like this new phenomenon that's happening because of the extreme weather that we're seeing. Persistent heat waves that have not really been seen in human history, happening on a fairly regular basis, just become this term that we say off the cuff. I worry. I just worry that people keep hearing that and assuming it's a normal thing. It's not. Just to be very clear, it's not, very much not normal. All these heat domes that we're talking about are the opposite of normal. They're extreme heat waves. They're extreme climate change fueled heat waves. If it were not for our stupid life choices, humanity that being, wouldn't be experiencing this kind of thing. All right, BBC News, 18 hours ago, to continue talking about this. Oh, this rapidly collapsing climate.
In the UK, the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, is chairing a meeting of the government's Emergency Cobra Committee this afternoon to discuss the extreme heat. The Met Office have issued an amber heat warning for parts of England on Thursday, when temperatures could reach up to 38 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, a report by the progressive think tank Verdant suggests that the heat waves in June and July may have cost the UK economy more than £4 billion in lost economic output due to reduced productivity and overheating infrastructure. Well, our political correspondent, Joe...
All of the latest pictures I've been seeing of the UK are insane. They are fucking sane. Like, I see plenty of photos, like, every day of my life, especially because of this job. Like, I feel like I'm pretty familiarized with a lot of different places. It's a gift and a curse. But, like, I keep looking at these images of the UK, and it looks like Arizona, or like pre-Arizona. It's like what I imagine, like, maybe Arizona looked like before it became a desert. I'm just assuming maybe. I don't actually know whether or not Arizona was once not a desert. Probably, maybe at one point. I don't know. But you look at it, and it's just like, it looks like it's on its way to becoming the next Arizona, or like New Mexico or something. There's no water. Like, everything is parched. Every plant, aside from trees that have clearly been standing there for decades, or in some cases centuries, like, everything else is just brown and dead. Like, I don't even feel like I'm being like hyperbolic, right? Like, this is just what I'm seeing. Every photo, it just looks worse.
Explains why Andy Burnham is holding this emergency Cobra meeting today.
There are a number of different reasons, Kasia, that Andy Burnham wants to highlight issues, talk to officials. Officials are expecting to attend that meeting include those from the Cabinet Office, the Met Office, responsible for sort of monitoring weather, as well as the Environment Agency. Partly this is about ensuring firefighters dealing with wildfires have the resources they need. Partly that farmers who are so important for food security in the food chain have the right support, but also those public service workers in places like hospitals that are having to cope with hot weather. In my conversation with the number 10, they've rejected that today's emergency meeting is any response to what opposition parties have been saying about this. Certainly the Green Party called for an emergency meeting. Their leader in England and Wales, Zach Polanski, also wanting to talk about Andy Burnham's approach to more drilling in the North Sea, something the Green Party oppose, and something.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane to think that while all this is happening in the UK and Europe, the Burnham is talking about opening up more drilling for oil in the north. Deeply deranged plan, in my opinion. Yeah. Meanwhile, Europe is bracing, as I mentioned, for another heat wave incoming. France 24 English, 22 hours ago, on the impending doom.
That's hot.
A London church set against a desert-like landscape. Gone are the...
I'm just saying desertification, but instead I'm saying becoming Arizona. Look, let me measure things in the... Look, America measures things however we want, okay? Inches instead of centimeters. Feet instead of meters. Pounds instead of kilograms. Miles instead of kilometers. And becoming Arizona instead of desertification, okay? I don't need these criticisms right now, okay?
A London church set against a desert-like landscape. Gone are the lush green lawns typically seen in the British capital, which has never experienced such a dry July. Only the swimming pools still hold water. Ponds are drying up, making this ban on fishing seem derisory. Everywhere, the ground is cracked, where rivers once allowed navigation. The port of Cologne in Germany, now dormant. The Rhine has also receded.
Dude, it just keeps
bridges
getting worse and
pointless.
worse. Do you see what I mean? We keep seeing like the same places. Like I have a fairly good memory. I won't go so far as to claim that I have a photographic memory, but like I see these same bridges, like these same regions on the Rhine, like over and over again, and I could swear every time I see one, like the latest update is worse than the last one, and I'm like, holy shit, this thing is getting really bad. Like I'm starting to get to know these like parts of these rivers intimately, and it feels like these droughts are genuine. Like you can see the Rhine just receding, like the Danube disappearing. Lake Mead turning to a little puddle. Mead Pond, you know, like this, these things that we're watching are really, really disturbing.
Also receded, rendering bridges almost pointless. In Budapest, too, the landscape has been transformed. The Danube River revealing secrets from the Second World War, such as this German motorbike.
See, they keep finding more shit. This thing just keeps going lower and lower, and they just keep finding crazier and crazier stuff. They found a freaking woolly mammoth. Right, we're going like prehistoric at this point. Prehistoric low water levels. That's no good. Like, we're talking historic usually. Now we're, you know, like all of a sudden we're finding mammoths. Weren't there before. World War II relics from 100 years ago just surfacing all of a sudden. Rotten, rusted out bikes that never should have seen the light of day. Yeah, and France is no exception. They are struggling big time. 70% of the country under restrictions. Water restrictions.
Riverbeds that have dried up or have next to no water left. That's a new norm here in the north of France.
I thought that it was still here, but it stopped. The flow has stopped.
Following successive heat waves, around 70% of France is facing water usage restrictions. These environmental officers are upping their rounds, especially in fields where watering is currently outlawed.
There's no watering. They are following the guidelines.
Car washers face the same restrictions.
The station is within the guidelines. They have blocked access to the car wash, including the jets.
Over the next few days, the situation could get worse.
This drought is only going to get worse for at least the next week or 10 days to come.
You look at regions where water once went through so powerfully that it shaped the rocks, and now there's just no water at all. It's just all, it's all fucked. It's all fucked. No good. And if we don't do anything, things are just going to get worse. Meanwhile, amidst the heat wave, Europe was trying to enjoy a rare space event, a total solar eclipse crossing Europe earlier on Wednesday. Here is France 24 English from 22 hours ago. Whoopsies. God damn it. Go back. Why do you hate me? There we go. A seamless segue to space news.
The medieval town of Burgos, located in a rural region of Spain, doesn't usually draw crowds like this in August. But since this weekend, it's been a very different story. Astro tourists have come from all over the world to see the eclipse, like this family who have just landed from Hong Kong.
It's so exciting. I'm going to pick my children to have the first time to experience the solar eclipse.
Tourists from Asia, Europe and America are here in Burgos. It's ideally situated at a high elevation along the path of totality. At least 25,000 visitors are expected on Wednesday evening. Information kiosks distributing brochures and eclipse glasses are swamped.
We've given 5,000 glasses here, and it's been crazy. We've been giving information, and yeah, people from all over the world came. I've been speaking in French, English, a little bit of Italian, and yeah.
Well, there you have it. People in Europe braving the heat to witness a rare solar event. Here's a little peek. The BBC live stream. The Exploratorium from Villa Libado, Spain. Here it is. The moment. The moment the moon crosses the corona, or whatever you call it. The sun's horizon. Eventually making its way, of course, slowly but surely, after like a frickin' hour. Crossing the sun. I think it's coolest when it like gets like really close to almost gone. I feel like the sun starts doing really weird shit, especially when you have a good lens on it. You can start seeing the sun just I think there's something that happens as a result of the what do you call it? Like the bending of light. I forget what this physical phenomenon is. Like the bending of light around a curved surface like causes these weird looking like almost like distortion / projections almost of like, I don't know, I feel like it gives you like a weird glimpse of the sun that you can just never get without it. It almost hurts my eyes staring at this little sliver for a long time. Refraction, thank you. I can't think of words today. I think there was a sun flare. I think someone's correctly identified that off to the left-hand corner. You could see it earlier on. Your mom saw a 90% eclipse in France. It's pretty cool. Do you see what I mean? You can see these kind of weird things like dancing around in the corners of the moon, right? Like with the surf, you can clearly see like the surface almost like bend and wave. I can't tell if it's not clear if there's an optical illusion or if it's like it's a result of, but I guess it's the same thing really, a result of refraction of light, but it's cool. I enjoy it. And hopefully you enjoyed it. That is what the Galactic News Network is here for. All of your latest galactic happenings. Now, quick question, everybody. Did any of you happen to lose gravity while down on Earth today? And by today, I do mean Wednesday, August 12th. Because there was a very strange internet conspiracy going around regarding gravity and the sudden loss of it. Traveling around the interwebs, which I found fascinating. Sounds like a really dumb thought, but a lot of people were simultaneously thinking this very stupid thought. Here's the New York Post from last Saturday.
A wild online conspiracy theory.
For 7 seconds, gravity is going to no longer exist.
That alleges the Earth will lose its gravity for 7 seconds and cause mass death and destruction.
Like me and you are afraid of heights, it's better to be safe than sorry.
Oh yeah,
trying to go out like
yeah, you better
As
trap yourself down.
Posters point to a fake secret NASA project.
Oh my god. Oh god, it's a special kind of stupid, I'm afraid, that's leading people to think this sort of thing. Of course, it didn't happen. I don't know if anybody noticed, but you had your gravity all day. You know why? Because the Earth continued to spin all day, and it didn't suddenly stop at any point. I would point out that if we did lose gravity for even 7 seconds, it's going to be way worse than just floating around, which is what people were seemingly claiming was going to happen. No. If the Earth loses gravity for some reason, the first reason is because of loss of gravity, of a rotational force, right? Because the Earth suddenly stops rotating around it over, what is it? I can't remember the exact speed, but like, you know, like, like thousands of miles an hour. Like if it suddenly if we suddenly have loss of gravity, like sudden rotational stoppage on the planet, unlike in The Flash or whatever comic book, like genuine catastrophe would happen. Like everything would just come crashing to a halt. Like, and in the worst possible way at, like I said, like over 1,000 miles an hour or whatever the rate of speed at which the Earth is, faster than anything your mind can imagine, right? Faster than any vehicle you've ever been in, all of a sudden stopping suddenly. That way worse than floating for 7 seconds. I'll tell you that right now. You'd be begging for 7 seconds of floating. But no, didn't happen because science still continues to exist.
It's science.
Rotation has nothing to do with it. I'm fairly certain rotation has a lot to do with it. I could have sworn rotation has something to do with gravity, isn't it? Isn't it? Is there no relation to these things? Why do I think? Or am I reversing it? Is gravity providing the rotation? I can't remember. It's been a while since I was in physics class, but I could have sworn that there was some sort of relation between rotation and gravity. Am I reversing it? Look, point is we still have gravity, okay? And it's not gone. How high could you fly? I have no idea. Don't ask me these questions. You think it would carry on spinning and fling the oceans into space? That'd be fascinating. That'd be super fun. That'd be a super fun time for everybody. Just quadrillions of gallons of water flying around all at once. That sounds fun. Speaking of water flying around all over the place, Argentina has been looking to change property laws in the country to bring in more money from abroad, as they've completely collapsed the normal functioning of society. They're welcoming in foreign investors in Argentina, selling off public and I think private lands too. To anybody who will buy it, people are upset about that. And Argentina has been using water hoses to blast said protesters in the streets.
Anger spilled over in Buenos Aires on Thursday. Rioting followed a large protest as concessions made to a proposed law on private property did not deter demonstrators. They say President Javier Milei is selling land that belongs to Argentina out to foreign interests.
We are here because the government and the sellouts who accompany them want to sell our country. What they're doing is extremely serious. Not just wanting to sell our land, which unfortunately has been happening for a long time, but trying to push that boundary even further.
The bill initially planned to raise a cap on land available for foreign purchase from 15 to 20%.
It's like Javier Milei is like waging a war on his own people. You know, take away all of their, you know, all of their jobs, the social safety net, and now he's going to start selling the land off to foreign investors. And if this poster is correct, investors from America, Britain, and Israel. Although I don't know about the veracity of this poster. People are pissed.
Scrapped because of the backlash, but protesters say other measures amount to selling out as well, like the loosening of rules on developing rural areas and restrictions on the state's ability to seize private property. In the Senate, the ruling party defended the bill.
Yeah, no kidding. Javier Milei is continuing to defend his ridiculous, like, anarcho-libertarian, whatever you want to call it, like anarcho-capitalist nonsense. Why even have a government? I guess is my question. Because I've heard rumorings that he's gonna like start selling stuff off to like some of these like, what do you call them? Like the crypto libertarians, right? Like the people who want to like make their own like quasi nation states unto themselves with their own like cryptocurrencies and things. I've been hearing that he's been talking to people like that, which is not shocking at all. He runs in the same circles of like tech oligarchs and such. You know, he gave Elon that freaking a chainsaw, if you recall. But they have been continuing to suppress protests against this new reform. Like every single protest. Sort of draconic and Dystopian scenes continuing here in Argentina. I mean, it's been going on for a while now. It just seems to be getting worse and worse. Now they got robot water sprayers and shit. It literally looks like something out of like I'm trying to think of what's the name of that movie. Fucking hell. Oh, my brain just broke. Exactly. He's the chainsaw guy. Of course he's looking to sell this stuff out to the crypto libertarian weirdos. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has turned the crazy back on. Well, not back on. That's not the right way to put it. Trump has refocused his attention onto Greenland. And it would seem the United States is doing sort of like a corporate invasion of the territory of Greenland. Denmark issuing a warning against illegal U.S. oil drilling on the territory.
Illegal.
On Monday. Here's France 24.
Greenland has issued a strong warning to a US oil company connected to Donald Trump not to drill on its territory after the company brought material for drilling ashore in the Arctic island. Greenland Energy, a Texas company founded last year, has announced plans to spend $60 million drilling 2 exploratory wells. The company says it is acquiring the exploration rights previously granted to a UK company called 80 Mile. Greenland stopped issuing new oil licenses in 2021 for environmental reasons, and the autonomous Danish territory has warned that all future logistical matters must be advised and approved by its Mineral Resources Authority.
Oh my god, this really is, like I said, this is like a corporate war almost, right? Like this is, in my opinion, like considering everything that's been said by the president, I mean, it is not, and it seems to be the case that they are taking it in this manner, but it's not shocking. It wouldn't shock me for Greenland, Denmark, to take this as an act of war, right? They are basically, by way of capital, trying to seize territory and or mineral rights on the country, the sovereign nation of Greenland, which has expressed its deep desire for none of that. Like, this is honestly, though, like, to be real, this is the kind of shit that Western nations like the United States and the EU and who, like, you know, any of these countries, Denmark has, of course, engaged in this in the past, have done, right, to, like, countries in the global south. You know, seizing mineral rights, like, and or using sketchy financial means, loans, and other shit. But Trump is trying to use that against U.S. allies, and it's just a wild thing to watch. It really is crazy. It really is crazy to see him turn this sort of thing against an ally like Greenland and be like, hey, we're seizing the mineral rights of Greenland. We're buying them. What? Sorry, we're buying them. We're moving in. You don't want that? Sorry. Too bad. Don't care. It's deeply deranged.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Poe and an associate fellow with the Russia program at George Washington University. Good morning, Lucas, and thank you for joining us. Can I start by asking you, how serious is this attempt by Greenland Energy to drill? Will they openly break the law, or are they just testing the waters?
Good morning, Oliver. Thank you very much for having me. The first thing I would like to mention, perhaps, is that as you guys already alluded to, the exploration license that is held by Greenland Energy has existed for quite a long time. It's been granted before the Greenlandic government instituted a blanket moratorium on the issuing of new oil and gas licenses in 2021. From a legal point of view, therefore, the exploration for oil by Greenland Energy is relatively unproblematic. The issue that caused political controversy last week is that the US company Greenland Energy didn't coordinate with the relevant Greenlandic authorities in its disembarking of equipment for the exploration that is planned in East Greenland, and of course in the current wider political situation around American-Danish Greenlandic relations, the working group that has been instituted between the three capitals, Nuuk, Washington, and Copenhagen, to try and hash out some form of future agreement about.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I would call in the corporate world, they would call a hostile takeover, right? Except it's slightly different than a normal hostile takeover, because you're doing it against the will of the stakeholder, that being the country where these mineral resources exist. It is insane. It is this deeply deranged stuff going on here. The fact that we haven't been talking more about this week boggles the mind. Because there's no way that this company isn't doing this on the behest of the president. Almost 0% chance in my mind. It sounds more like an invasion. It does sound like an invasion. Certainly invasive. Unwanted. What can we expect from a country run by a man who has, at least at one point, proudly admitted to going into the dressing rooms of teenage girls and grabbing them in an unwanted fashion? This is just more of the same, is it not? Just on a territorial level, rather than on a personhood level, the bodily autonomy. This is a little different, but same. Different, but same, I think. Is this AI talking? Are you AI talking? What are you talking about? Is this AI? What does that mean? That's very rude. You just show up in here and start accusing people of being AI.
How rude.
I could accuse you of being AI, sir, and or ma'am. And or non-binary fam.
All right, y'all, so this right here is kind of a big deal. And nobody's really talking about it. But The Guardian says, Greenland issues strong warning as Trump-linked oil firm prepares to drill. Island's government says no approval given after Greenland Energy brings kit ashore for exploratory drilling. Okay, so what's happening here is the U.S. is illegally going to sovereign territory that is Greenland's, and they're starting to drill with no approval whatsoever. They've been given multiple warnings. Don't you dare drill on our territory without our approval. And Trump is like, fuck it, we're going to do it anyway. So as people are pointing out, this appears to be the beginning of Trump's attempt to take Greenland, to own Greenland.
And if that is the case, we are walking into a very disturbing time right now. We can only hope that this will all be thwarted somehow, prevented. I mean, Denmark has said it's prepared for military action when it comes to Greenland. I don't know why we're testing this. I just don't understand why. Karoline Levitt, please. You should have shown up 6 hours ago when we first started the stream, pal. We're long gone. We're long gone beyond. This isn't a normal Twitch stream, okay, buddy? I plan these things out. And so if you want the full experience, you gotta be here for the whole thing. Yes, indeed. We've already done the United States news, the environmental news, the space news, and now we're doing the global news. Hence why we're talking about Greenland, Argentina, and now British news. The UK, where the countdown to Independence Day, well, it's over, actually, technically, because it's here. Now, we've already seen a number of clips this week. The efforts of Count Binface in preparation for the Clacton by-election here in the United Kingdom, where he faces up against Nigel Farage. This being one of them. A message to Earth from space. Literally. Oh, God. Oh, God, I feel like I'm about to get like a serious, like a migraine or something like that. Like, my left eye is seeing in kaleidoscope right now. What in the fuck? Oh, my God. That's bad. That's probably bad, right?
Hello, planet Earth. Hello, humans. Count Binface here, intergalactic space warrior, leader of the Recyclons from Sigma 9, and part-time parliamentary candidate. Now, I know you have your differences. I know there's a lot of big stuff going on. But to all of you who are able, turn your gaze to an incredible part of your world, the beautiful constituency of Clacton. Because there, on Thursday the 13th of August, I will be standing for election to the British Houses of Parliament, alongside 33 other hopefuls. And for the first time, I have a chance to actually win. What? It might sound like it's going to be the world's worst Comic-Con, but actually, I think it's amazing. British democracy means anyone can vote for whoever they want, and you can stand for election no matter what you believe or what you look like. I'm not naming names.
Yes, indeed. The great, the one, the only, the Count Binface. Today, Independence Day. You'll notice the play on words countdown to bin dependence. See what I've done? Get it? Count? Bin? Well, I tried. I tried my best.
You are not funny.
Look, listen. These are 8-hour shows. Every joke can't be a winner. All right. Let's go way back in time to the first ever media appearance of Count Binface.
There he is. There's the man I'm here to see. Lovely.
Well, welcome, Excellency.
Lovely to meet you.
Welcome
Lovely
to
to
Earth.
meet you.
It was good of you to come.
Pleasure. Well, you did get me a car. It's the best I could do, you know.
Have you come far?
Well, I certainly from the Sigma Quadrant, but I have also parked in Lewisham. So, you know, so which one's worse? You tell me.
No, it's terrible, isn't it?
Exactly.
Well, if you'd like to walk this way,
Yes,
sir.
I'll do my best. Lovely. Look at them all with their phones out. Look at the bloody 21st century. Come on, haven't you got any proper cameras? You're supposed to be a news organisation. This is mental. Bloody hell. What's it, mate? What's some people say? I can't see a thing. It's insane. Unbelievable.
He comes in roasting the whole outfit over here. Well, you guys don't have any real cameras? I thought this was a journalistic outlet. My God.
Make your vote count. That's all I'm going to say.
Do you think you appeal more to younger voters in Earthling terms, younger voters or older voters?
Well, that's a very good question, Sean. I would like to think that my fully costed manifesto is a broadly appealing suite of policies across the ages. So for the young, I propose a voting age of 16.
Yeah.
And for the old, I propose the return of CFAX.
Yes.
I think those two things balance things out rather nice.
And you want the voting age to come down to 16?
That's correct.
And the upper limit to be 80?
Yes.
Do you think that's fair?
No.
Right. And London Bridge to be renamed Phoebe Waller?
Yes.
Is that going to cost the taxpayer?
Cost zero. I mean, maybe a little bit of signage.
Yeah.
All I would say is this. Boris Johnson spent 40 million quid on a garden bridge that didn't exist. All I'm saying is change the old name. What could be better?
Absolutely, absolutely.
£1 trillion a week for the NHS.
Now, this is one of those policies I hope that he can bring back.
What could be better?
Fine. £1 trillion a week for the NHS.
Yes.
Now that will cost money, won't it?
It will cost £1 trillion a week, to be fair.
Article 21.
At least he's a realist, right? Like, you know, at least he knows what these things are gonna cost. $1 trillion a week to the NHS will cost $1 trillion a week, and that math checks out. From what I'm aware of. Once again, this was an old policy. This must have been like 7 years ago or something like that. Out of the chronicles, the archives of the Independent over here. But they need to bring this manifesto back.
Manifesto.
Yes.
I shall read to you in case
Do.
you've forgotten.
As if I can't see what's making you
I
think
know
that.
that the hand dryer in the gents' toilets at the Crown and Treaty, Uxbridge, to be moved to a more sensible position.
Yes.
Have you costed that?
I have.
How much is it?
I make that about £200. So we need to add that to the $1 trillion a week. Sorry,
Sensible, efficient, realistic. I mean, what else could you expect out of a leader? I ask you, Clacton. On sea. Supposedly. I ask you, what more could you possibly want? Huh? £1 million to the NHS a week? Return of CFAX? A sensible 200-pound repositioning of the hand dryer at the pub at the Oxen Treaty, whatever, Oxbridge, whatever. I can't remember the name of the pub, but suffice to say, I've seen the location of that hand dryer. It's atrocious. Should be a crime. Should be some kind of crime.
Just disgusting and probably illegal.
Can I get handles on my helmet? Wow. Now I need handles? I think it's fine the way it is. I don't think handles are necessary. All right. Back to reality, to the current timeline. Not many years ago. Count Binface posting this to his channel yesterday. Urging voters to make the important choice in this election. Okay. Now, this.
But you mentioned your manifesto.
And there's some quite interesting things on here. You want
Yes.
to impose a windfall tax on cosy crime novels. I quite like cosy crime novels. I think that's quite unfair. You also
Hang on, what's unfair? It's not about you enjoying it.
Well,
you
I
like
think
oil, you like energy, don't you? But why shouldn't there be a windfall tax on it?
Okay. Well, we'll get. And the other point you make is that you want to move a hand dryer in a Nepalese restaurant in Southport.
Yes.
And
Oh, that was very sly, but I don't know if you picked up on it. Binface just suggested taxing oil companies a windfall tax for making extra money. You know, in times like now, where they're making hand over a fist for doing literally nothing different.
I hear the owners are quite intrigued by that. They didn't know there was an issue with the hand dryer.
They blooming well should. Have you seen it?
But I haven't. I can't say I've been to that
What
restaurant.
kind of journalist is this? It's on my website.
Well, I should get down
This
there.
is poor research.
By the way, I don't know the full breakdown on how all of this came to be, but Count Binface here spoke to a number of different journalists from multiple localities, countries around the world. That guy's from Australia, apparently. Next, Germany. We just got to see how the entire world media is reacting to Binface. Once again, I don't know how this was organized. But the, you know, I assume Binface utilized some amount of funds, campaign funds, perhaps, for this shindig.
In Parliament.
Hello.
No particular message?
Oh, I'd do a bit more than that, but I'd definitely start with hello. Maybe a few other languages as well, who knows? And yes, I'd like to sort of maybe talk about the state of that room, because those green benches are a bit tired. That green leather. Why does it have to be green?
What would be your idea? What color do you like?
It depends on the day of the week. Us bins, you see. One week it could be green, the next week it could be black. That kind of thing.
Okay.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. So you speak Japanese?
I have a smattering. I'm fluent in over 7 million forms of communication. Eat that, C3PO. And yes, I've got a bit of Japanese. I can say, Bengoshi de wa arimasen.
How come you know?
I love that he threw in that side comment that, like, just sort of off the cuff burned to C3PO. Suck it, C3PO.
Japanese, I can say, Bengoshi de wa arimasen.
How come you know that?
But it's true.
Okay.
I'm not a lawyer. I'd quite like to be. I've got another one. Depato wa chujikara wokujimada desu.
How come you know these Japanese?
Because I wanted to...
Dude, Binface, as I was saying earlier, I'm pretty sure is a genius. He just breaks out into random languages all the time. He was on the Rest is Politics, speaking classical Greek. Just breaks out into Japanese. Yeah, he's a man of many, I mean, a galactic being of many talents. Truly fascinating, multifaceted individual, that Binface.
Tomatoes at people?
I do.
Well, you're a journalist, of course you do.
We love it.
Lovely.
Maybe the American leader, or I don't know.
Do you mean the current one?
Yeah.
No, I'm not a fan of him.
Oh, why is that?
And it's the things he said and the things he's done. I'll come to Italy if you want me.
Oh, yeah. Would you like to come?
I would.
And if so, would you like to be our Presidente del Consiglio? Prime Minister.
What does that involve?
It's the Prime Minister. It involves to be, basically to do what Giorgia Meloni is doing right now.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't sound very hard.
Okay, fair.
Doesn't sound very hard. Oh my god, he's hilarious. I Well, there you have it. Journalists from around the world getting some question time with the bin. Galactic bin question time. Now, there were some other journalists that got a opportunity to speak with Count Binface, including British-American journalist, one of our favorites around here, the founder of the great outlet Zeteo, Mehdi Hassan. Zeteo UK, covering the Clacton by-election and the latest galactic happenings. I'm a little offended Zeteo got the interview before I did, but I'm just going to try and move past that and cover this with complete, unbiased, completely unbiased takes from here to the end, I swear.
If I came down in my true form, I might freak you out, you humans. And especially snowflakes like you. I pledge to remove the hand dryer in the Crown and Treaty pub Oxbridge. It's far too close to the urinal. It is like air frying your genitals while attempting to urinate. It's got to be stopped.
You have run many times before. No one's really taken you seriously until now.
Well, firstly,
I need an interview with Binface, but yeah, here's the thing. I mean, the election's already happening now. So what do I do? Like, the post-interview? I could try. I mean, I just hadn't even considered it till now. The election's underway right now. You give a mid-game interview, hit him up now. I don't have his deets though. That's part of the problem. I'm sure there must be a way to contact him, but I feel like I've missed an opportunity here. I feel like I've missed an opportunity, and that's. I didn't, until now, it's been big media, Channel 4, Good Morning Britain, these sorts of things. I didn't think that, the independent media had a shot at the Count Binface. I mean, geez. Missed opportunity.
fake news, Hassan. That's not true. Have you got addicted to that moment outside number 10 with the podium or no podium? Maybe everyone just needs to calm down a little, eh? Maybe that's how I come in.
If you get elected to Parliament, will you take off your helmet? Because you can't wear that bin in the House of Commons chamber. Nigel Farage's decision to quit his seat and stand for re-election in the constituency of Clacton this Thursday grabbed headlines across the UK. But you know what grabbed headlines across the world? The fact that all of the major parties decided not to run candidates against Farage, which meant the Reform UK leader has been left facing a self-described intergalactic space warrior, the leader of the Recyclons. Yes, Count Binface. Just this week, the Associated Press, the AP, devoted an entire piece to the race, referring to Britain's wackiest election in Clacton, and the man in a can with a plan. You know, the garbage can on his head. I'm delighted to say that on the eve of this historic by-election, Count Binface himself joins me here on Zeteo UK. Welcome, Count Binface, to Zeteo UK.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, Mehdi. And firstly, thank you for pronouncing Zeteo, because I've seen it lots online. You're doing very well. But I didn't know how to say it. What does it mean?
It means to search for the truth. It's ancient Greek, Count
Exactly.
Binface.
I knew you'd say that. Beautiful. Exactly. As you probably know, I'm partial to a lovely bit of Earth languages from the past. So,
from the past, indeed. From the past, indeed.
The only sad thing is that you're writing it in English script. A bit lazy.
A bit lazy.
Why?
Ah, yes, indeed. Let's get into this. This is perhaps the most serious Binface interview we have encountered up to this point. Mehdi Hassan, Count Binface, a collab no one was expecting.
running in Clacton to be a member of Parliament, Count Binface?
Good question. I mean, running's putting it strongly, Mehdi. It's 38 degrees out there. It's, I think standing is a more accurate description of my election activities. And even that might be difficult come Thursday night. But yes, I am taking part. I mean, my first answer is, of course, why not? This is democracy. And British democracy at that, the greatest in the world, in the cosmos. It's the only one that would allow me to stand next to a prime minister, a minister, a party leader, architect of Brexit, you name it. And on that beautiful moment on election night, there is the great leveler where they have to stand next to whoever is brave enough to take them on. I mean, it's perfect, isn't it? That's why you're talking to me.
Yes, I have to.
I almost forgot that it's British law that he has to go and stand next to Binface later tonight, regardless of what happens. Oh, that's gonna be sweet. That's gonna be sweet and delicious. Oh, that's gonna be delicious. Oh God, Thursday. I have so many things to do, but boy, oh boy, I'm thinking about maybe doing a Thursday stream. Maybe specific to the Clacton, what do you call it when everybody, there's a word for this, I can't remember what it's called. The roundup? I'm just making up names now.
Ask you this though, you've stood next to prime ministers, as you said, Andy Burnham, you were at the Makerfield by-election, you were at the Theresa May election, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak. What did they make of you? Did you interact with these prime ministers?
Well, I mean, my main answer to that would be, who cares what they think? Because with the exception of Andy Burnham, they've all gone into the dustbin of history, you see. I have taken out the trash. And obviously, Andy actually had the greatest conversation with me so far. He seemed to be aware of my policies, Mehdi. He quoted them to me. Renaming HS2, FFS1. He knew all about it. He said he'd think about it. So maybe there's the start of a brighter galactic future for the UK with its new leader. But as for the other ones, good riddance.
Good riddance indeed. Liking this video? Then don't just watch.
Of course we are.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Of course we're
Tap the
liking it,
bell so
Mehdi.
you never miss a video
Don't be
or live show.
ridiculous.
But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to. Major parties decided to stand down. How excited were you when you heard there wouldn't be a Labour candidate or a Tory candidate or a Lib Dem, and it would just be Count Binface and a bunch of other no-names against Nigel Farage, the possible next Prime Minister of the UK?
Well, firstly, fake news, Hassan. That's not true. Because in the London mayoral contests in 2021, I received 92,000 votes, first choice and second choice. Is that not being taken seriously?
Yeah.
I finished 9th out of 20 candidates in the top half. Is that not being taken seriously? In the 2024 London mayor election, I got 24,000 votes and beat the fascists of Britain First by several thousand votes.
Well done.
Is that not being taken seriously?
I mean, technically you dropped 70,000 votes, but still, good that you beat the fascists. We're always happy when you beat the fascists. You mentioned your
Incorrect,
policies.
Mehdi.
I'm taking you
gonna take
seriously.
issue with you.
Count
Has he not
Binface.
done his research? No. In 2021, I received 24,775 first choice votes.
Oh,
Then the cheeky politicians changed the electoral system to first past the post. How many did I get? 24,000 again. So there is genuinely...
Thank you for fact-checking me on the electoral system in London. Let's talk about your
Happy to.
policies. You mentioned your policies. You've got a bunch of policies. Some of them...
It's true, though. Like we've witnessed in today's discussions, right? Binface has been around since the days of Boris Johnson. He has been standing for elections over and over again. This guy has got, electoral chops. He's been out there running in elections, over and over again in the United Kingdom. He's got the, what do you call it? He's got the chutzpah, he's got the bin needed to win here, okay? He's been it to win it.
Are some fun ones. You want bus fares capped at £1.99, and you want the 99 flake ice cream to cost no more than 99p. I haven't lived in the UK for 12 years. I grew up enjoying in the UK a good flake on a softie. What does a flake cost right now?
Thank you for saying they're fun policies. I like to think they are positive, but of course they're deadly serious. That if Andy Burnham can price cap bus fares at £2, why shouldn't the people of Clacton get a little discount on that? I don't see why not. But of course is fully funded.
Classic politician,
manifesto.
you're not actually answering my question. What is the cost of a flake? What's the cost of a flake ice cream right now?
Excuse me, you asked me 2 questions. I'm just coming to that. So take it to just a little bit of patience, sir. You've asked me 2 things. I'll answer both things.
Okay.
Us politicians don't do that. I've remembered every part of your question. I should come to them in turn. I simply say, you called my bus policy fun. I'm saying it's fully costed by my windfall tax on cozy crime novels written by celebrities. Now let's move on to the ice creams. Yes, 99 flake ice creams should cost 99 pence before you scarpered to America. That is what they cost roughly. In Frinton the other day, in the constituency, £3.80 for a 99 flake. I've had figures quoted to me in the southeast of England, £4.50 for a 99. And yet nobody can tell me what is actually in a 99 flake, because it's not ice cream. I can tell you that for starters.
Whatever it is, it's good.
Now, I've never actually had the opportunity to indulge in one of these 99 flakes, but everything I'm hearing about them, it does sound like they're both delicious, but made of some sort of questionable non-ice cream material. We have similar things in the United States, so I'm fairly certain that I know generally what we're talking about. Some sort of frozen vaguely ice cream-like material, but couldn't necessarily be classified legally as ice cream.
You've got some other, well, this could be seen as a serious policy. You want to move the hand dryer in the gents' toilet at a restaurant to a more sensible position. Why?
Well, this is a long-standing policy of mine. Going right back to my Boris Johnson election, I pledged to move the hand dryer in the Crown and Treaty pub Uxbridge to a more sensible position because it was dangerous. It's far too close to the urinal. And this has gone like wildfire, Mehdi. It's become a national and international issue, and humans have been sending me photos, and also you've got to be careful when you take them, of other gents' toilets around the world with similar problems. And the Great Himalayas restaurant in Southport is a particularly prime.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite new trend. Sending Binface pictures of problematically placed hand dryers. It's beautiful.
Offender, it is like air frying your genitals while attempting to urinate. It's got to be stopped.
All right, you actually do have serious policies about your opponent, Nigel Farage. You say, for example, one of your top 20 policies is MPs who resign mid-parliament to be barred from the resulting by-election. Sounds like that's aimed at Nigel Farage. MPs who change party mid-parliament to be forced to face a by-election. Sounds like that's aimed at all the people who joined Reform UK from the Tories. And number 15, I will not accept £5 million gifts from crypto billionaires on Earth. Again, sounds like Nigel Farage and the money he accepted from Christopher Harbone, which is now being investigated. Well, it's paused, but was being investigated by the Parliamentary Standards Authority. So seems like you're really going after your opponent, Nigel Farage, but you don't name him. Why don't you name him? Are you afraid of him?
Well, it's interesting you say that, Mehdi. You say those policies are aimed at a certain individual.
So you still won't say his name?
I couldn't possibly comment. I would say they are uniform policies because any MP, like David Davis in 2008,
who famously
he
ran
called
for
a by-election, as you darn well know, over a matter of principle. He should have been barred from that election as well. So this is not just an ad hominem attack whatsoever. I would suggest that if any MP were to be given a £5 million donation by a crypto billionaire, that they should A, fill out the requisite form, and B, the public have a right to know what's going on.
Yep.
So this is a blanket policy, Mehdi.
Okay.
I cannot state that strongly enough.
This is a very serious interview. Mehdi was pulling no punches here with Binface. Pulling no punches with Binface. And Binface seemingly ready with a response to all of Mehdi's questions here. Ready for Mehdi. This is why people should be voting for the count. Let's be very real. This guy's got the goods.
Yeah. None?
None that I can say.
There is a debate.
Wait, hold on. Let me just like this.
Democratic mandate from Clacton and the results of a parliamentary inquiry into his financial affairs. I would say that's going to come out in the wash.
I agree with you. It's the first time you've mentioned his name. What do you make of Nigel Farage? What's your view of him?
Well, I mean, he was the MP for Clacton until recently. He has been the architect of Brexit, and I've been trying to analyse the pros and the cons of Brexit in the 10 years since that referendum occurred in the United Kingdom. First, I analysed the cons of Brexit. That took me quite a long time. In fact, I'm still doing that. And then I decided to have a look at the pros.
Yeah. None?
None that I can see.
There is a debate, Count Binface, that let's talk about your identity. People say that your alter ego, John Harvey, a London liberal.
Yeah, I'm getting some weird, something strange is happening in the connection here. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit. What does the polling show his chances are? Let's not worry about the polls, okay? As we all know, polls can be very, very wrong. You know, like I said before, you know, Donald Trump, for instance, there's a whole bunch of supposed closet Trump voters that were not showing up in the polls in 2024, which turned out to be true. Right? We just had these primaries in Michigan and in Wisconsin. Some of those numbers were wildly off. In Minnesota, we just got done talking about how old Mike Lindell is losing his mind over the fact that he was leading in the polls and then lost by 15 points. I mean, had the election stolen from him and should continue fighting. Totally deserves the nomination. But you know, like, we had a lot of instances of these sorts of bad numbers. So I wouldn't rely on any polls, right? We need focus, great diligence, right? Get out the word. The remaining hours left in the day in the United Kingdom to get the great people of Clacton, the surrounding regions, to vote Binface in this election. That is the lesson we should be learning right now.
In a rather amateurish space armor from Sigma 9, or the gentleman who has been a member of the British Parliament, the member of the European Parliament, the central figure of British politics in the last 20 years, and is a member, reputedly, of the East India Gentlemen's Club, which to this day, I understand, does not admit women.
Let me ask you this. You talked about your identity not wanting to break the fourth wall. Well, in your current identity, you used to be Lord Buckethead before you renamed yourself Count Binface. When you ran against Theresa May, you were Lord Buckethead. Why did you, for want of a better word, transition?
If you read my history, which I'm sure you have, I'm sure this is just a rhetorical question, Mehdi, and just like I did with the old Zeteo at the start, you know as well as I do that in 2017, when I first came down to Earth, I thought if I came down in my true form, I might freak you out, you humans, and especially snowflakes like you. And so I thought I better adopt a disguise. And I've discovered that a baronetcy of Lord Buckethead had lain dormant for 25 years. I thought, I know, I'll go in disguise, incognito, and that'll be a bit easier for you guys. It worked a treat until it turned out I had a little snafu on the planet copyright. So I respawned in my true guise, and I'm the first politician in history who's felt better after kicking the bucket. How about it?
All right. And if you get elected, do you think you're going to pull off a Martin Bell or a, I don't know, Stephen Twigg against Michael Portillo on Thursday?
Well, I mean, if I get elected, I will have done that. There's a paradox in your question there. I think what you mean is, do you think I can achieve what Martin Bell or Stephen Twigg? Be careful on your syntax there, Mehdi. But yes, I take your point. Well, of course, Stephen Twigg was a Labour member who was sort of swept in the 1997 landslide. Even I know that. So that's a poor comparison. Martin Bell, much more my kind of
independent
guy. Interesting suit.
But he actually won, Count Binface. Can you?
Well, that's what we're talking about. I don't know. But, I mean, who knows? You know, democracy.
It's a pretty crappy answer from a politician. You're supposed to say, yes, of course I can win.
I'm being honest, mate. That's what you can...
All right. All right.
What do you want?
In the interest of honesty, if you get elected to Parliament, will you take off your helmet? Because you can't wear that bit.
You know... I've been thinking something recently. Now, I don't know how old Count Binface is, but I do know that Count Binface went to Oxford, I believe. Mehdi Hassan also went to Oxford. I think it's entirely possible that they know each other more than they're letting on. I could be wrong. I may be just intuiting this. But, like, this is a very, like, honestly, Mehdi went so in on this. Like, I was like, I don't know. It just felt like Mehdi was, like, part of the bit, almost. Like, he was kind of doing, like, some things that just made me think, do these guys, like, is there something I'm missing here? I don't know. Probably unimportant. Side note.
In the House of Commons chamber.
Not true either. I was live on Newsnight. Do you remember them?
Yep.
And they obviously they're going down, and Zeteo's coming up. But you know, I went on them as well. And the political editor Nick Watt said live on air that British members of Parliament had been debating how to change the rules to allow me to enter Parliament in my full regalia. Now, you might think, as I've been saying, maybe they should have been concentrating.
Is David Harvey a lot older? I don't think he is a lot older than. I don't think he is. I don't think he is a lot older than. I've seen him. I think they're very close in age, actually.
First on fixing the British economy, but there we are. You know, maybe they have got their priorities right.
It's funny you mentioned Newsnight going down.
Actually, I just looked it up.
Podcast when you were.
I'm just getting confirmations on my crackpot theory over here.
Call a crackhead.
Supposedly, Count Binface is 46 years old. Mehdi, I believe, is 47 years old. So they could have been in, like, the same year at Oxford, like, just saying.
With BBC Newsnight. You also did John Craig of Sky News, kind of tore him a new one when he interviewed you very reluctantly on the Makerfield by-election night. You also kind of mocked LBC. You asked him where Sangeeta Maisker is, who's now a Zeteo contributor. Do you take a very dim view of the British media? Does Count Binface not a fan of the British mainstream media?
you missed out that I told GB News that they should comply with Ofcom rules at every opportunity.
Serious point there. Serious point there.
Do you appreciate that?
I do. So what's your view of the British mainstream media? It sounds like it's not a very high one.
But it waxes and wanes like your moon, Mehdi. You know, I'm very glad that you have a trenchant media. You know, I'm willing to talk to journalists. I've done quite a lot of national, international, and most importantly, local news. I think it's one of the great things that separates democracies from tyrannies, just like, of course, free and fair elections where anyone can stand. So it's very important that you guys ask the questions you ask, but you also get a decent answers back, which mark your syntax and grammar accordingly.
Last question. British democracy, what state is it in? Health?
Oh, I'm afraid Binface is take on the state of Britain right now. Not good. Bad grade. I'm not sure he gave an actual grade, but he seems to think that Britain needs some improvements in a number of areas. But we're not going to watch the whole clip. This is the last moment we have for this clip's relevance. Perhaps the most relevant this clip will ever be, depending on what happens here today in the Clacton by-election. Now, of course, perhaps it'll be even more relevant if Count Binface were to become minister in Parliament. It is, of course, something of a long shot. I'm not, any great illusions, but he has been putting effort into this. And it seems like he's almost putting in more effort than Nigel Farage. Granted, Nigel has a lot of advantages in this particular race. Name recognition, among other things. The fact that he was already elected once to this seat.
Democracies.
Not being from space. You know, there's just there's a few things that he's got going for him that Count Binface admitted are headwinds, but are not disqualifying. Nessus is not a binary situation. Doesn't prevent him from winning. Winning or not winning is a binary situation, but the wins themselves aren't somehow determinative of victory. Just merely factors in this race. We can all, those of us not in Clacton, can all just hope for the best. All right, almost done. For the latest update, Al Jazeera from earlier on Wednesday afternoon.
Outside the UK or somehow living under a rock, then you'd be forgiven for wondering what this is all about.
Yeah, my name's Count Binface, and I've entered the race with Clacton's new MP.
Here in the sunny resort town of Clacton-on-Sea, the spectacle event of Britain's political summer is about to unfold, an election pitting one of the country's most popular and controversial politicians against, well, an intergalactic space warrior with a bin on his head. Nigel Farage is the leader of the populist anti-immigrant Reform UK party, heavily tipped as a possible future UK Prime Minister. But his popularity has dipped after revelations that he received a multi-million-dollar gift from a Thai-based British crypto billionaire that he failed to declare to parliamentary authorities. He resigned his seat here in Clacton, saying it should be the people who judge his actions, not the establishment.
Yes, he's been saying that.
One of many locals that really worked hard at the general election to get Nigel elected. And I've nothing against Nigel and nothing against reform, to be frank with you, but I think they need to come down a peg or two.
In the contest to win back.
You know, I'm just now noticing it. Hold on. Let me just move out of the way for everyone so you can see what I'm looking at. Look at this man's bumper. Look at this man's fender, front right, driver's side fender, British driver's side fender, Binface. He's got a little count. He's like plastered or like, what do you call it? I can't think of the word now. He's like glued. That's not the word I'm looking for. But he's basically, yeah, he's like glued like a Binface ad to this giant flashing United Kingdom. What is this? A Miata? What is this? I can't quite tell. MG? Probably an MG. Considering. Yeah, that would make sense. But look at it. It's a little Binface, little Binface sticker on the windshield. And actually, in front of this guy's hand, there's another. This car is just covered in Binface stickers. Oh, it's incredible.
With you, but I think they need to come down a peg or two.
In the contest to win back his parliamentary seat, Farage faces not the other political parties who wrote this off as a stunt and refused to take part, but instead, well, Count Binface and a host of other unlikely candidates.
No, he didn't say he's voting for Farage.
So people are saying that.
No, he didn't say he's voting for Farage. He said he didn't have he didn't have a specific issue with Farage or reform, but he thought they needed a change, and that he thinks Binface represents that change, so he's driving around that crazy-ass car. Driving around that crazy-ass car covered in Binface ads.
I'll vote for Binface as opposed to Farage. But on the other hand, if I weren't a candidate, I wouldn't vote for Binface. I'd vote for Farage, because Farage is more serious.
He'll win, of course, Nigel Farage, but the cosmic Binface is not to be underestimated. Real name John Harvey, a very much earthbound comic by trade who has run in this political guise against prime ministers past and present.
Yes, indeed, Binface. I mean, final countdown. Gonna be more final countdown moment right now. Polls have already opened in Clacton-on-Sea, from my understanding. Now a message, well, kind of to us. A message to space about Earth from Count Binface. Final clip before we move on to the last couple stories.
Hello, outer space. Hello, recyclons and all other alien species. Count Binface here, and I've found the most incredible little planet in the Omniverse. Well, apart from Sigma 9, the locals here call it Earth. It's not exactly a galactic hotspot, although it might be soon, because the dominant species, human beings, seemed determined to slow cook themselves with self-inflicted climate change, just like Sigma 10. In fact, so far, this planet's only got one review on Star TripAdvisor, which reads as follows. Went in 1982, lost my friends, couldn't phone home, caught hypothermia by a river, and then got experimented on by the locals, nearly died, rubbish. But hey, we can ignore...
I'm pretty sure that's just the plot of E.T. I could be thinking of it could just be a coincidence, but that sounds a hell of a lot like the plot of E.T.
Locals nearly died, rubbish. But hey, we can ignore that naysayer, whoever he is, because get this, these guys on this planet are using democracy. Well, some of them are, sort of. But what it means is I can stand for election. And on Thursday, the 13th of August, the humans of an amazing place called Clacton could elect me as the first alien member of Parliament, which would make Clacton the most famous place in this solar system. I know, you want to see this for yourselves, and you must, Come, come. They're lovely folk. Just don't all come here at once. Humans can get a little bit prickly about immigration. Anyway, whatever planet you're on, I hope you're all super well. Peace and love. Binface out.
I feel like Binface made this for us. You know, it's one of the few space beings in this particular part of the galaxy. If this felt directed to us, the space fams, me, perhaps even, it's good to know that Count Binface is also getting the word about Earth to the rest of the galaxy. This is something that I feel could really bring Earth into a sweet new future. Perhaps fix some of the problems in this timeline. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. But it sounds like Sigma 9 has dealt with some of the problems we've been dealing with, and maybe they can help convince us to do the right thing. I don't know. Just coming up with ideas. Thinking out loud. There you go, Space Fams. That's the full Monty on Count Binface, the Clacton by-election, which is currently underway today. We'll probably get done counting. And I hear sometime Friday morning in Clacton, which I think is around starting time here, Galactic Extreme time. Could be a happy accident. Or the fates aligning. Perhaps the planets aligning. Okay. Couple more stories before we end the stream tonight. We've been going over 7.5 hours. I'm not giving up yet. Midweek report. Still some midweek stuff to discuss. My back hurts. My back has been hurting. Oh, God. God, my back has been hurting since, like, I don't know, this weekend, I think. It's been giving me shit. I realized what it was yesterday. Like, I didn't put it together. Like, I hit a curb at night while riding my e-bike. Fell off of the bike. I was fine after the fact. Like, I got back up, bike was fine, I was fine. Got that helmet, that sweet helmet that, I showed people in the Discord at one point, I think. And, I'm fine. But, like, I think, like, my body, like, some of my muscles were just, like, a little angry about that fall. I was just taking the bike in this, like, new direction I'd never gone, and, like, wound up, like having to, like, jump a curb to take a path, and then didn't see a curb. So it just, whatever. I'm fine. But I think that's why my back has been in so much pain. And it's just hurting again now that I've been sitting here for 8 hours. Ugh. I could use a chiropractor. That's true, but that costs money. Get chiropractic. It's called getting old. Wow. Hurtful.
How rude. I'm staying in the race.
Very hurtful. I'm still a spring chicken, okay? I'm not even over the hill. I've got years until that point. Highly offended by the suggestion of oldness. at the prime of my life, okay? I'm just not in the best shape right now. I'm not in peak condition because I'm constantly sitting here talking to you about the goddamn news, okay? And unlike Hassan, I don't have unlimited money to keep myself on track with my fitness regimen, okay? Be nicer to my body. You're right, I should be nicer to my body. I'm trying. Do my very best. Okay, before we leave Europe, quick discussions of the latest vis-a-vis the Russia-Ukraine war, which continues to rage on. Both sides seeing a great number of casualties and strikes this week, starting on Sunday, where 3 were killed in Kyiv as a result of Russian strikes. Here's BBC News.
Now let's turn to Ukraine, where there's been another night of Russian attacks. At least 3 people, including a child, were killed on the outskirts of Kyiv. 3 more were injured. Falling debris damaged apartment buildings and cars, while a fire broke out at a separate building.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, 2 days later, Ukraine launched what's being dubbed its deadliest attack on Russia in at least 2 years, nearly the entirety of the whole war. Here's CNN from Monday.
A Ukrainian drone strike has killed at least 13 people deep inside Russia. That's according to Russian local authorities. It's one of the deadliest attacks to hit the country in more than 2 years. Videos circulating on social media and geolocated by CNN show a massive fire and thick plumes of smoke near the reported attack site. It's near a major technologically advanced oil refinery, similar to those Ukraine has frequently targeted in recent months. CNN's Claire Sebastian is across this. So, Claire, obviously this strike comes as both Russia and Ukraine have been ramping up their aerial attacks against one another. What more are you learning about this?
Yeah, look, I think it's clear at this point, Christina, that deep strikes, these long-range attacks that both sides are carrying out have gone from a sidebar in this war to really almost its central feature.
Yes, it does seem to be. I mean, this war is now reaching deep into Russian territory and Ukrainian territory. Civilians dying every single day in both countries. 13 dead in Russia on Monday after Ukrainian strikes. 1 day after Russian strikes killed 3 people in Kyiv. Then 24 hours later, Russia. Wait for it. That's right, striking again in Ukraine. This time in both the Zaporizhia and Odessa regions. Here's the AP from 18 hours ago. I mean, it's just the never-ending funnel of terrible that we just witness every fucking day. I'm just like, laugh or cry. Pick one. It's just disturbing. It's a circus of horrors every goddamn day. You know, day in, day out, one horror here, one there, one then once again. It's just, As somebody whose job it is to chronicle these things, it weighs on you. It starts to add up. Like, I don't really forget a lot of this stuff. In fact, I work on not forgetting it as best as I can, even though I know I'm not perfect. It just seems to, all these things just seem to compile on top of each other. Sort of with this aggregate terrible. Just aggregate terrible. The cumulative crime that is the timeline that we live in right now, Space Fams. Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's two stories in here I'm keeping in because we didn't talk about them, if I recall correctly, over the weekend because I didn't do a show. One in Lebanon and one in Gaza. Yeah. So let's start here in Lebanon, where there's supposed to be a ceasefire going on. Instead, Israeli strikes killed 2 people, not civilians, or Hezbollah. Israel killed 2 Lebanese soldiers. The people who they explicitly have a... This is the just dramatic irony of this whole scenario, right? We've had these fake-ass ceasefires now. We've been watching them happen and get, trotted out. Trump administration, little Marco Rubio, Lebanese officials, pro-U.S. Lebanese officials, and not Benjamin Netanyahu, but but Israeli officials meeting, doing these fake ceasefires with the sides that are supposed to not be warring, right? This is supposed to be Israel and Hezbollah. But instead we've been seeing ceasefires between the Lebanese army and Israel, which makes no sense inherently. But somehow, even with that, Israel is killing Lebanese soldiers. And you're seeing the results of an Israeli strike that supposedly led to at least 2 deaths of Lebanese soldiers. The pro-U.S. ones that Israel has a fucking ceasefire with. Not Hezbollah. Effectively, near, almost as close to being Israeli allies as you can get without actually being allies because of all the historical implications, right? But they're friends of friends, right? Like, if America had a wedding, Lebanon's, like, you know what I mean? Like, like the Lebanese, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we had a wedding, they'd both be invited. It's just insanity. Divinely guided surgical strikes. Yes, right, that. Yeah. Most precise, humane military on the planet. Accidentally. It's not even clear. I don't even know if they've come out and said it was accidental. But it happened. Meanwhile, in Gaza, like in a lot of places, they are running out of water. But this is, of course, exacerbated by the fact that Israel continues to have an illegal humanitarian blockade on the territory. Here's Al Jazeera from Saturday.
Every day begins with the same search, not for food, but for water. For hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, finding enough water to drink, cook, and wash has become a daily challenge. Months of war have severely damaged Gaza water networks, pumping stations, and sewage systems, forcing many families to rely on untreated groundwater. But people told us even the officially treated water supply from the Mekarot pipeline in Israel can cause issues.
Water is not only scarce, but the water supplied by charitable organizations, such as the Mekaro Supply, often has an unpleasant taste and causes...
Yeah, I mean, the supply that they're talking about is the one that's coming from directly from Israel. I would not be shocked if Israel's intentionally sending them tainted water. Which would be another war crime on top of the already existing crimes. So the already limited water supply in the area is tainted. In a region just like the rest of like the Mediterranean, it's experiencing drought. So any available waters, you know, there's wood or any water that would exist is already dried up, you know, streams or little ponds. Not that there's really any access to that for any Palestinians at this point. They've all been pushed to the bounds of the territory on the beaches, essentially. Most people are literally practically in the Mediterranean. Sort of just a pipe dream, my concept of talking about the water in the way that I am, because there is no, I mean, Israel's intentionally pushed them to a region where there is no access to anything like that. No supplies for digging a well, anything like that. So they are left with no option but to use tainted water if they can even get it. Just the unimaginable cruelty that we are witnessing. Just practically on every freaking, you know, place that we look. I feel like everywhere I turn, I feel like I see unimaginable cruelty in one way or another. For forces looking to enact cruelty. Okay. Meanwhile, as I think we briefly discussed during one stream earlier this week, I think it was like Monday, like during like the first stream since we got back, like the half stream, the demi stream, if you will. I think we briefly talked about this, but we've actually talked about this on a number of occasions, but it's just coming back up, and that is the ceasefire. The peace proposal, the board of peace in Gaza, and the utter lack of movement on any concept of peace in this territory for 9+ months now. It was like late September or something like that when that thing was getting announced. And we've seen zero movement. Israel doing fuck all. And actually, I take it back. Not zero movement. Hamas released all of the hostages. They've abided by a number of different the guidelines. They've been attempting to disarm for the last couple weeks. But, I mean, you wouldn't know it if you're paying attention very much. You know, if you're like paying attention only to like mainstream media. They're barely talking about it. But Israel is rejecting 9 months in post the 15-point peace plan that they already accepted 9 months ago. There were no Hamas, I would point out, there was not a single Hamas representative at the Board of Peace Summit in Egypt last year. There were Israeli representatives. They both supposedly signed it, however, but Israel is the one that's trying to go back on the deal now, like a year later. Is not shocking, but it's disturbing. The complete and utter lack of sincerity from Israel.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
Well, Phyllis Bennis is a Middle East specialist and a fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies. She's also the author of the book Understanding Palestine and Israel. She joins us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for taking time to talk to us. Can I ask you then, what do you think this means then for US-Israel elections, given what Netanyahu's essentially said?
Well, it certainly isn't surprising that Netanyahu's decision is we simply aren't going to follow what we said we would, only hinting what they would have done before. In Trump's own statement, he said that this agreement was going to be carried out in what he called carefully structured phases. And he talked about how the disarmament of Hamas and the withdrawal of Israeli forces would go on together. They would be simultaneous in these structured phases. And then Netanyahu says, no, we're not going to do that. There's clearly two parts to this. One is, as we were hearing in Noor's report and Patty Culhane's report as well, about the elections, the election here in the US that's coming up, and the election inside Israel, where Netanyahu is under enormous pressure, both from his electoral coalition in the Knesset and public opinion, which is very much in support of his very hardline position. But there's also the question of the reality that the so-called pressure from the United States is simply in the arena of words.
Exactly. This is what we've been saying for a long time. And it's transcended multiple administrations. But the United States has no red lines for Israel. No matter what Israel signs or says, we are not holding them accountable to any of it. We say things, but then do nothing. And that's the same with this. We've watched now for almost a year as this has gone on, and nothing has happened in the realm of holding Israel to account on this peace plan, this carefully structured peace plan, as it was well pointed out there. Supposedly, this concept of a well-structured peace plan never got off the ground. I just want to listen to CNN because I found their coverage of this to be in the realm of disgusting and or journalistic malfeasance.
President Trump's peace plan for Gaza hitting a snag, Israel.
Israel rejects the 15-point plan. I heard that there were those who said, you didn't say it, but we did say it, and here I am saying it again.
So Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu demanding the full disarmament of Hamas before his troops withdraw from the Strip. It's a risky move in an already fractured relationship.
It's a risky move? It completely goes against the fucking deal.
Breaking with Trump in a time where support for Israel is already dwindling in the U.S. I want to bring in CNN's Jeremy Diamond in Jerusalem. And Jeremy, let's just start. Netanyahu is facing re-election this October. Why do you think he spoke so forcefully on this now?
Well, if you just look at what happened in basically the 10 days between when President Trump announced this as a historic kind of monumental step towards establishing peace and security for the region, and when the Israeli Prime Minister said he rejected this plan outright, what you saw in between was pretty widespread rejection of this disarmament plan by various corners of the Israeli political spectrum, but in particular, the right-wing members of Netanyahu's own government, including the National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, his Finance Minister, Bezalel Smotrich, who both said very clearly that they wanted to bring this up for a vote, that they wanted this plan to be rejected out of hand. And then you have the Israeli Prime Minister at a meeting of his government yesterday saying those very same words, saying Israel rejects the 15-point document that is this roadmap that was agreed to between the Board of Peace and Hamas that would lay out a pathway for Hamas to ultimately be disarmed, as long as Israel also takes certain steps, including stopping its strikes in the Gaza Strip, moving its troops back to the Yellow Line as agreed to back in October, and then eventually having a phased withdrawal of Israeli troops. Now, Hamas has responded to this. Bassem Naim, a member of Hamas's political bureau, saying that we expect the mediators and the American guarantor to pressure Netanyahu and his government to adhere to the roadmap and not obstruct the process for internal political
Now, everything up to this point that Jeremy Diamond has said is relatively true, right? Like, there's nothing so far like that I have any real contention with. But just hold on for 1 second, because he's about to say some real unhinged, unfactual shit.
Electoral reasons, but it is important to note that it is not completely black and white, and that's because we've learned of already, and we've seen some changes already in Gaza in terms of Israeli strikes that have significantly decreased. An Israeli source had told us that now targeted killings need to be approved at the highest levels of Israel's military in order.
This is where I lost my fucking shit. This is where I lost my fucking shit. If any of you around here who watch this show with any regularity, you know that what he just said, his regurgitation of these fucking Israeli talking points directly from, as he said, an Israeli source, which he is accepting as fact and regurgitating, he's saying it as if it is fact to the CNN audience. But we all know here that this is a fucking lie. This is a fabrication. There's zero evidence. In fact, all there is evidence to the contrary. And the fact that the rest of this thing, this entire piece, isn't all about how that is a lie and how Israel has been carrying out strikes day in, day out, using the 2,000-pound bombs that it's getting from the United States on innocent civilians and living in piles of rubble. It's fucking beyond me. And it's what I said at the beginning. I think it's journalistic fucking malfeasance. It's misleading people on a genocide, an in-progress genocide, and suggesting that it's slowing down. Exhibit fucking A.
So we just made it to the bombed site here. This is the residential building that was bombed last night by the Israeli military. It's hard to believe that a few hours ago that this building was a home for a family sheltering inside, but not anymore. What we're seeing here is more of the charred walls and the destroyed furniture and the damaged walls all around. And when we talked,
so yeah, I don't know if that was approved by the highest levels, but that was 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, so yeah, that was 3 weeks ago. Israel killing a family of 6 civilians in Gaza City. I don't think it was a military target. Next week, Al Jazeera was releasing this story, while CNN is saying that this is what's so fucking crazy, right? It would take zero effort, because 1 week later, Al Jazeera is posting a story entitled this: Israel intensifies strikes in Gaza. Israel intensifies strikes in Gaza, 5 Palestinians killed in attacks across the Strip. So while CNN's over here telling us, actually, Israeli sources are telling they're chilling out, any cursory research would prove that to be false. Just simple, big, mainstream media, Al Jazeera, Qatar, he could have just Googled it, I guess.
In Gaza, Israel has launched a new wave of airstrikes, killing at least 5 Palestinians and injuring 6 others. This is the aftermath of one of those attacks that targeted a group of civilians outside central Gaza's largest health facility, the Al-Aqsa Hospital. That strike killed 1 person and injured several others. In the north, a drone strike on a car near the Jabalia refugee camp killed 1 person, and at least 2 more people were killed in southern Gaza.
This level of journalistic malfeasance that just drives me off a fucking cliff. Because I'm over here getting demonetized. I'm over here getting fucking demonetized. CNN, meanwhile, continues to rake in millions of dollars, while I'm struggling to make sure I can pay the fucking bills. But I'm over here at least in touch with reality. I'm at least capable of doing the journalistic effort. I have at least a memory better than a fucking field mouse. I can remember back as far as 3 whole weeks ago. Could easily disprove this false statement. Take no effort at all. Like, I don't know, this from later in the same week, from a hospital to a mosque, 2 illegal civilian targets in the same week. Here's Guardian News with the clip. Right? And then in the same fucking week, days later, this is 11 days ago, another medical storage facility, another medical target, another illegal target. Some of you probably remember this one. A strike so large it left a giant crater in the fucking ground with medical supplies scattered across the area.
الاحتلال الإسرائيلي ارتكب جريمة بشعة بحق مستشفى شهداء.
The Israeli occupation has committed a heinous crime against Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital. In the middle of last night, it targeted a warehouse containing medical supplies for the hospital. And
This is just 4 examples so far from the last few weeks. And CNN's over here saying, oh, the strikes have been toned down. These are being approved by the highest levels. If these are being approved by the highest levels, then people need to go to fucking the jail, to the Hague. It sounds like the highest up in Israeli government need to go to the Hague. To medical, a hospital and a medical supply site being targeted, and the mosque, as well as a family. But we're not done. I got more. And I could have gone on more than this, but this is the last clip just to prove the point. Drive it home. Clip number 5, Reuters 10 days ago. Israel continues its deadly strikes on Gaza. It's like CNN doesn't have access to the internet or something. What the hell is going on over there?
Palestinians mourned a family killed in Gaza on Sunday, as an Israeli minister said there was no deal to halt attacks on the enclave. That's despite US President Donald Trump's announcement just days ago of a breakthrough in efforts to implement last year's Gaza ceasefire agreement.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they really toned it down, huh, CNN? Great job. Really good journalism over there, guys. Okay. Sorry, I'm done with my angry... I can't even think of words. Diatribe is the wrong word. Everything I just said was truthful. Actually, is whatever. All right, Space fans, we are getting through these stories. Just a couple left. First, let's talk about the Department of War. A little bit. Talk about the Department of War. Donald Trump and, of course, the leader of the Department of War, Peter Hegseth. Because there may be some communication issues between the president and the Secretary of War. Let's go here to the Majority Report from Monday. I have no sound. Wait. No. Wrong. No, stop that.
may have heard that Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump they got into a little bit of a tiff. I think at Camp David it was, where Donald Trump was like, "Hey man, how come we have no more weapons left? You said this was going to go easy, and it feels like it's not going easy."
So true.
It feels like it's going bad, and that we have no more weapons. And Pete Hegseth, hemmed and hawed apparently, was blaming his number two. Was it Feinberg at the Defense Department for procurement? And apparently that wasn't a sufficient answer for Trump, because nobody knows who the other guy that they appointed there is. So Trump came up with somebody else's fault for all the lack of weapons that we now have, because they blew them all up in Iran.
Mr. President, on Ukraine, President Zelensky says his country desperately needs long-range missiles or those Patriot missile batteries. Is that something that you're...
Well, I mean, we want missiles too. You know, when Biden gave him so much, Biden gave $300 billion worth of ammunition. You know, when I left, it was
gave
full.
it all.
And he gave a lot of it away. Now we're rebuilding it.
Wait. Go back. Maybe I missed.
Biden gave them all of the missiles. We're out of them because of Biden. Has nothing to do with Operation Epstein Fury. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that it's actually Biden. The guy who hasn't been president for 2 years, and not me, the guy who's been doing a war for the last 6 months. Okay? Okay? Are you stupid?
Biden gave who $300 billion worth of ammunition?
It's in Ukraine.
Okay, go back.
Missile batteries. Is that something that you're...
Well, I mean, we want missiles too. You know, when Biden gave him so much, Biden gave $300 billion worth of ammunition. You know, when I left, it was full, and he gave a lot of it away. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're using munitions that are very powerful, very good, but we wouldn't have been using them. We could have used something else. But these are a little bit older type, equally as effective, and it's things that we have so much. Plus, we have supplies of munitions all over the world that if we ever needed them, we'd take that. We're supplied all over the world, but we're in very, very good shape.
Russia seems to have...
They've already drawn down some of the munitions they had, for instance, in Korea, because they needed it for, the Middle East.
They're older, they're crappier, but they're equally as effective. We're depleted,
just as
but we're
good.
in great shape.
Here's the good news. We didn't need to spend all that money on all these newfangled weapons, because the old ones are just fine.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's less of a communication issue in the White House as much as it is just an accepting reality issue. You know, that to me seems to be the main cause of a lot of problems for the White House. It's just not being willing to accept reality and then blaming everyone for your problems. Instead of just being like, you know what? Maybe this war we're doing is depleting the arsenal. You know, the one that we've been doing for 6 months. It's been costing us $1 billion a day. Lost a bunch of planes and other sorts of things. That one. Maybe that's the cause. You need Biden to die already so he can stop using that excuse? You think he's going to stop using that excuse if Joe Biden dies? That is optimistic. That is more optimistic than I am. I don't think that would prevent him at all. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, honestly, if Joe Biden dies while Donald Trump is president, he's going to do something just heinous. Right? Remember Lindsey Graham's funeral? Can you imagine? Like, can you imagine what it would be like if Joe Biden... Oh my God. I mean, I assume Trump wouldn't be invited, but like that matters. He would show up with like the National Guard and like barge his way in and like do a speech regardless of whether anybody wanted it or not. And then he'd go on about him for like the next like 3 months. Are you kidding me? There's no way. That's not gonna help anything. It's just gonna make him think about it more. Exactly. He'll just gloat that he lived longer than Joe Biden. Exactly. He'll do stupid, childish, deranged things like say, "Look, I lived longer. I lived longer. Looks like I was right. Sleepy Joe didn't have it in him. That's why I deserve a third term." All right, people, final clip of the night. Let's move from military spending to presidential security. Because this week it's come out that an apparent missile threat, a supposed credible missile threat, is the thing that led to Donald Trump switching from new Air Force One to old Air Force One while in Turkey like 3 weeks ago or however long it's been now. We just keep getting little tidbits about this situation. Here's CNN from yesterday.
Two U.S. officials are telling the New York Times' Eric Schmidt and Maggie Haberman that, quote, U.S. intelligence knew that there was a specific threat of a surface-to-air missile against Air Force One, meaning whichever plane was carrying the president, and that someone in the vicinity of the NATO summit had been spotted with a shoulder-fired missile. And that, quote, the Iranians knew specifically where Mr. Trump was staying in Ankara, including which floor of the building. They're arguing the threat was serious enough to put the president on a secret plane during his flight back from Turkey, and which kept several members of his staff, members of the Secret Service, and the traveling White House press corps on what effectively became a decoy plane without their knowledge, of course. This comes as the Wall Street Journal reports that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio...
Nice. Put him on a decoy plane without their knowledge. Nice. Nice. Love that. I mean, it's certainly staying on brand for the president. Who cares if they don't... Look, listen, it's all about me, okay? They don't need to know that they might be blown out of the sky at any second, okay?
was one of the highest officials who was still on the original Air Force One. Today, when he was asked about this entire situation, he declined to answer this question from my colleague, Jenny Hansler.
Mr. Secretary, did you put Americans at risk by having them fly in Air Force One when it was under threat? How persistent is that threat to the president?
Thanks, guys.
It's only up to Secret Service. I just follow what they'd like to do. So I go by Secret Service and the military. They wanted me to go on a different flight, a different plane, equal safety, but
equal
they
safety.
wanted me to do it, so I do it. I do what they say.
They wanted me to go onto a plane of equal safety. Really? If it's equal safety, why would they have you change planes? He really just refuses to just admit like anything that can be perceived as weakness. Like, he is pathetic. He has such a weak, fragile ego. He has to protect it with just a fucking a hurricane of lies. A hurricane of lies and gilded things. You know, just gold covered everything in a world manufactured from falsehoods. Just can't admit that he was in danger. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Equal safety. It's equal safety. Same exact amount of safety. Different color. They thought maybe the blue would be better than the red. They thought the baby blue was a lot safer. But of equal safety. A lot safer of equal safety. Right? They can't be... But why? Why would he lie about that? It just doesn't make any sense. It's just such a stupid lie. It's these sort of little lies that, like, eat away. I feel like at our expectations. And we just can't allow it. We just can't allow that shit to happen. We just can't allow it to get... Like, it's tiresome for me, but I just feel like we can't allow it. We can't allow him to, like, knowingly lie to our faces and be like, yeah, no big deal, Mr. President. You continue lying about it just straight to our faces. No big deal. Anyways, Space Sams, that was your midweek report. Still got a lot of week left. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, RW, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Aprobonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mono, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect L, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Ekios, Emily S, Hecate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, Rogerb, Crazy Eva, and Mr. Nice Guy. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few Earth dollars a month on Patreon.
Bye.